about moving Team 6?
First of all, it's a great place to work. Similar kind of brotherhood you had while you were in with the guys and the other veterans that we have here.
Thank you, Brian. Go to movingteam6.com.
Where your move is our mission.
I work for the Arizona Department of Public Safety Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Unit. Any idea why I stopped you today?
No, sir.
I stopped you for distracted driving. Arizona law prohibits the use of electronic devices unless they're hands-free. Truck drivers see everything, except their blind spots. Cutting off a truck is like cutting off a freight train. It's dangerous, so stay focused on the road. Visit sharetheroadaz.com to learn how to drive truck smart.
Sponsored by the Arizona Trucking Association Foundation and the Arizona Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks had no answer for Paul Skeens last night. He went 8 innings, struck out 7, only gave up 2 hits, and shut the Diamondbacks out. Mike Soroka did his best on the other side, 6 in the third, only gave up 1 run, but the 1 was not enough, and the Pirates took Game 2 of the series 1-0. The series finale this afternoon, another good pitching matchup. Zach Gallen will go for the Diamondbacks. Mitch Keller for the Pirates, and first pitch will be at 12:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU's new head basketball coach, Randy Bennett, says he's feeling great and ready for the challenge of the Big 12. For more on that story, head on over to arizonasports.com today. And the Knicks took a 2-0 series lead over the Joel Embiidless Sixers last night, and the Spurs evened things up in a big way against the Timberwolves. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Call 602-2-REPAIR.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Welcome to a wobbly Thursday, everybody. Most of them are in this line of work.
Let's leave my stomach out of this.
Well, there is that. The only thing louder than Bickley's voice today is Vinny's stomach.
We're gonna get it mic'd up.
Yeah,
it's gonna be an official co-host of the show. You've experienced this before with me. Sometimes just during the show, my stomach just starts to make noises.
Happens. Yeah. It happens to people.
I don't know why it's happening. Other than I'm old as dirt.
I think you already said why. You had cereal for dinner last night.
Oh, I'm living the life,
yeah,
Vic.
You had cereal for... I didn't... I was the same way. I had a stupid protein bar. My wife was off at an event. I was too lazy to cook and prepare. I was in the same trap you were last night. Too lazy to prepare or obtain a proper dinner.
See, this is where I really erred, because I did get up and I went to the store and bought a new box of cereal.
Oh, no, that's brutal. That's brutal. You were actually at the store and opted for cereal.
Now, you don't have to say what the brand is, but do you still eat like sort of children style cereal, or do you
only one
healthy adult? Only one type.
I'm not afraid to admit it.
It
wasn't I didn't eat it last night, but I always have a box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch in the pantry.
Oh
always.
Man, that's good eating.
Yeah, it's probably the best
now,
cereal.
You said you bought a new box of cereal. Maybe the problem was you didn't buy a new carton of milk.
That might
is that
have
where they're gurgling this from?
That could have been an issue.
Maybe. I mean, it is getting close to the expiration date. I mean, I always do the smell test.
What'd you prepare for dinner last night, Jarrett?
Oh, he got a 4-course meal.
Last night I made orange roughy with stir-fried vegetables and teriyaki rice.
Okay.
Sounds good.
How did it turn out?
Delicious.
Really?
Great. Yeah, very good.
I hate the name of that fish.
Orange roughy.
Orange roughy. You know what's funny about that fish? I believe it was one of the fish. They came up with that name. It had a different, even less appealing name, and they thought orange roughy was an
upgrade.
An upgrade.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Orange Ruffy is called that because it was rebranded from its original, less appetizing name, Slime Head.
Yep, that'll do it. That'll cause a name change. Wow.
What are you having for dinner tonight, honey? We're having Orange Slime Head.
Why there's not a minor league baseball team somewhere, like the Asheville Slimeheads.
The Seattle Slimeheads. Yeah, there. Look at that Slimehead.
You think about that, and
There's another one. I
The
think-
Chilean sea
Exactly.
bass was originally called a Patagonian toothfish. Fish need a rebranding.
Yep.
Yes.
Somebody needs to
Well, they've been
represent
trying.
fishes across the universe and rebrand them.
Yeah, Poseidon, where you at? But that question that you just that fun fact was actually a question that I got right on the game show that I was on. Is the Patagonian toothfish or whatever was rebranded as what fish?
Really?
Boom, Chilean sea bass.
Boom.
Boom. Yeah. Okay.
Remember when we
Slumdog Millionaire?
Remember way back in the infancy of this show when we discovered that Jarrett there goes my stomach.
Wow. that is quite something.
Passing gas! Not yet.
No.
Not yet. When he was on a game show and we got the audio of it, that was fantastic.
That was my
You
one
were
shot,
so
my
close
one
to winning.
opportunity.
Yeah.
I've gotten to the final stages of getting on other game shows, but I didn't do it.
Vinny, any update on your
No.
Sports Jeopardy?
Sports
No?
Jeopardy, yeah.
nothing?
Have you
Got to make
applied?
that happen, Vinny.
You do.
Have they fully? I don't know if they've officially
know.
announced that it was rumored that it was coming back, but yeah.
Is it going to be a team event, do you know, or individual? Because the pop culture Jeopardy is a team event. It's teams of 3.
Yeah. Even that's passed me by. There was a time I watched a few episodes of that where I was like, I don't even know pop culture anymore.
Too much
getting
YouTube
old.
stars and
Yeah,
reality
shows
TVs.
and what's viral.
K-pop.
Start the show,
Get
Jarrett.
off my lawn.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming. Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Paul Skeens. What are you going to do?
You got skeened. That's what happened.
The reigning National League Cy Young winner was in top form Wednesday night, and Brandon Lau's solo home run in the first inning proved to be enough as the Pirates downed the Diamondbacks 1-0 at Chase Field. Skeens had a perfect game going until Lourdes Gurriel reached on an infield single with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Skeens then allowed a single to Nolan Arenado, but recalibrated and retired 10 in a row, including striking out the side in the bottom of the 8th. D-backs did get a runner on in the 9th when Geraldo Perdomo walked with 1 out, but Gregory Soto retired Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll to end it. That 3-game series will wrap up today at Chase Field with a little matinee action. Zach Gallen on the hill for the Snakes against Pittsburgh right-hander Mitch Keller. First pitch 12:40. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, where you can hear all the action beginning with pregame at noon. Pretty good pitcher's duel between Skeens and
Mike Soroka.
well, one
There you go.
pitch. That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good. He's really good.
The thing is, literally, if you play against Paul Skeens and the Pirates, you just need 2 runs.
That's it. How many times in his career already has he pitched tremendous and lost? Detroit Tigers lefty Framber Valdez gets slapped with a 6-game suspension on Wednesday, stemming from his plunking of Boston shortstop Trevor Story in a 10-3 loss to the Red Sox on Tuesday. Valdez had given up back-to-back home runs to Wilson Contreras and Wilyer Abreu in the 4th inning, then uncorked a 4-seamer right into Story's back. Valdez was ejected, did not get much post-game support from Tigers manager A.J. Hinch, who had some really interesting comments, but also got suspended for a game.
Yeah, that was bizarre,
I didn't understand the Hinch part of it.
Yeah, either do I, unless that's just part and parcel. If a pitcher does it, you also hold the manager responsible. I don't know. I didn't get that either.
It was very rare to see a manager not back up a player in that instance, but I also think A.J. Hinch was right in doing so. It was pretty obvious to everybody.
I think Dan's right, though. It's probably just like a thing that if that happens, this is what happens.
Yeah. NBA playoffs Wednesday. Knicks jumped out to a 2-0 series lead with a hard-fought 108-102 win over the Philadelphia 76ers. At Madison Square Garden, Jalen Brunson led a balanced New York offense with 26 points. OG Anunoby had 24, but left the game limping late in the fourth quarter. Philadelphia played without injured Joel Embiid. They did get 26 points from Tyrese Maxey. And the Spurs even up their best of 7 with Minnesota. A 133-95 shellacking in Game 2. Stephon Castle had 21. Victor Wembanyama, 19 points, 15 rebounds, and 2 block shots. Tonight on the NBA postseason slate, Game 2 in Detroit with the Pistons holding a 1-0 series lead and hosting the Cavaliers. 4 o'clock on Prime. Then it's Game 2 in Oklahoma City. Thunder looking to push their lead to 2-0 against LeBron James and the Lakers. Tip-off there 6:30 on Prime. The Arizona Cardinals have media availability today for 3 of their draft picks, and quarterback Carson Beck, their third-round selection out of Miami. Fourth-rounder Caleb Proctor, a defensive tackle from southeastern Louisiana. And 6th-round pick Carson Shire, an Iowa linebacker. Rookie minicamp at their training facility in Tempe runs Friday and Saturday. Then it's on to voluntary veteran OTAs on May 18th and 19th. New ASU basketball coach Randy Bennett told Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports he's feeling great after getting treated from Mayo Clinic for an undisclosed health issue. Bennett was hired on March 23rd, had his introductory press conference postponed due to his health. That press conference will happen today in Tempe.
All right.
So he'll finally get introduced as the ASU head coach. Golden Tempo, the 23-1 long shot that won last weekend's Kentucky Derby, will not race at the Preakness in Baltimore a week from Saturday. Damn load management.
Sammy's back there shaking his head. You don't like the story, Sammy?
Change it.
Sherry DeVoe.
No, it hasn't changed yet.
Next year?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sherry DeVoe made the announcement in a statement released Wednesday. The horse's absence at the Preakness means horse racing will not have a Triple Crown winner for the 8th straight year. Sammy, of course, knows who the last one to win it was.
Justify.
Exactly. I told you. He knew it. Ted Turner, a significant figure in the sports world, passed away Wednesday. Turner owned the Atlanta Braves, Atlanta Hawks, Atlanta Thrashers, World Championship Wrestling, was founder of TNT, TBS, CNN, and Cartoon Network, and captained yachts in the America's Cup, and in fact won the 1977 Cup aboard Courageous
Renaissance
of
man.
the New York Yacht Club.
I believe he was the manager of the Braves at one point. Is that correct?
For one game.
How about that?
They went 0-1.
What a character.
Phoenix Mercury guard Sammy Whitcomb undergoing a procedure today to remove a loose body in her left knee. Loose bodies.
There we go.
She will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. Mercury begin their 30th WNBA season Saturday afternoon in Vegas against league champion the Vegas Aces in a rematch of last summer's WNBA finals. There you go. There is your splash for this Thursday, May 7th. And I forgot to change the date on the show sheet again. Coming up next, after a week of Cardinals rumors, why can't we just get over the hump? I got you, Jared.
Let's get over the hump. I like that.
It is Thursday, after all. We're supposed to be past the hump when it comes to the calendar. That's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-1. Swinging a bouncing ball to first. It's fair. It's gloved by O'Hearn. He steps on the bag. The ball game is over. Paul Skeens fuels the Pirates to a 1-0 shutout victory. He goes 8 strong. And the D-backs will look to tomorrow if they're going to try and pick up a series win.
Who will take the series victory? Find out today when D-backs Pirates Game 3 gets rolling at noon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
7.7 million people. That's how many student loan borrowers are currently in default across the country. If you're one of them and your debt is private, you should really know about Why Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Why Refi, experts at helping people struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loans. And they've helped thousands of people in this exact situation, people just like you. What makes Why Refi different is they don't start with your credit score. Instead, they start with your life. And they ask really important questions like, what can you realistically afford? What does a payment need to look like for you to actually make it every month? Then they go about building a low fixed rate plan around that number. And once you're in with Why Refi, you are in. There's no surprises. There's no rate jumps, just steady, predictable payments that let you start moving forward again. I've heard from people who called Why Refi thinking there was nothing left to try, and they walked away with a real concrete plan for the first time in years. That could be you. Call Why Refi today at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble? Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay, calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry, I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Spring is in the air, and Alev's long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring is a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
Oh no, I dropped my lip balm in the water. I can't think of anything worse than the looming threat of potentially having chapped lips. It was ginger vanilla too, my favorite flavor.
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Luke. After his day in his darkness retreat, has Wolf changed his mind on Aaron Rodgers coming to the Cardinals? We'll ask him at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The Arizona Cardinals have a bridge quarterback who all of a sudden wants to get paid like Kirk Cousins. Jacoby Brissett, I think he wants more money. Who's their offensive coordinator in Arizona?
Oh, but you're talking about Nathaniel Hackett being their offensive coordinator, yes.
If you're going to pay a quarterback $20 million to put butts in seats, and you've got an offensive coordinator who's best buddies with Aaron Rodgers, what quarterback do you think will put butts in seats in Arizona?
But the one reason it doesn't make sense is I don't think they're that good.
That's from Inside Coverage last week. Charles Robinson from Yahoo Sports, their well-connected NFL writer, putting that out there. Real quick, to backtrack 1 second.
Yeah.
Couldn't you see Wolf doing a darkness retreat? Doesn't he seem like the type?
I don't know.
Interesting.
I'm not sure about that. I could see him going to, like, jousting camp.
Joust.
You know what I mean? If there was a camp where you could do medieval games, I'd see him doing that.
You could also get a turkey leg. It's called Medieval Times.
Yes, I could see him like recreating the scene in Cable Guy. Hand-to-hand
Down,
combat.
down, down. Red Knight going down. Metaphorically speaking, of course. Jousting.
Jousting camp. I don't know where that came from, but I think it's kind of perfect, isn't it?
That is perfect. All right, so here we are, another day.
Yeah.
More levels of connection. And that was where kind of it all started. Charles Robinson among the first to suggest this. But look, there's smoke, and I'm starting to be overwhelmed by the smoke because you brought something up yesterday, Bick, that I found to be very interesting, and shame on me for not watching the 2023 version of Hard Knocks on HBO featuring the New York Jets because of Aaron Rodgers' overload. But you brought up this whole gold member thing, which is very, very pertinent to this show.
Very, very pertinent.
Because other than Caddyshack, Goldmember has been the movie that has been quoted the most in the history of this show.
I would say that's accurate.
So I went back and I got some cuts from the first episode of that season.
In fact, we are so Goldmember centric on this radio program. Nathaniel Hackett now has automatically become one of our favorite coaches. We have never talked to the man, but he's one of our favorites now. And I might be into Aaron Rodgers because of Goldmember.
Oh, no.
What an influential film.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Here was Aaron Rodgers explaining this on Hard Knocks, the Gold Zone.
Football teams are built on relationships. Aaron Rodgers and offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett understand each other perfectly. Thanks to the bond they formed in Green Bay, that's as good as gold.
I remember the first time that he hit me up like 3 times in the off season of 2019. I was like, who is this guy? Then once I was around him and I bonded really quick. He was always in charge of the red zone install every week, and it's not the red zone, it's the gold zone, because he's got this obsession with Austin Powers in Goldmember. And so he would show us clips every single week, so we got to know Goldmember more, you know, how he got gold genitalia, and then where he likes to party, and what he likes to eat, and he's a roller skater, and he's super flexible, and all these different ridiculous things. But that's how he would make things fun, is he would always, you know, mix things up with his presentations and encourage us to celebrate together. I think it was more that.
Of course, on this show, we know it was an unfortunate schmelting accident.
It was.
When you brought this up yesterday, Dan, at least 3 times in the telling of the story, you had to say, this is real. This is true.
Yes.
Because it's so ridiculous.
It is. But it also really illustrates how close these guys are.
Yes.
They have the same brain. We all have friends like that, right? Mm-hmm. Where you just have the exact same sense of humor, and that's why you get along.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is these guys.
These are these guys.
I went and I found written quotes. Aaron Rodgers was actually in his time in Green Bay lobbying for Mike Myers to show up at Lambeau. But we want Mike Myers in Green Bay. We want him in Green Bay as Goldmember, whether it's in the team room on Fridays to introduce the Gold Zone presentation, whether it's a video we can get from him, whether it's a Saturday night speech from him as Goldmember, as Austin Powers, as Fat Bastard, whoever he wants to be. We are big fans of Goldmember and Mike Myers, and if he wanted to show up, there'd be no one happier than Nathaniel Hackett, first of all. But we'd all be really excited. There's video of him scoring a touchdown, running for a touchdown in Green Bay from like the 6-yard line. And you can hear him on the telecast yell out, "We love gold!" But the thing that really got me believing and got overcome by this smoke was this quote. Because, it's not a mystery how close these guys are. Mm-hmm. But this was Aaron Rodgers on that same episode of Hard Knocks, responding to the criticism that really ruffled a lot of feathers that Nathaniel Hackett got from his year in Denver with the Broncos. When Sean Payton took over, he kind of said, what's going on here? And he was very critical of Nathaniel Hackett, said, it's probably the worst coaching job in the history of the NFL, or something to that effect. Everybody went, a coach talking like that about another coach.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers did not appreciate it. This was actually from Hard Knocks, but a clip he was doing an interview with Peter Schrager from NFL Network at the time.
Yeah, I love Nathaniel Hackett, and those comments were very surprising. For a coach to do that to another coach, it made me feel bad that someone who's accomplished a lot in the league is that insecure that they have to take another man down. Thought it was way out of line, inappropriate, and I think he needs to keep my coach's names out of his mouth.
And that was the other quote that you referenced on yesterday's show.
Yeah.
These guys are simpatico.
Simpatico,
And when you go past the history between them, Aaron Rodgers is at the end of his career.
Mm-hmm.
And we played that soundbite of the Charles Robinson. I don't know who it was. Was that Andrew Siciliano that chimed in? It doesn't make sense because they're not that good. That might not even matter.
It might not
Aaron
matter.
Rodgers
No,
at
that's
this point.
exactly right. That's exactly
I want to enjoy
right.
my last year in the NFL, and who am I going to enjoy it more with than my best buddy?
And the Cardinals do have offensive weapons.
Oh, of course
they do.
Yeah, listen here. We can connect even more dots because I think this is really, really fascinating. In fact, you know what? I'll save this. But the whole Nathaniel Hackett to the Cardinals, how he got here in the first place is very, very interesting. And I wonder if this thing has been cooking for a while. We'll get back into it.
Yeah, we will.
Is it real? Is it fake? Cardinals are not doing anything to put out the fire, I'll tell you that much.
Look, I'm usually really good at determining real or fake, but in this case, I don't know. It's a convincing job so far.
Is that a skill acquired over time?
It is.
Or is that just a natural gift?
I have a certain set of skills.
Yes. The problem is you love both. So you're not discerning.
Coming up next, did a poor game plan cause the D-backs to get scheened? That's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals rookie minicamp is coming. It's the first time our guy Tyler Boom Boom Drake will get a look at Jeremiah Love working out for the Cardinals, and the first time TD sees Carson Beck chucking passes around in Tempe too.
Want to know what TD thinks of this Cardinals rookie class?
Catch up with Cardinals rookie minicamp on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Waltz is a Valley institution. They have been serving the Valley since 1957. Eisenhower was president back there, and that was 11 years before the Phoenix Suns even got here. So yes, they are a Valley institution, but have you seen them lately? If not, head on down and take a look at Waltz. I've been to their showroom in Tempe. It is fantastic. They have everything you need as a sports fan to take your viewing experience to the very next level. All the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Great selection of outdoor televisions, and the outdoor televisions at Waltz are built specifically for the Arizona heat. They can withstand the heat, all the dust, and the clarity of it is fantastic, even with the glare from the Arizona sun. But the thing about Waltz is they're going to give you great selection. They're going to give you great expertise, a great experience, but you will get the exact same prices you would find at the big box stores. Now, a lot of people assume Waltz would be more expensive because it's not a warehouse. That is not the case. They're price competitive with the big box stores on the exact same models. But here's what you don't get at the big box stores. Somebody who answers the phone when something goes wrong. Someone who comes back to your home if there's an issue. At Waltz, you're paying exactly the same price and getting 10 times the service. Go check them out. You will get the immersive viewing experience you need as a sports fan. While you're there, drop my name. You're going to get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. Don't show up empty-handed. At Mo Money Pawn and MMP Jewelry, find the gift she deserves. Stunning rings, diamonds, and chains. This week only 45% off diamond jewelry, 50% off silver, and 20% off handbags. Looking for something different? We carry firearms and ammo too. Make mom feel like $1 million. Stop by 12th Street and Indian School, the only pawn shop with a full-service ice cream parlor. Or shop at momoneypawn.com. Mo Money, Arizona's largest pawn shop.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the ultimate man cave sports lodge where you can keep up with all the baseball, basketball, hockey, and everything else going on right now. If it's on, it's here. And they've got massive screens and perfect sightlines so you can catch every single memorable moment right as it happens. Game day watch parties, event nights. You couldn't ask for a better spot than Twin Peaks with their entire menu made for MVPs as well, and the great scenery and environment that they're known for at 5 convenient Phoenix locations now. There's one nearby wherever you are in the valley. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondback bats went silent into the Wednesday night. Just 2 hits and 0 runs. That is not going to win you a lot of baseball games. Paul Skeens dominated for the Pirates in their 1-0 win. Mike Soroka was great as well, but the Snakes couldn't get anything going at the plate. The rubber match is today at 12:40 with Zach Gallen on the mound, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Brunson and the Knicks went up 2-0 last night over the Sixers, who were without Joel Embiid, 108-102, and we'll head to Philly feeling pretty good. The Spurs responded in a big way, 133-95 to even their series as it heads to Minnesota. Both the Lakers and the Cavs will look to even their series tonight in Game 2. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
31 years old. There's a swing and a ball drilled deep center field. Thomas going back. He is looking up. That is gone. My goodness. There's the power on full display. That's his 9th. And Pittsburgh in front 1-0. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And down goes Moreno as Skeens strikes out the side in order in the bottom of the 8th. We go to the 9th. Pirates in front 1-0.
Yeah, you just heard all the offense in last night's game and the biggest storyline in last night's game, all in 26 seconds from Chris Garagiola. 1-0 the final score. The Pirates beat the Diamondbacks last night to even up that best-of-3 series. Second batter of the game, Brandon Lau goes deep over against Mike Soroka.
Yeah.
Who then settled down and was fantastic the rest of his stint. And the Diamondbacks ran into a buzzsaw named Paul Skeens. And there's some questions about the approach on how. Look, Skeens is a tough go no matter what your approach is against him. He's one of the elite pitchers in Major League Baseball. But there was a strategy that was carried out by the Diamondbacks. Here was Torey Lovello explaining that strategy, that approach?
There's no approach issue there at all for you?
Not really, because I know what the plan was. So that's where he beat us. So I know what our plan was today. We followed the plan, and then we got a little mixed up. Some guys were trying to dig in and get into deep count. So the plan was to get going early, not let them get into some secondary stuff.
So obviously the plan was the plan. It wasn't carried out specifically and consistently according to Torey Lovello. The plan didn't work. And then Paul Skeens was notified of the plan that the Diamondbacks had and had this to say.
It means I can go deep in games. If they're going to, it's when you can get outs early in counts, that makes it easier to pitch. And, that's when you get the 7-8 inning outings. It's the same thing as Braxton a few days ago. So they were taking their shots and not too many of them landed, but that's an approach.
Yeah, that's an approach. A little confusing before the game started. The pregame media availability, Torey Lovello said, we've got a plan. We're going to continue to grind down at bats and try to get runners on base. There was nothing pregame when he described their plan that made it seem like they were going to go first pitch hunting against Paul Skeens. That doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. It would seem like anytime you face any great pitcher, the most obvious plan of attack is try to limit how many innings you have to face him.
Absolutely. You're not.
That's a really bad plan. If that was truly the plan, that's a really bad plan.
This was Paul Skeens' 8th start of the year. It's the first time he's gone 8 innings, but he also completed 8 innings by throwing 97 pitches. So the plan kind of fell on its face. And I'm with you. How many times when you're facing a top pitcher, is there, or even a pitcher who's just rolling, maybe not even a top pitcher, but a guy who's rolling and the pitch count gets too high, so the opposing manager has no choice but to go to the bullpen.
That's it.
There's an overwhelming wave of relief that comes over that lineup.
That's it.
And they didn't get that relief in time last night because the way that game was shaping up, yes, it's 1-0 most of the game, and Soroka settled down and was fantastic. The Diamondbacks were getting the requisite defensive help they needed. Alec Thomas made an unbelievable catch on a ball to the outfield. Pittsburgh ran into an out. They got another out at home plate on a great play. They were making the plays defensively they needed to win that game, to scratch across 2 runs and steal the game. But I think that approach really hindered that.
Yeah. Again, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I'm sure maybe that in scouting Paul Skeens, they thought that was the way to go. And I don't know about what secondary stuff. The primary stuff was pretty terrific.
Yeah.
The fastball and the changeup. What else were you worried about?
Unless there's like extreme data that says he throws first pitch strikes like much of the time that's the best pitcher going to get is that first pitch. Doesn't make sense. And it didn't work. So adjust.
Well, right, exactly. There have been a few games this year where the Diamondbacks have got victories after facing pitchers who were mostly unhittable in that outing. I had the names. I don't remember them. One of them was the kid from whatever. There are 3 games where the Diamondbacks were getting just rolled by an opposing starter, and they hung in there, and they hung in there, and they hung in there, and they got the starter out of the game. They came back to win that game.
Yeah.
That seems to be the game plan, the blueprint, anytime you face a great pitcher. So I don't get it.
And the way that shook out, too, sorry to jump in here.
Yeah, no, it's all right.
The way that happened, too, was Skeens was able to get through 8. So Don Kelly in the other dugout doesn't have to roll the dice on a middle reliever, a setup guy at all. There's very little chance. You go 8 and hand it off to one of your closers in Soto, he's got to get 3 outs. You'll sign up for that every single day.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So, look, it's on the bright side, you got to see a premier starting pitcher play an old school baseball game. That's what baseball looked like in the 70s.
Even with the mustache.
Even with the mustache.
You're exactly right. Here's more from Torey Lovello on the at-bat quality against Skeens.
It's hard to define a simple approach off of him. He's very dynamic. I think he reads swings. He's very smart, and he's going to throw pitches based on what he's seeing, and he made some good adjustments. you prepare for the velocity, but you don't see it. You don't see it every pitch. Typically somebody throws 98 miles an hour, you're going to see it a lot. But he pitched, and that's what kept us in neutral. So I throw the approach out the window. It's tough. It's very tough to hit against somebody that felt it the way he did today. And Michael did a great job. I wish we scored 4 runs. We'd be talking all about how good Michael Soroka did today. He threw the heck out of the baseball.
Yeah, and that's lost in the whole thing, is how good he was, and a bounce-back performance for him.
And I think the other takeaway is, all right, so far after the closed-door meeting in Chicago where he summoned all starters together and spoke to them as a group, which is a very unusual thing for Torey Lovello, he's gotten 2 good starts in succession from it. So don't know if it's cause and effect, but it's a good trend.
Yeah, it is. And you made reference to this yesterday going into the Skeens start, that opening day was a disaster for him at Citi Field against the Mets. Mm-hmm. He lasted 2/3 of an inning, 4 hits, 5 runs, didn't get any help from O'Neill Cruz in center field. His ERA when he left the mound that day was 67.50. You know what it is now? 2.36.
Wow. Wow.
That's how good he is.
He got that ERA back down to all-star level before June. That's great.
He had 5 earned runs on opening day. In his last 7 starts, he's had a total of 6 earned runs.
Wow.
And 0 earned runs in 3 of those starts.
He's pretty good. Where's he going to end up? Because he's not going to be with the Pirates forever.
Dodgers.
Yeah.
Scooble, Skeens.
Speaking of the Dodgers, have you seen this this great footage from Shohei Ohtani against Jose Altuve? So he struck out Jose Altuve on a sweeper that was 9 miles outside of the strike zone, okay? And it's so crazy that somebody put a meme together. They replaced Jose Altuve's bat with an actual Jose Altuve. So Jose Altuve is swinging himself, and he still can't reach the bat. Or he can't reach the ball.
Yeah.
And after the strikeout, Shohei glares at Jose Altuve. There was speculation that a fastball was called, and he threw the sweeper instead because he thought the Astros were stealing signs again. How is that possible in the era of PitchCom?
They have their ways.
Those filthy Astros. Those filthy Astros.
I thought you were going to say something else there. D-backs, by the way, so far this season have faced both reigning Cy Young Award winners. Both games ended 1-0.
That's wild.
They beat the Tigers and Tarek Skubal 1-0, and they lose to Paul Skeens 1-0.
That's wild.
And on Ohtani, by the way, you know what his ERA this season is? 0.97.
Yeah. But how many home runs does he have?
That's true.
He's not even among the league leaders.
That's
in home
right.
runs.
He's
only 6.
He should go back to just pitching.
Overrated. The rubber game of that 3-game series, Diamondbacks Pirates today. A little afternoon action at Chase Field with all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app beginning at noon. Coming up next, we'll get into some NBA playoff talk with some of the happenings on the hardwood on Wednesday night. That and more next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If I'm Mike LaFleur, I'm looking at it like, let's make sure we get the right guy in here. I need to know if Beck's the guy, and if not, I want Dante Moore or whatever a year from now. I don't want to play around, be stuck in this sort of like weird football limbo. Like, let's get the right guy. If you're a GM, you might be like, Aaron Rodgers gives me a better chance to keep my job.
That's it.
But the thing is, I don't think Aaron Rodgers has taken the Cardinals to the playoffs anyway. You're still in this division, and this is not Aaron Rodgers in his prime. I don't even know what this is anymore.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas also supports the lifestyle of Arizonans, like cooking a meal, for instance. Natural gas is the fuel of choice for chefs. Whether you enjoy dining outdoor cooking at home or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or for nights getting cozy by the fire or roasting marshmallows for s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future for our community, please visit swgas.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
They certainly could have used Embiid down the stretch when Cat was being guarded by guys much smaller than him in the latter stages of the game. They also could have used Embiid to get a bucket or two when they just couldn't buy a shot in the final 6 or 7 minutes of the game. That said, the Sixers have a lot of experience playing without Joel. Tyrese Maxey is obviously a fantastic player. They got up a bunch of threes. They made a bunch of shots, but the Knicks really were able to live at the rim for a lot of this game. Certainly could have used Embiid's rim protection. Knicks got a lot of easy buckets inside they think it wouldn't have otherwise.
Tim Bontemps, CSPN, on the absence of Joel Embiid in Game 2 of the 76ers.
What was wrong with him, Vinny?
What wasn't wrong with him?
My goodness.
I mean, how many times...
That dude,
To use Tim Bontemps' own words when he said the Sixers could have used Embiid, how many times have they said that during his career?
I know.
He's been fantastic when he's been on the court. Now, they lost Game 1 by 39 points. They didn't have him last night, and they lost by 6. I thought it was a really good effort for 3 quarters by Philadelphia.
There are honest-to-God smart basketball people who think when Joel Embiid is on the court with this current group, the group diminishes because this team has got a lot of weapons that do not get utilized when Joel Embiid is the focal point. And you saw it. You saw it at the end of the series win that they had prior. You saw it at the end of that game where they were force-feeding the ball to Joel Embiid nonstop, and it almost cost them the game. And then Tyrese Maxey basically saved them, and they punched their ticket to this matchup. So there's people who believe that this 76ers group will compete better with the Knicks without Joel Embiid. I don't know about that, but it's a theory.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it go both ways, but the problem is he's never going to be able to be counted on in these situations from a health standpoint. I mean, the end of the last game, watching him trudge up and down the court, and look, there's a lot of embellishment involved as well, but that's not to say he doesn't have extensive injury history. The injury that made him limp at the end of game 1 was Tyrese Maxey flopping and then launching himself backwards right into the knees of Joel Embiid.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a way to stop flopping. Because when you flop and you injure one of your important teammates, and it cost you a series or a championship.
That's an incentive not to do it.
Maybe that's it. But it was an interesting fourth quarter because Philadelphia scored 12 points in the fourth. I thought they played really well for 3 quarters. They shot the 3 really well for 3 quarters, and then they leaned on the 3 in the fourth, and it went cold. Live by the 3, die by the 3, 1 for 10. Meanwhile, the Knicks, they're continuing to roll. 5 straight now in the playoffs. Not saying it's a clear path for them to get to the finals, because this series is far from over, and I'm very curious to see. I don't have any faith in Cleveland, but I'm very curious to see what Detroit looks like the rest of this series. But I think the Knicks are the overwhelming favorite to get to the final from the Eastern
I'm
Conference.
curious about that. I would say they're the favorite. I'm curious about Detroit because being down 3-1 in that series against Orlando, being down 24 points at one point in the first half of a closeout game in Orlando, rallying back to win every one of those games when you're on the brink, that can change a team for the better. That can really kind of it maybe be like the last box a team has to check, because now there's never any panic. You learn incredible lessons and incredible things about yourself when you come back from that. So I'm real curious what the Pistons are going to look like the rest of the series. If Cleveland is going to put up any obstruction at all, if we're going to get playoff James Harden or what. But I do think that the Knicks have a ton of momentum, and I do think that there would be some appetite to see them in the NBA Finals because they're New York, because it's Madison Square Garden. It's an iconic brand.
All the celebrity fans that are popping up now.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Especially against what looks like it's inevitably going to be Oklahoma City. They would love to have a big premier team and a big market on the other side of it, I would think, the NBA.
You would think. Because last year, that was the talk was, and Oklahoma City, Indiana turned out to be a very entertaining 7-game series, but how much did we spend time talking about?
And it was low rated.
Yeah, low rated because of the market size.
And that doesn't always mean, the market size doesn't always translate, but Oklahoma City also doesn't have a lot of crossover stars on their team. So I think having a marquee franchise on the other side would help.
Yes. In the Western Conference last night, the Spurs, they got their legs underneath them last night. They absolutely smoked the Minnesota Timberwolves, didn't they, Chris Finch?
Well, they just kicked their butt in every aspect of the game tonight. So offensively, defensively, it didn't matter. They took it to us, and we didn't really respond very well.
And we talked about what the T-Wolves would look like. Anthony Edwards came off the bench again. Yeah. He's still on a minute restriction. They didn't have the same juice. The saving grace and the overwhelming sentiment going back to Minnesota for Game 3 for the T-Wolves is, we just lost by, what did they lose, by 39? There's been so many blowouts in these playoffs.
No doubt about it.
But they accomplished their mission. They're even. They got a game on San Antonio's floor.
What happened in that game, too, is exactly what is like in the playbook in the NBA playoffs. A home team that squanders Game 1 comes with great desperation, and the other team is already fat and happy. We're good. We already got our victory. We're going home winners, and that's exactly what that game looked like.
Yep. Anthony Edwards after the game.
We started the game too cool, and they came out physical, picking up full court, full of energy, and we expected that, but we just came out too flat today. I think that was the main thing. I told the guys after the first game, like the natural tendency for teams that steal the first game, the away team, they get blown out Game 2. So we can't come out cool, and we came out cool, and what happened? We got blew out. So, I mean, my mama used to tell me a hard head make a soft and that's what happened tonight.
He was so close to having just a pretty insightful, like, mature post-game press conference, and boom.
I don't even know what the blink was there. Maybe I'm dumb. A hard head makes a soft
ass.
Why did they bleep that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought you bleeped it.
I didn't bleep it.
It was pre-bleeped?
I don't bleep that word. Maybe I should. It's a really good one yesterday with that word in it.
Perennial.
Yeah.
No, that was a different one.
Oh.
What was the other one?
I'll find it.
Yeah, so last night, it wasn't a monster defensive performance by Wemby. Only 2 block shots. So I don't know if Chris Finch's words about the goaltending had anything to do with it, but
yeah.
I mean, they won game 1 with 12 blocks. They lost by 38 when he had 2 blocks.
It was this cut from Marcus Smart about after the Lakers loss.
JJ's been nice. We were ass.
That's right.
JJ's been nice.
He just said like they were like underwhelming or something, and then it's
JJ's been nice. We were ass.
And then tonight we get another look at the Lakers in that series, and it's not the overwhelming sentiment about that series is that it's over. There's still all this mystery about Luka. He doesn't know when he's coming back. I don't think, even if it went well and went 7 for the Lakers, I don't think he'd be back. But everybody's just counting this one over, and I can't say I disagree.
Look, LeBron showed up in game 1, but who else came to play? Austin Reeves has been terrible.
Austin 316, they're calling him. There's a Jarrett reference there.
Like shoots 3 for 16.
He went 3 for 16
Oh,
in
that's
game 1.
tremendous.
That's what it is, fantastic.
Yeah.
Austin 316 says, "I just played like ass." I just whooped your ass was the real quote there. Okay.
Coming up, Aaron Rodgers has been linked to the Cardinals all week, but there are reports that say he's on his way to speak to a different team today. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need a great team. You need a really good plan. That's what you'll get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, your tax, and your estate planning together on the same team under one roof. And if you've been grinding in your profession for some time and you're thinking about retirement, it's a great time to set up a free consultation with the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth, because chances are, if you're like most people, you might feel a bit uneasy about retirement. Maybe you're worried your money will not last, that you might have to take up a job in retirement to supplement your income. If you're feeling that way, you don't have the peace of mind you need or the peace of mind you deserve. That's why you call Trajan Wealth, because that's what they're going to give you. They're veteran-owned, they're locally operated, they're fiduciaries, which means that your best interests are their top priority. They'll review your existing portfolios to see if you're missing anything. If there are any huge gaps, then they're going to give you personalized strategies and tailor-made plans built around your needs and desires. You'll walk away from Trajan Wealth feeling totally prepared for retirement, and that's a great feeling. Call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for like so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota, let's go places.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. Don't show up empty-handed. At Mo Money Pawn and MMP Jewelry, find the gift she deserves. Stunning rings, diamonds, and chains. This week only 45% off diamond jewelry, 50% off silver, and 20% off handbags. Looking for something different? We carry firearms and ammo too. Make mom feel like $1 million. Stop by 12th Street and Indian School, the only pawn shop with a full-service ice cream parlor. Or shop at momoneypawn.com. Mo Money, Arizona's largest pawn shop.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks had no answer for Paul Skeens last night. He went 8 innings, struck out 7, only gave up 2 hits, and shut out the Diamondbacks. Mike Soroka did his best on the other side, 6 in the third, only gave up 1 run, but the 1 was not enough, and the Pirates took Game 2 of the series 1-0. The series finale this afternoon, another good pitching matchup. Zach Gallen will get the ball for the Snakes. Mitch Keller for the Pirates' first pitch will be at 12:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU's new head basketball coach, Randy Bennett, says he's feeling great and ready for the challenge of the Big 12. Big 12. For more on that story, head on over to arizonasports.com today. And the Knicks took a 2-0 series lead over the 76ers last night, and the Spurs evened things up in a big way against the Timberwolves. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Call 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How does Carson Beck view his opportunity with the Arizona Cardinals? We will hear what the rookie quarterback had to say on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Breaking news exclusive to the Fan Morning Show. This is not a drill. This is real.
Oh, boy.
Aaron Rodgers expected to be in town tonight. with the expectation of him signing this weekend. This is a big one.
Mm-hmm.
This is the real thing, folks.
Yep.
Not speculation. This is what we have been told and sticking to it.
Yeah, that's 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh this morning with their breaking news sounder is different than ours.
Just the guy yelling.
We have enough of those guys on this station. That's the report. Ian Rappaport of NFL Network today has put out a couple of tweets. Free agent quarterback Aaron Rodgers, who is expected to visit the Steelers Friday and this weekend, will likely play for them in 2026. Sources say a deal is not done, and there is always caution until things are signed. But Rodgers' plan is to play for Pittsburgh, and these are steps toward that end. And then he added, while the Steelers gave Rodgers the UFA tender, that's considered a placeholder. Hard to imagine he plays for $15 million, which is why a deal must be worked out and finalized. But finality is coming soon, sources say.
All right, so then if those facts are to be accurate, did the Cardinals go through this lengthy idea of, hey, we're interested in this guy just to help him get paid? Is this what this was all about? Because there was a story yesterday that came out from a Pittsburgh podcast from Pat Rooney Jr., who is the cousin of Art Rooney II, who is the current owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And he said, oh, yeah, the Cardinals reached out to us. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Just to inquire about Aaron Rodgers. Was this all a scheme cooked up by Nathaniel Hackett and the Cardinals to help Aaron Rodgers get paid?
That would be something.
Well, I mean, because again, when you have Mike LaFleur going on What Is Up, Jim Rome, when you have him going on that radio show and dancing around it, giving off the vibes like, oh, he didn't say no. He didn't put that to bed. There must be something happening there. And the Kendrick Bourne tweet, when it made it seem
that was weird.
When it made it seem like the Cardinals were the team waiting on him and not the Steelers.
Yeah, the Kendrick Bourne tweet really kicked it into a high gear. But
yeah,
going back to the LaFleur thing, not to put a pin in that balloon, but that's the Cardinal way. They dance around everything. They never shoot anything or confirm anything.
That's a good point. That's a good point. It's interesting to me because backing this thing up, when people wonder, okay, where did this whole thing come from? You did a good job earlier today kind of illustrating just how close Nathaniel Hackett and Aaron Rodgers happened to be. What's interesting to me is Nathaniel Hackett took a job in Miami as the quarterback's coach. And less than a week later, Mike LaFleur was hired, and they basically poached Nathaniel Hackett from the Dolphins. Gave him a better job, so there's nothing. There's nothing unethical about it.
Sure.
But it was still kind of odd for him to be in Miami for less than a week. I had a conversation with Matt LaFleur, Mike's brother, who is now the coach of the Green Bay Packers, at the WM Phoenix Open. Super cool dude. He basically called Nathaniel Hackett and said, "The Cardinals need you. Mike needs you. They need you more than the Dolphins do." And that would have been in early February that Nathaniel Hackett came here. And so there was a school of thought that maybe this has been a plan that's been cooking for some time. Now, that doesn't make any sense in terms of why they would sign Gardner Minshew or why they would draft Carson Beck, which is why none of this has made any sense at all.
Maybe... Look, when all the smoke clears, and if what Ian Rappaport is saying and what the Pittsburgh radio station is saying comes to fruition, he goes back to Pittsburgh, maybe it was just a situation where the Cardinals recognized, hey, he's dragging his feet. Maybe he doesn't want to go back there. We do have a guy on our coaching staff now that's real close to him, and maybe we will pause what we're doing or what we had planned at the quarterback position or change things up for a 4-time MVP and a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, that's very possible as well. In fact, that's probably more probable than helping Aaron Rodgers get a raise.
Yeah, because I think it's, when Kirk Cousins signs for $20 million with Vegas, guaranteed, by the way. His agent's awesome. But that pretty much puts the market on what Aaron Rodgers' minimum is for a single season.
Yeah, and I think that in thinking this through yesterday, you could easily see a world where Jacoby Brissett comes to the Cardinals and says, "Hey, you've got to bump my salary, man. You're not paying me, commensurate wage. This is not market wage for a starting quarterback." And it's very possible they said, "Well, what do you want?" "Okay, I want 15, I want 18, I want $20 million bucks." It's very possible Nathaniel Hackett said, "Hey, I can get you Aaron Rodgers for that kind of money."
Yeah. I know a guy.
And then maybe they're like, "Well, what?"
It's funny. Do you think Jacoby's now sending him that Rappaport tweet and saying, well, look who's come crawling back.
Right? So, yeah. So if the expectation is that Rodgers is going to be signed by the weekend, then this has probably been a money play for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that could be part of it, too.
It's also interesting because the other part of this you brought up late last week, and it's come up again this week, is that the timing of this.
Mm-hmm.
If he signs over the weekend, most of OTAs and minicamp still have to happen. I expected, if he was going back to Pittsburgh, I expected this to drag on well into the summer.
That's a good point. That's a very, very good point. Now, but then again, the Pittsburgh Steelers might have told and informed Aaron Rodgers, we can't operate on that timetable again. You got Mike McCarthy here. We need you here.
Yeah.
And it still might be some sort of deal where he doesn't have to go to all these things, where he gets excused absences for these different workouts and training camps and this, that, and the other, I mean, last year, right? Didn't last year he missed some of it, even though he was signed with the team?
I'd have to go back and check the exact dates on it, but it certainly seems like that.
There was something where he went on some mysterious vacation or something, I thought. And he missed like 2 weeks of training camp.
Yeah. When he went to Egypt, right?
Yeah, something like that.
That was last year, wasn't it?
I don't even remember if it was last year.
Yeah.
And they don't even have a team.
This schmucko does this stuff every year.
What a hump.
People keep putting up for it.
I know.
This is not in his prime Aaron Rodgers.
No, that's the whole thing. If this was in his prime Aaron Rodgers, you'd say, oh, absolutely.
And this is why Pittsburgh, who fancies themselves as the model franchise in all of the NFL, is getting killed, that they're letting this happen to them.
Uh-huh. Well, but that's part of the deal with Aaron Rodgers, because he's bigger than everything and anything, even the iconic Pittsburgh Steelers. Well, there you go.
We'll keep an eye on anything coming out of Pittsburgh this morning. But look, at the heart of it, if this does happen, what do I always say to you, Bick? We work in the possibilities business.
That's right.
Don't
That's
we?
what we're at. That's what we're at.
We had a lot of fun possibilities out of this. And the silver lining is we don't have to deal with a year of Aaron Rodgers.
Think of all the great Goldmember content we got from this. Who would have even known?
That will never stop. We are your Goldmember leader.
There's no doubt about that.
Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to Chase Field. The next drawing is for D-backs versus Twins, June 19th. Just text the word seats to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers. Coming up next, is it possible to have too much of a good thing? College sports certainly trying to find out. We'll explain next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, Royal Box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Here's how you can win.
Cheerio.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all May long. Then on May 28th, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize, a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Before you put your home on the market, know your options. Most agents bang a sign in the yard and pray the right buyer comes along. Not Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She has a proven system that works. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 12 cash offers on your home or choose her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol will sell your home at a price and time frame acceptable to you, or she'll buy it. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar, you'll know you're making the right decision. Call Carol Royce today or visit CarolHasTheBuyers.com. Carol and Seller must grant price and possession.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
Hey, it's Luke. After his day in his darkness retreat, has Wolf changed his mind on Aaron Rodgers coming to the Cardinals? We'll ask him at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'm still giggling. Maybe it wasn't a darkness retreat. Maybe it was jousting camp.
Jousting camp.
They have that. They should. That'd be fun.
What's that, jousting camp?
Yeah.
Or like just a medieval.
Yeah, the reason that came to my
camp.
mind this morning is that Wolf, I think, would love nothing more than putting on medieval armor, fighting in the mud,
and meeting someone in the A gap.
He has like a medieval personality of
very much so.
Very He has, respect for women.
Chivalrous is the word you're looking
Chivalrous.
for. Chivalrous. Yeah.
He's been known to wear chainmail to work. Too much of a good thing. No, we're not talking about Jarrett Carlin at the smorgasbord. We're talking about the NCAA, which on two different fronts, actually three, looking at expansion. Apparently the expansion to 76 teams in the NCAA tournament is just a formality. It's happening. Even though the most prominent figures in college basketball are all against it. I mean, you're talking about coaches like John Calipari, coaches like Mark Few, Dan Hurley, Brad Underwood. They've all come out on the record and said, what are we doing here? We have a lot of problems in this sport. This solves none of them. It was widely considered for years and years and years. College basketball is not the most perfect sport. But the NCAA tournament at 64 teams, not 68, 64 teams was considered about the closest thing to perfect we had in the sports world. And they tinkered with it. And they're not done tinkering with it because they're going to add up to 76 teams in this field. It's ridiculous.
Something very fundamental has changed in this country when in regards to stories like this, and that is, let's wring every dollar out of X and fill in the blank, and don't worry about quality, don't worry about social structure, don't worry about all the things that are important, just get the money. And I equate this to what's going on. I read a thing about Brendan Sorsby and young people getting into trouble with gambling in that athletic survey, the anonymous survey of NBA players. Many of them say this gambling thing is getting out of control. These sports leagues have voluntarily and willingly introduced this, knowing the societal ills that this is going to bring. They're complicit in this just for money. They know that they're doing something harmful to society by this. Not for everybody, but there are a lot of young kids who have gotten sideways with this. And Brendan Sorsby is one of them. And these leagues there's blood on their hands when it comes to this. They don't care. Wring every last dollar out of everything. And so you look at this now. College football playoffs, if they expand to 24 teams and the NCAA tournament, you are going to have 100 playoff teams a year from the two major revenue sports. 76 plus 24.
176 if you count women's basketball.
And again, to reemphasize the point you brought up, the fans are not asking for this.
No. Not only are they not asking for it, they don't want it.
Just the opposite, right?
Well, the
thing is also, once it happens, they're not going to contract.
No.
Once it expands, it's not going to get less.
No, you're exactly right. Now, college football, at least the powers that be in college football, will be realistic about it. We're creating more television windows, therefore we're creating more money. What's happening in college basketball is they're trying to distract you with other stuff. Oh, we're creating more at-large opportunities for power conferences. Did those power look, I'm an ASU fan, right? Was ASU deserving of an NCAA tournament spot last year? I don't think so.
No.
They had 20 games in conference to prove
absolutely
it.
Not.
Even though they had a good non-conference mark, they played in a tough conference. They didn't.
Also,
if 76 teams was in place last year, there's a really good chance ASU would have got an invitation to that.
And that is not what makes the NCAA tournament fun. People don't say, "Boy, I wish there was more 11 seeds." From the ACC. They like the low, small schools and mid-majors.
John Calipari even has a problem with that. He said in an article on CBSSports.com, quote, "I'm a big believer in the idea that if it's not broke, don't fix it, and I think that applies to the NCAA tournament. Having said that, if we are to expand, my hope is that at least half the spots are held for non-Power 4 teams. If they do that, we're making the decision for the right reasons. As someone who's been both David and won some and Goliath and lost some, that's what makes this tournament special. We can't afford to lose that special piece of our sport." It's an interesting point, but I would also say this. We don't need more potential Cinderellas either.
No.
I think the number was perfect. All of the conferences are represented.
And then in football, 24 teams. Is there any year ever where the 24th team in the country?
No.
You'd say well, that team deserves a chance at the national championship in football.
If you're talking ratio, how many teams in the NFL make the playoffs?
It's 14.
7 per conference. So 14
out of 32.
14 out of 32. So if you're making 24 out of 136, is that the Division I figure? 100, something like that. The ratio isn't bad, but what would it look like?
Well over. Are you talking about football?
Yes.
136.
136.
Around there.
Around there. So the ratio is not bad, but you got to ask yourself, what is it going to look like? Now, the college football playoff going to 24 teams, I think it's going to do a couple of things that are really good for the sport. Number one, it would eliminate the conference championship games, which are another grotesque money grab, right? And it would get this thing started in December. It would lessen the bye weeks to 1. There'd be less downtime in college football, is what I'm trying to say. But what would that playoff look like, and who would control it? Because we know right now the Big Ten and the SEC, they're driving this. And everybody else, they're either going to let you on the bus or you're not. You've got no say.
Yeah.
You want to know who the teams that were ranked 22nd through 25 last year? Houston, Navy, North Texas, and TCU.
Look, any one of those teams could get hot. And
That's
run
true.
the
Yeah.
I've said that about Navy
Beat
for years.
Indiana.
So I don't know what I think about this 24-team playoff, because the first 8 teams would get a bye.
Yes. But
so the rest of it is just glorified stuff.
Mid-range bowl games
right.
that
yes.
Not
playing.
But the point about nobody wants this, nobody's clamoring for it, nobody wants it is very valid.
Mm-hmm.
And Jared's point of it's only going in one direction. Tom Izzo said that in that same article. I was a Division II guy. I feel for the lower, smaller programs. I hate to break something that isn't broken. And I know if we went from 64 to 68, it's like NIL. You can get $10 million, you still won't have enough. You can have $20 million, it's not enough. If we go to 76, 96, it's never going to be enough.
24 will become 32 in football.
Great point.
76 will become 84. It will.
Which, if you go back to the BCS days, the way the powers that be in college football said, we can't do that. We can't have a playoff. These are student athletes. We can't do that.
That again.
And then it got to 4. Like, that's it. We can't go any more than 4.
Yeah.
That's it. And immediately it went to 12, which is about perfect in my opinion.
Yeah, listen, you bring up a great point, because how do you trust the mission statement of a university and what they claim they believe in when they act like that, when they sign off on things like that?
They're non-profit institutions.
Yeah, that's right.
They're not interested in
Yeah,
profit.
it's all altruistic. We're just in the search for truth and beauty, folks.
People are paying
That's what we're doing.
$80,000 a year for tuition. Still looking for the perfect Mother's Day gift. Get Mom D-backs baseball. Uh-oh. Here, this is for you, Vic. Get Mom D-backs baseball all season with D-backs TV, 50% off. At just $44.99 this deal through May 10th. Coming up next, Sammy takes us through the big stories on this Thursday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-1. Swinging a bouncy ball to first. It's fair. It's glove by O'Hearn. He steps on the bag. The ball game is over. Paul Skeens fuels the Pirates to a 1-0 shutout victory. He goes 8 strong. And the D-backs will look to tomorrow if they're going to try and pick up a series win.
Who will take the series victory? Find out today when D-backs Pirates Game 3 gets rolling at noon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Right now, the student loan landscape is changing fast, and if you are carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes help you because private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that is exactly why YRefi exists. Hey, it's Vince Murata. YRefi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is their whole focus. They actually consider where you are financially and build a low fixed rate payment plan around that situation. It's not a temporary patch. It is a real long-term solution. YRefi works with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. And they do it without judgment. They're not going to grill you with questions or shame you. They've seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you will know exactly where you stand and what's possible. So give YRefi a call today at 888-YRefi85 or visit them online at YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured Burger of the Week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondback bats went silent into Wednesday night. 2 hits, 0 runs. Isn't going to win you a lot of baseball games. Paul Skeens was dominant for the Pirates in their 1-0 win. Mike Soroka was great as well, but the Snakes couldn't get him any help. The rubber match is today at 12:40 with Zach Gallen on the mound, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Brunson and the Knicks went up 2-0 last night with a 108-102 win over the Sixers without Joel Embiid, and the Knicks will head to Philly feeling pretty good. The Spurs responded in a big way, 133-95 to even the series as that heads to Minnesota. And both the Lakers and the Cavs will look to even their series tonight in Game 2. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Milano mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Sabolka, here to get you guys caught up on what's going on in the sports world and in the Valley. And let's just start. I want to ask, is last night's Diamondback game, do you just chalk that up to the Cy Young, Paul Skeens doing Cy Young things?
Yeah, Vinny brought up a great stat earlier. The Diamondbacks beat Tarek Skubal, the reigning American League Cy Young winner, 1-0.
And did that by scoring a run in the first inning, if memory serves.
That's right. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. And now you lost 1-0 to Paul Skeens. If somebody said you could have these two outcomes at the start of the year, I'd say, okay, good. You know, you beat one, you lost one. So be it.
Then you feel the same?
To a large degree, yes. I could feel that way and still be a little bit puzzled by the approach, which we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna jump on him early.
But there's no proof or indication that a different approach would have made a darn bit of difference the way he was dealing.
No,
last
he's
night.
that good. Like he can beat your approach.
Yeah.
What are the odds that the two best pitchers in baseball would be right next to each other alphabetically?
How about
if they went to high school together?
Yeah, they would be sitting next to each other at graduation.
Yeah. Wow, that's wild.
It is wild.
So we'll
usually you hate when I notice stuff like that.
It's true. we're gonna get.
Why are you obsessed with?
Not everything, Jarrett. That's not accurate.
So we're
your musing. I go about 50% on your musing.
Okay,
Some I really enjoy.
That's fair.
Fair. All right, we're going to get really into this topic a little later in the show, but I wanted to bring it up. In a world in which the Bucks are going to appease Giannis, and maybe he wants to come to Phoenix, would you do that? And maybe should Matt Ishbia do that?
No.
Okay. There we go. That's why I asked.
love Giannis. What do you got to give up to get him?
So I was thinking about it. It's probably going to have to be, he's making a lot of money. It'd probably have to be Dylan Brooks, Grayson Allen, Fleming, and Malawach, and whatever first-round pick you have.
Yeah.
Why on God's green earth
would Milwaukee
the
take
Milwaukee Bucks trade their most popular and most accomplished player in their franchise history for any package that wasn't flush with first-round draft picks?
Yeah, that's it.
Or Devin Booker.
Look, I'm the biggest Devin Booker fan in the world. Even Devin Booker.
Yeah.
You're getting a guy of the same age.
Yeah.
With a lesser resume.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
no, you're
about
absolutely
rebuilding.
right. Yeah, well, see if you, that's you're gonna have to give up way too much.
And it would have to be the ultimate Giannis leverage pull of I'm going nowhere other than here, and this is the package that's gonna have to come.
That's
back.
the thing. The teams that have all the draft picks, I mean, Oklahoma City, they shouldn't be allowed to get him.
No, they.
I mean, somebody would wake up David Stern, he'd block that trade in a second.
Absolutely.
But I've heard Brooklyn. I mean, does Giannis want to? It's New York, but it's.
But is it?
It's the stepchild of New York.
It is the stepchild, and we'll get more.
Well, it's the hip stepchild.
Yes, and we'll get more into the weeds of Giannis.
The bearded stepchild.
Staying in the Eastern Conference, we talked about the Knicks, their path to the finals. Maybe they'll run into the Pistons. Who's the best player in the East right now of the teams left?
Ooh, of the teams left in the East.
I guess Cade Cunningham, Tyrese Maxey,
Jalen
Brunson.
Between Brunson,
Mitchell.
I'm not throwing Mitchell in there. Brunson, Cunningham, and a nod to Karl Anthony Towns, who's been really good in these playoffs.
Yeah, he has.
Okay. I think I'd land on Cade right now, but if Jalen Brunson can get to the finals, I'm a Jalen Brunson guy.
Yeah.
I'd put him out there. All right, so we've heard this morning that maybe Aaron Rodgers is on his way to Pittsburgh to sign a contract to stay with the Steelers. Less about him and more about the Cardinals' future at quarterback. Are they great quarterback play away from being a really good team, or are there still...
Absolutely.
Okay.
A great quarterback makes you a good team in the NFL.
Okay.
I believe that. But they don't have a great quarterback on their roster.
No.
That's the whole point. That's the whole problem here. And I've said this for a year plus now. Now that the Kyler Murray experiment is somebody else's experiment, nothing the Cardinals do is as important as finding out who that next guy is, which is why that's the flip. That's the one scenario in which the Carson Beck draft selection makes sense to me. That you've got to take swings because you got to land the guy. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't matter what you have to give up or what you have to interrupt or what you have to try. You've got to find that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no one way to find that guy either.
That's it.
And is Aaron Rodgers at age 42 capable of being a great quarterback for a year? Probably. He's one of the most accomplished quarterbacks ever. Is there a better chance to get great quarterback play out of Aaron Rodgers than there is from Gardner Minshew Jacoby Brissett or Carson Beck? Absolutely. So I could see the interest.
Yeah.
That being said,
I honestly kind of feel the same way. Okay, I have a couple fun things that I want to end the reboot with. So last night, the Buffalo Sabres, they won their second round playoff. Josh Doan scored the first goal in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an NHL team that you're pulling for?
Buffalo.
In the playoffs? It's got to be Buffalo for you.
The market, the fans, they deserve something like this, and that would be absolutely wild if they could get to the Stanley Cup
They've
Finals.
never won a championship.
yeah, I mean, Buffalo has 2 Arizona-born players on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
And when you add the romance between Buffalo fans and their teams, it's great. And they've sucked for so long.
Yes.
I mean, the Sabres have been terrible for a very long time. That's the team.
Yep. And Bick, remember when you mentioned the Sabres Bills parlay?
Yeah. Did you jump on that?
I jumped on it. So I'm a Sabres fan.
No, I love it because there was a famous psychic who predicted this was, I think, like 2 months ago. This is before the regular season even ended. That the Sabres and the Bills were going to go back to back, and Sammy jumped on it.
And okay, I'll wrap with this. Did you guys
All right.
see what happened to Cubs pitcher Matthew Boyd?
Yes.
So he tore his meniscus sitting down to play with his children on an off day.
Oh,
is there a unforeseen circumstance like that where you were just everyday things that you got injured?
I've talked about this a lot. My back has been injured in some of the stupidest ways ever. I injured my back getting off the toilet.
Wow.
Sitting
on a toilet?
I injured my back picking up a laundry basket. I've never hurt my back in doing anything like
athletic or
competitive, athletic, anything. That's the only time my back goes out is when I'm doing something stupid, like something normal.
Toilets!
Bick, does any...
Thank you, Steve Ballmer.
Does anything come to mind for you?
We had this weird thing once where my wife broke her toe, and the very next day I broke the exact same toe on my foot. I barefoot. I accidentally kicked the bottom of my daughter's crib, and I ended up breaking the same toe my wife had broke the day before. We had matching broken toes.
That's the foot equivalent to when me and Vince ran over the same thing coming off the highway.
It is.
I also I almost sliced my finger off opening a toy for my son when he was young, because instead of using like scissors, I used the steak knife.
That'll do it. And
that will do it.
I just want to read a couple. On this Yahoo article, they list other extreme injuries that happen to athletes.
Okay.
Slicing a thumb on a knife while washing the dishes, breaking an elbow after getting startled by a bull at a rodeo, hurting a finger while putting on pants, that happened, breaking a finger while
I
playing...
want to know who the victims were.
Oh, I'll click on all of these later,
okay.
and I
The
can get
rodeo
back.
one, some guy named Mason Saunders. What happened there?
And this one got me. Cutting a hand with a knife while trying to separate frozen hamburger patties. Let me click on that.
That sounds like something I would do.
Yes.
Yep.
Jeremy Affeldt.
Jeremy Affeldt, a pitcher, yeah.
San Francisco Giants pitcher.
Wow.
So
Didn't Brian Anderson get hurt in a weird way, getting out of a cab?
He did.
Got
What
my
was
Brian
it?
Anderson
Yeah.
stories
Didn't
mixed
somebody
up.
fall down carrying deer meat or something?
Who was that? Yeah,
Remember
that did happen.
Like,
you could
like
be
on an icy porch. Yeah.
Yeah, you could be a Aroldis Chapman and hit the IL with an infection from a leg tattoo.
Right.
All right, Sammy, we're all rebooted. Coming up next, our weekly visit with the president and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Derek Hall. It's next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you say, what is the one thing you are looking forward to the most about the Arizona Cardinals season, I wouldn't say it's Jeremiah Love. I expect he's going to be good. I want to see Carson Beck play. No, like over anything.
Yeah.
It's not, is Chase Basantis going to be a great guard? No, give me 6 or 7 games of Carson Beck. I want to see what you have. I don't know what you have.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. Don't show up empty-handed. At Mo Money Pawn and MMP Jewelry, find the gift she deserves. Stunning rings, diamonds, and chains. This week only 45% off diamond jewelry, 50% off silver, and 20% off handbags. Looking for something different? We carry firearms and ammo too. Make mom feel like $1 million. Stop by 12th Street and Indian School, the only pawn shop with a full-service ice cream parlor. Or shop at momoneypawn.com. Mo Money, Arizona's largest pawn shop.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about the truck that powers your workday, the SUV that fits everyone's everything, and the drive that makes every journey feel like a win. From Silverados to Traverses, Equinox, and beyond, Freeway Chevrolet has the selection, service, and hometown experience Arizona drivers count on. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and pay.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President.
To have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The President.
On Now with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The Wednesday winning streak is over. Diamondbacks get skinged last night by the Pirates 1-0. Mm-hmm. Every Thursday, we talk to the president and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Derek Hall, and he joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. And by the way, Jarrett's upset because he called me this morning or texted me to see if I could be on video, and I just got in. So I'm on phone again, but Jarrett was doing his job. I want to report that.
Wow.
How
we should hit the breaking news sounder.
We should
for
hit the
that,
breaking news
Derek.
sounder on that. That doesn't always happen.
Yeah, much like
Derek.
they do in Pittsburgh. Breaking news!
I started the splash early this morning with the words, Paul Skeens, what are you going to do? Is that what it boiled down to last night? We had that discussion. Is it just, look, it was a solid pitch game, both sides, but sometimes you just run into a pitcher that's too good.
He's amazing. He really is. And I mean, he's good for the game. He's a really good guy, and you could see how great he is. I mean, he's one of the easily top 2 or 3 pitchers in the game, maybe number 1. And you know that going in. And I think when you're facing a guy like that, it gets in your head a little bit, before you face him. Much like you guys were talking about Scooble earlier, same deal there. And I think it's been a tough little stretch for us. It was nice to bounce back the night before, but there were a lot of positives last night. I mean, you're going to have trouble against Skeens, any night, regardless of what your approach is. But the fact that our defense was so strong, the fact that our pitching was so good again, and not just Soroka, but the bullpen came in and did their job and gave us a chance to win. And I thought, even in the ninth, okay, here we go. You finally chase him, but you got to face Soto, and he's ridiculous too. I tip my cap to the Pirates. They're a really good young team. I mean, not only can they slug, but they've got really good pitching, and they're a tough team right now. But so are we, and I see some really good signs, and I think we're starting to see ourselves getting back to who we are.
Pessimism around baseball would lead people to believe, Derek, to say a guy like Paul Skeens being in Pittsburgh is very temporary, that it's just a matter of time before he gets cash whipped by one of the major market teams, maybe one in L.A., who knows. But, and not to say that you have the inner workings of knowledge of how Pittsburgh operates, but they're starting to change a little bit. They're starting to give bigger contracts to younger players. How damaging would it be to the sport if that happens with Paul Skeens, if he goes somewhere else?
Well, I love to see a guy stay in uniform, with his team as long as possible, and especially a player like that. What he's done for Pittsburgh has been unbelievable. And, he had a no-hitter going through, 4th, 5th inning last night, and I looked over at J.J. Putz and Gonzo and said, hey, any minute, all eyes are going to be on us, right? Every network is going to turn to us because of Skeens, and unless we get a hit, it's going to be focused on us. That's him. And so when you have a premier player like that, you hope to see that player stay in a uniform. And, he's dominant. I mean, I listened to you guys this morning talking about the approach against Skeens, and I don't know what approach would work, right? I mean, there's 2 ways to get him. You get him early, and you look at some of the film from games that he maybe was challenged, and teams jumped on him early. If you try that, he's going to find a way to beat you. If you try and, just get his pitch count up and get him out of the game early, he's still going to dominate. Yeah. I mean, I think, look, any team that faces him could look like notorious ass, right? And don't bleep that. But don't bleep it.
No doubt about it. No,
yeah.
You're absolutely right
by
about
the way, by the way, I could be upset with Jared too. I hope he never does another parody on a ace pitcher that we're going to be facing, especially with the Neil Diamond song. I knew we were in trouble.
Yeah, I might have jinxed us. I'm sorry. That's my bad.
You did. Forever in Blue Jeans was bad.
Thank you, Derek. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about one of the things that interests me was Torey Lovello summoning all the starters into his office in Chicago, which is an unusual move from Torey, and yet it seems to have had good results. What is it about this group that they needed to be reminded to throw strikes? And how does a pitcher get into that realm where they're not in attack mode, where they start nibbling?
Yeah, I mean, Vic, I don't think they ever need to really be reminded, but it's the idea of getting everybody together and saying, hey, we're relying on you. Our bullpen's doing its job. If you guys don't get later and deeper into games, we're going to hurt our bullpen. And, our offense is keeping us in games. You guys are not. And get back to what you were doing at the beginning of the season. But it is rare for him, Vic, to sit down with more than 1 or 2 guys, and for him to bring everybody in and remind them and challenge them. And so far, it has worked. But that also shows how much, these guys really respect and listen to Torrey. They want to do it for him and for our fans as much as they want to do it for themselves. If you ask any of them a week ago, how we doing as starting rotation, they would say, we're not doing our jobs. We're awful right now. So, they don't need to be reminded, but it's good every once in a while to get everybody together and say, are we on the same page? Can I challenge you? Because we've talked about passing the baton from start to start, and there's momentum. And I think that may be what's happening now. So let's certainly hope so. But again, we knew what was going to happen. Well, we didn't know. We were pretty sure what was going to happen last night. We were going to face a really good start, and we were going to have an equal start from our starter, and we did. For Soroka to give up one run and to stay in that game into the seventh inning was terrific. And sometimes I think you can, and I can't really focus on the starting pitching because they've been brilliant the last two nights, but you focus on the offense and you say, okay, how was the approach? And again, I think sometimes every team outthinks the approach, and then it's in their heads. And I think back to years ago, guys, I'm with the Dodgers. I'm a young kid. I'm on the bus, and I'm sitting behind Karros and Piazza, two great players, one a Hall of Famer. And Karros is going through a tough streak, and he says to Piazza, I can't figure it out. And Piazza says, dude, you're thinking too much. You got to be like me. Just be stupid. Get up there. See ball, hit ball. Right?
Just be stupid. Right.
Be stupid.
Don't get in your own head. Ball. Right. It's very accurate.
Sometimes that's it, right? Just get up there and do what you know. Just see the ball, hit the ball.
Right.
So I do think sometimes we all put a little too much pressure on ourselves. But starting pitching is key for us. It sets the tone. We got to preserve the bullpen. We're losing off days. So, we've got some challenges ahead of us, but I like what I've seen the first 2 days.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our weekly guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Going back to the last road trip, obviously started in Mexico. You get the split. That Sunday game was real fun in Mexico. Then Milwaukee happened, not fun. Chicago happened, not fun and cold and windy. But we were talking about it earlier this week, Derek. This start of stretch of schedule through the end of May, and including the Pirates, where you got a chance to win a series today, it's against a bunch of teams that are sub 500 right now. Do you look at that as an organization as, hey, this is a chance where we can make some hay, or is it difficult to do that because of the issues a team has? Do you tend more to internalize the problems and say, hey, if we do what we do, we'll win some baseball games?
Vinny, I think, if we do what we do, we'll win. I think, there's 30 teams in the major leagues for a reason. They're all major leaguers, and they can beat you on any given day. But there's a reason why the three of us, spoke about that schedule for so long. Mm-hmm. Like, we just got to get through that stretch. Well, we got through it. And, we were a game under 500, which was pretty remarkable. When you look at what our starting pitching had done, what our starting ERA had done, what our main offensive weapons had done. So, there's really good reasons for optimism. And we did circle that part of the calendar and say, we got to get through it. Yeah. Well, there's a reason for that. So if you get to the teams that you're hoping to see on the schedule, you got to take advantage of that. And what we've had a problem with in the past, again, we've talked about this, is, sometimes we play to the level of our competition. And when you go back east and you have that tough road trip and you win those games and then you let, the foot off the gas a little bit, sometimes when you're playing other teams that you should have an edge over, maybe you play to their level. We can't do that. We've got to play our game. We've got to continue to win. We got to get back to winning series, and it starts today. Let's win the series against a good young team, and then we'll see what happens. But obviously the schedule is easing up, compared to what we've had in the past. It was a really tough way to start that season. Those 6 weeks were very tough. And this last road trip was difficult too. You go into Mexico City, which were home games, which is odd. You have those two games, and you go on the road and you go play in Milwaukee and Chicago, which was not easy at all. That's a tough road trip, especially after coming off that East Coast swing and only having a quick stop here. So, it's nice to be back home. And it's nice to see the schedule ease up a little bit, but we have to take advantage of it if we can, and we should.
Well, Derek.
Here's the word of advice. Do not be notorious ass, Derek. Good pull.
I agree.
Good pull.
The last thing I will say to you guys, we have a huge weekend. We got fireworks Friday night.
Yes.
We've got the bobblehead Mandalorian on Saturday. You guys been pumping that. And Sunday, Mother's Day with the jersey. So come on out and help us beat the Mets.
Yes,
there
definitely.
You go.
Thank you, Derek.
Good
we'll
luck,
talk to you
Derek.
next Thursday.
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Derek Hall, President, CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our weekly guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Daily, you get it, at 8 o'clock, and it's coming up next, the Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for like so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here, and as affordable as the roof repairs were that Gleason Roofing did at my house, and as affordable as Gleason Roofing makes getting a new roof, it could still be a lot of money to pay out of pocket. So Gleason Roofing's making it easier than ever to get your roof done now and pay over time with flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners. The bottom line is this: you don't have to wait until there's a problem. Gleason Roofing can take care of your roof now with payment options that fit your budget. And trust me, you want the honest people at Gleason Roofing, a GAF Master Elite contractor that's been protecting Valley Homes for more than 25 years doing your roof. Invite them over for a free, honest roof audit. No scare tactics or pressure. It's just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there. Go to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. Markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? So it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road. Also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall now and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks had no answer for Paul Skeens last night. He went 8 innings, struck out 7, and only gave up 2 hits and shut out the Diamondbacks. Mike Soroka did his best on the other side. 6 1/3, only gave up 1 run, but the 1 was not enough, and the Pirates took Game 2 of the series 1-0. The series finale this afternoon between Zach Gallen and Mitch Keller. First pitch will be at 12:40 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And ASU's new head basketball coach Randy Bennett says he's feeling great and ready for the challenge of the Big 12. For more on that story, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
We have done this dance before in the Valley, that awkward tango with a fading superstar who fell from the heavens and into our laps. The Cardinals tried it with Emmitt Smith, the Suns traded for an aging Shaq, and the Diamondbacks treated us to the country charm of Madison Bumgarner. Aaron Rodgers would have been worse on many different levels, and if the new reports are true that Rodgers is on his way to Pittsburgh and the Steelers are expecting to sign him before the end of the weekend, then we all dodged a proverbial bullet. Now, I'm still not sure what the Cardinals were thinking, or why they did very little to squash the speculation, or why new wide receiver Kendrick Bourne told Rodgers to hurry up because the Cardinals were waiting on him. Maybe the team enjoyed the attention. Maybe they thought signing Rodgers was better than giving the money to Jacoby Brissett, especially given the ticket and merchandise sales a polarizing Hall of Famer would provide. But to blow up the blueprint for a 42-year-old quarterback would have been asinine. The signing of Gardner Minshew and the drafting of Carson Beck would have looked amateur hour foolish, and we all know Rodgers is at his most insufferable worst when he's stuck on a losing team, which means this is a story begging to go away, and hopefully it just did. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Austin Powers fascia.
His what?
His fascia, Dr. Evil.
All right, so
by the way, that line might have killed me more than any line in that whole
loved
movie.
It. Absolutely loved it.
His fascia, Dr. Evil.
Dr. Evil, his fascia. So, listen, the reason why is, as we discussed right at the start of the show, before this news dropped from Giddy radio host in Pittsburgh.
Oh, and if you didn't hear it, let's hear it.
Let's hear it.
Derek Hall even referenced it.
Breaking news exclusive to the Fan Morning Show. This is not a drill. This is real.
Oh, boy.
Aaron Rodgers expected to be in town tonight with the expectation of him signing this weekend. This is a big one.
Mm-hmm.
This is the real thing, folks.
Yep.
Not speculation. This is what we have been told and sticking to it.
There you go. All right, so
and they sound happy about it.
They do sound happy about it. That's the sound of a proud football franchise that has been taken prisoner by a quarterback who basically has had them on a string now for 2 years running.
That's also the sound of two radio hosts that have watched Mason Rudolph play quarterback.
Well, so it was a whole 12-minute thing that I was listening to. Mm-hmm. They said that, and then all they talked about afterwards was how this would benefit Drew Aller and Will Howard in their progression.
Okay, that's funny. That's really funny. Here's the thing. Last night in Pittsburgh, it became peak panic, which is why they sound so happy this morning. It all came from, I talked about this report, Pat Rooney Jr. went on a podcast. Now, he's the cousin of the Steelers owner. He's a member of the Rooney family. So even though he's not affiliated with the Steelers, everybody assumes he's got great access, he's got great information. He said the Cardinals reached out to the Steelers to inquire about Aaron Rodgers. And at that point in Pittsburgh, this became very, very real. The idea that, oh my goodness, you see what their wide receiver said, that they're waiting on Aaron Rodgers? What is going on here? And then the Nathaniel Hackett thing is what really took this from the, this is ridiculous, to maybe they're actually considering this, because as we laid out, these two guys, you use the word simpatico. They share the same brain. They have
two peas in a pod.
Two peas in a pod.
Thick as thieves.
Yes, and they love Goldmember more than anything, which I respect. I mean, how do you not respect that? I love gold.
It's the worst one of the three.
I was going to say, it's the third best.
It's the Beyonce one. I know, but the Goldmember character almost makes up for the Beyonce.
It almost cancels out Foxy Cleopatra.
Yes, almost. Foxy Cleopatra. What was Halada? What was her name? Never mind. Never mind.
A lot of.
You don't remember it, Jared?
I do.
No,
okay.
He does.
That was the first one, right?
Yeah, that was the first one.
By the way, that actress, gorgeous. Anyway.
Yeah, so.
What does this mean?
Mm-hmm.
If there was flirtation, and let's just assume that this report from Pittsburgh comes to fruition.
Mm-hmm.
He's in town. He's going to sign over the weekend. That takes any flirtation out of the mix. What does it mean for the Cardinals? Because even when you remove Aaron Rodgers from this Cardinals quarterback circle situation, it doesn't answer all the questions. What does it mean for Jacoby Brissett, who's still seeking more money? What does it mean for Carson Beck, who was just drafted? If Rodgers goes to Pittsburgh, do the Cardinals then pivot by saying, okay, Jacoby, here's $15 million plus? And if they do that, what does that mean for Carson Beck? We were talking about it earlier in the week. I want to see Carson Beck start 13 games. Find out what you have, and the quicker you can identify who your quarterback is, whoever it is, moving forward, the better.
You said something earlier that I think is fascinating, and not today. You said this yesterday, and you mentioned that when we talk about the Phoenix Suns, when Matt Ishbia talks about the Phoenix Suns, when Brian Gregory talks about the Phoenix Suns, what word do they use ad nauseum? Alignment. You really have to question the alignment with the Arizona Cardinals, and that is to say, is Monty Ossenfort under pressure that Mike LaFleur does not feel? Which is to say, does Mike LaFleur look at this and go, I want to win every game? Or I'm sorry, does one of them look at this differently than the other? Is what I'm trying to say. That is where the word alignment comes into play.
Yes.
If Monty Ossenfort is making decisions based on his job security because he thinks this is his last hurrah, his last chance, his last year, Mike LaFleur most certainly doesn't feel that way.
Yeah.
He just got the job.
If you have an inequity in the tenures of your head coach and your general manager, I think there is a lack of alignment, just generally speaking. Because, first-time general managers that don't work out wherever they are and they end up getting fired because there's just not enough wins, they don't get other general manager jobs in the NFL. And we know this, you have to be a real disaster of a head coach to get fired after 1 year even though there's a lack of patience in the NFL. And look, Mike LaFleur early on doesn't scream disaster.
No, not at all.
So I do think just from when you look at the timetables, the lack of a similar timetable leads to misalignment.
Now, it can be very convenient for an owner who doesn't necessarily want to win because you always have a scapegoat, because you always got somebody on a hot seat. And I'm not saying that's the case here either, but I am saying that this is exactly what Matt Ishbia is talking about when he talks about alignment. And so I think in this, I'm with you. Even though you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who appreciates Jacoby Brissett more than me, and I've been told by many listeners I need to get over this guy. To me, I don't see the point. You've got Gardner Minshew. He's perfectly fine. You roll him out, and then you give the job to Carson Beck. And if he can't do it, you give the job back to Gardner Minshew, or you don't give it to him, and then you just And then you are what Pat McAfee said you are for another year. You are notorious ass for another year.
But at least there's a plan.
You're going in pursuit of that guy. Because once again, nothing trumps the idea that you need to get yourself a franchise quarterback.
And you'll find out whether you have one or whether you need one.
That's it. So that, to me, it couldn't be more clear what they need to do. And Mike LaFleur is just going to have to create a good culture despite the losing, if that indeed is the path.
Yeah, more clear what they need to do, but right now the pool is pretty cloudy.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's even removing Aaron Rodgers from the pool. Coming up next, whose career would you rather have had? Draymond Green's or Charles Barkley's? We'll get into a discussion about those two next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-1. Swinging a bouncy ball to first. It's fair. It's glove by O'Hearn. He steps on the bag. The ball game is over. Paul Skeens fuels the Pirates to a 1-0 shutout victory. He goes 8 strong. And the D-backs will look to tomorrow if they're going to try and pick up a series win.
Who will take the series victory? Find out today when D-backs Pirates Game 3 gets rolling at noon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
The Life Changer loan does exactly what it says it does. It changes lives. It allows people to pay off their homes in years, not decades. It saves their clients hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. But there's another element with the Life Changer loan that comes in very, very handy, because when life throws a curveball at you, Life Changer loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because Life Changer loan clients get to keep 24/7 access to their equity, and there is no monthly minimum payment. So in times of unrest, in times of financial uncertainty, Life Changer loan clients can navigate their way through troubled waters a lot better. In fact, they once had a client go 5 years without putting a single dollar into his mortgage. That was after the market crash in 2008. Yeah, that client's balance went up every month on the interest due, but that client never went late and never risked foreclosure. Chances are your mortgage cannot do that. Life Changer loan will give you the freedom, the flexibility, and more importantly, the control. When times are good, you can pay down and pay off quickly, and should that instability arise, you can manage those scenarios much easier. Like they say at Life Changer loan, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hello?
Hey, sis. Got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsberg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsberg.com.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. Don't show up empty-handed. At Mo Money Pawn and MMP Jewelry, find the gift she deserves. Stunning rings, diamonds, and chains. This week only 45% off diamond jewelry, 50% off silver, and 20% off handbags. Looking for something different? We carry firearms and ammo too. Make Mom feel like $1 million. Stop by 12th Street and Indian School, the only pawn shop with a full-service ice cream parlor. Or shop at MoMoneyPawn.com. Mo Money, Arizona's largest pawn shop.
Is
is there a tougher gig than being a roof in Arizona, right? Paul Calvisi, you're the big heat, monsoon storms. No one knows that better. No one does it better than America Roofing. For real, America Roofing just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. It's the very roof over our heads. Don't mess with the rest. You want the best. America Roofing, A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Repair, replace, home or business, AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Why you dunk it? Right in his face.
Well, it's over for the Warriors.
There you go.
I mean, no disrespect. But disrespect is no disrespect. Disrespect. It ends for every old team. You have your run. You get old. Y'all let Clay go. You and Steph on the backside of y'all careers. It just passed you by. Y'all had one of the greatest runs ever. If you think you're not in the playoffs, you're not going to make. You think you're going to get healthier for next year? You're just going to get older. That's no disrespect. You guys had one of the greatest runs of all time. If you want to compete, you're going to have to leave there. If Steph wants to compete, he's going to have to leave there. You're going to have to make that decision.
What if they bring the right pieces in?
They can't bring the right pieces.
Why?
Because they don't have no cap space.
Okay.
They don't have any cap space.
Do you believe this? Do you believe that? Do you believe what he's talking over here?
Well, here's what I would say. We had to hug for a reason.
It's Charles Barkley, Draymond Green, the whole cast of characters on ESPN. Still seems weird to say ESPN and not TNT, especially when they play the same theme music. But Charles Barkley making the point, the Warriors dynasty over. I don't think, look, on Pittsburgh radio this morning, they're not using breaking news to talk about that. It's been over.
Yeah.
And Charles is right. Is it harsh? Is it, reality harsh sometimes? Yes. Even though they went out and they got Kristaps Porzingis. They went out and they got Jimmy Butler. Two injury-prone older players, especially on Butler's side. It appears to be over. And Draymond Green doesn't know if he's going to be there anyway. And Barkley said it a couple times in that exchange, Bick. No disrespect.
Yeah.
But I think Draymond Green took it as disrespect.
What makes you think that?
Because of what he said to Charles Barkley later in the telecast.
Sports are for young people. You hope to have a great long career, but sports, nobody wins when they're 37, 38.
But you said what you said. I want to hear if he believes what you're talking. Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform.
Yeah.
Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it. I mean, so, we're always going to try to compete. When you win championships, the goal will always be to try to reach that level. Can we get back to that level? Listen, to your point, Jimmy's going to miss a lot of next year. Moses is going to miss a lot of next year. That's $70 million. $75 million of a $160 million payroll. So it's going to be tough. But make no mistake about it, the goal will always be to compete at a championship standard.
Yeah, the goal is not to look like Charles Barkley looked like in a Houston
brutal.
Rockets
that's
uniform.
Absolutely brutal. That's getting real personal, okay? And Charles Barkley was furious. He did not speak for the rest of that segment. That's how I know it. And look, not only that, Draymond Green was wrong. You can go look up Charles Barkley's numbers in Houston. He averaged 16 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists during his time in Houston. Not great MVP Charles numbers.
Not Barkley numbers, but
not
those
Willie Mays on the Mets.
But they're better than Draymond Green numbers.
And Draymond's value's never been really in the numbers. I can say that about him. But I thought, for Charles Barkley to say zero disrespect, and again, he was being very across the board, talking about it in concept. Older players just get older; they don't get healthier. The run is over. He was very factual about it. He didn't get personal, and I thought that was personal. And I thought that level of disrespect was unfathomable to me for a guy who's filling in for somebody who's a greater example of what you want to avoid looking like in certain uniforms. And if Shaquille O'Neal was sitting in that, and he said something similar to Charles Barkley, you'd say, okay, it bothers you because we got a soft spot for Charles, but at least it's Shaq.
And also there's
exactly.
There's
I agree with that.
There's a way to say it, and there's people that could say it that would then lead to Barkley doing the whole thing where he bounces in his desk laughing at it.
Yes.
Like, oh, you're just razzing me right now.
Look, and Charles takes a ton of crap on that show, mostly from Shaq, but there's a back and forth at it. I mean, for somebody, and people are wondering, for that particular show and that panel, and we've talked about it for years, the chemistry that they have together, you're not, in my opinion, you're not getting top flight basketball analysis across the board.
Kenny tries.
I think Kenny tries, and I think Charles tries. I don't think Shaq tries that hard, but you get a certain dynamic that is irreplaceable.
Yeah,
and they have There's a whimsical nature to that show that there's no whimsy in Draymond Green.
No,
there's no nuance.
That's a great point because the whimsy extends to the point where they even have had a segment who he play for, where Charles Barkley admits he doesn't know who some of these cats are. That's why it's relatable.
Yes.
That's why people love it. Right?
And Barkley usually has a great sense of humor about everything.
Yes.
Shaq is a little bit sensitive about stuff.
Yep.
Does get a little personal.
But he does let his guard down from time to time.
But also, Draymond seems to only have that part of it where he's sensitive. And,
well, he did this at the All-Star game, too. He was a guest at the All-Star game, and he started ripping everybody and everything, and people thought, dude, you're trying too hard here. And the larger issue, really, is Barkley's point is about what happens to great aging teams. Not players. He was talking about groups.
I don't think it's unrealistic to say that their window is closing rapidly or closed completely. So just to pay off the tease, let me present that to you. Whose career would you have rather had? Draymond Green has four championships.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Barkley, obviously, too?
To me, it's Charles Barkley. Yeah.
Well, and I don't want to disparage Draymond's career. It's been a great career. The guy was a second-round pick who was a key member of 4 championship teams. And I think because he's so disliked, people tend to lob disrespect toward Draymond's career. He's an amazing basketball player and a unique basketball player. That being said, I would still rather have Charles Barkley's career.
Mm-hmm.
Charles Barkley is one of the great power forwards that ever played the game.
Oh, he had about a 5-year stretch where he was the second best player in the association. And more to the point, though, just the lives he touched with his humor and his personality.
Yes, and he also hasn't played in a quarter century, and he's still one of the most popular people associated with the sport.
Yeah.
That tells you something.
Yeah. So Draymond Green is getting killed for this. Nick Wright of Fox Sports called it awkward, awful television. There's not many people siding with Draymond Green in that, and again, watching that and watching Charles just like swallow his anger and not say anything, that was awkward.
Yeah, and look, there is a place for Draymond Green to opine about what's going on in sports. I don't think it's that show.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And they keep trying to shoehorn him into that show. I think Draymond Green
won't see him again.
Sitting in a hotel room by himself, wearing a headset and podcasting by himself is the place that he needs to continue to do.
Yeah,
that.
I think you're probably right.
Because he does say interesting things.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But I don't think he can play well with others. On a television set, anyway.
Yep.
Coming up next, could the reigning AFC champions be without a head coach pretty soon? We'll talk about the latest twist and turns in the Vrabel Rossini soap opera next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
You could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September. Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, Royal Box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Here are the official rules and how you can win.
Cheerio.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and maybe you've wondered about that name, Sweet James. What is that all about? Well, his name is James Bergner. He's a world-class attorney. Our guy, Petros Papadakis from Fox Sports, former USC fullback, couldn't believe a Bulldog attorney could be so nice outside of the courtroom, called him Sweet James, and the name just kind of stuck. But know this, Sweet James and his accident attorneys, anything but nice, anything but sweet to the insurance companies you are going to be battling if you are ever injured in an accident. Sweet James, here's what they'll do for you. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They're going to get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. They're a law firm full of award-winning, extremely talented accident attorneys who are not afraid to litigate. They've got extensive trial experience, and their 98% winning record with over 500 trials served gives a strong message to those insurance companies that you cannot play games. You cannot deny, or delay justice when dealing with Sweet James. This is why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in Arizona. Hire Sweet James. You can expect maximum compensation. And remember, having the right attorney on your side literally can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Finally, consultation is free. The call is free. You will pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000 online at sweetjames.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for like so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Hey, it's Gambo. Let's chat for a second. If you're over 40, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I hit that point myself where your energy drops and weight doesn't come off like it used to. I was still working, still active, but it wasn't the same. That's because your body changes. It's biology. But it doesn't mean you have to accept it. You can fight back. That's why I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Not because it's hype, because it helps me stay energized and lean. It's built for men over 40 to support steady energy and metabolism. So when you're active, you get results. No extremes, just a daily supplement you take every day. If you're feeling that shift, don't wait. The longer you wait, the harder it gets. You could go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. You could also go to Sprouts. M-Drive is the #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts. Or again, online, go to mdriveformen.com, put GAMBO in the promo code, and get 20% off your first order. M-Drive for men who still show up.
Hey, it's May. Temps are climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondback bats went silent into the Wednesday night. 2 hits and 0 runs isn't going to win you a lot of baseball games, and Paul Skeens dominated for the Pirates in their 1-0 win. Mike Soroka was great as well, but the Snakes couldn't get him any help, and the rubber match is today at 12:40 with Zach Gallen on the mound, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Brunson and the Knicks went up 2-0 with their 108-102 win last night over the Sixers without Joel Embiid, and the Knicks will head to Philly feeling pretty good. The Spurs responded in a big way, 133-95 to even the series as it heads to Minnesota, and both the Lakers and Cavs will look to even their series tonight in Game 2. This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Craving scratch-made food, ice-cold 29-degree beer, and every game on wall-to-wall TVs. Head to Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports lodge. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
The story everybody's obsessed with and nobody wants to talk about. You can't go very long on the calendar without another twist and turn in this whole Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini story. It started with the pictures in Sedona. We've had a coach miss a day of the draft. We've had
photos of them in a New York City bar at a Mississippi casino.
And now, yesterday, the digging continues. An uncovering of receipts from a 2021 private boat rental where both the names Michael Vrabel and Diana Rossini appear on the receipts at a time when Diana Rossini was with child.
Yeah. Very close to delivering said child, by the way. This last development is icked a lot of people out. And
the whole story has icked a lot of people out.
The whole story
is ickier.
Yeah, listen, and so this it's almost to the point of this is painful, right? The larger story here, and the story that does deserve a little attention, is why the NFL is shutting down everybody who's talking about this, because they are. It's become quite obvious, and because there's some it's not necessarily to protect Mike Vrabel or Diana Rossini. You just wonder if they are very, very sensitive over lines that have been crossed that are very detrimental to the game. And what's appropriate, in my opinion, to talk about here is this relationship now. There's data points. And so this boat rental happened in 2021. Some of these pictures happened in 2020, the New York City bar pictures. So a pretty clear picture of a relationship that's lasted 6+ years is emerging.
Yes.
There are other corollary examples of players, of Diana Rossini reporting about players, and these players either getting traded to a Mike Vrabel coach team or from a Mike Vrabel coach team. This is where the story gets real dangerous, where they could have been controlling the market, suppressing players' values, that kind of thing.
True.
Where the reporter is using the platform to help the head coach attain players.
Which is, I mean, that's
where it gets real dangerous. Now, like I said, the fact that she's got a Coach of the Year vote and may have voted for Mike Vrabel, who cares? Mike Vrabel did a great job last year.
Yeah, he was going to get votes regardless.
Right.
And a lot of people say, well, that's unacceptable. Well, it's an award. Big deal.
Right. Exactly. But
when we're talking about the fiber of the game, yeah, it gets a little dicey there. And that's, I mean, I was going to ask the question, In today's news cycle, nothing lasts this long.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm talking about terrible tragedies, shootings, killings, even in sports. The fact that there were active players still being investigated for gambling ties on whether or not they affected the outcomes of games. It gets brushed under the rug. This one's got legs. And I'm wondering when it leads to one job's been lost. I don't know if Diana Rossini ever comes back from this, from a professional standpoint, in the role that she was doing.
It would be very difficult because her whole thing, she wasn't a television personality. She was an insider. How would that ever play again?
It's also the way she's handled it completely differently than Vrabel has, because she initially denied everything, didn't show any contrition because she said there was nothing to. Whereas Vrabel has pretty much admitted to everything.
Pretty much.
And after the initial, they had a very similar initial statement, and since then they've veered off. And I think part of the reason is, yes, he's trying to save his family, even though he's the one that put the whole thing in jeopardy in the first place. Secondly, he's the one that has a job that he's trying to keep, and I'm wondering how long that happens.
That's a great question.
Because what do NFL teams hate more than anything during the course of a football season?
Distractions, Vinny. Distractions.
Is this not the ultimate distraction?
Look, well, I mean, because there are questions that would be asked of Mike Vrabel that are some people think are demanding to be asked. What are you doing renting a boat for 3 hours? What was the purpose of that? That is the definition of distractions for a football team. There's some people who think Mike Vrabel might be best served just to take a year away, just to go, repair his family, take care of what he has got to take care of, and then just kind of get out of these crosshairs.
Yes.
Because the slow drip of this stuff it doesn't show any signs of ending.
Oh, mini camps are happening. Drake May, the most prominent player on the Patriots roster, was asked about it yesterday. His answer was interesting. Will this be a distraction? Quote, no, I don't think so. I mean, he's our head coach. I think he's done a great job of talking to us and talking us through it. I'm just looking forward to getting back to work and getting ready. May was asked whether the controversy is something the Patriots need to put behind them before the start of the season. Quote, I think that'll take care of itself. I know he's got the right mindset, and I know he's a great human being. I think he's, pause, like I said, I love playing for him.
Yeah.
I don't, normally speaking, I think what Drake May said would happen. It would take care of itself. We're more than a month into this cycle, and the digging somebody has got an insatiable appetite to uncover more on this.
Yeah.
Normally, this is enough.
Yes, and that is, and again, Drake May, for saying what he said, that's a player vouching for his coach, and he may feel that. He may feel that Coach Vrabel's a great person, but he says that. And then suddenly people are hammering Drake May. How can you say that when he's accused of this?
Yes.
That's what we're talking. Those are the kind of distractions that can derail an entire season.
And what happens if during the season, all of a sudden Diana Rossini comes out of, does a podcast where she spills like everything? Then that becomes a brand new distraction that Vrabel's asked about, that the players are asked about all season.
Well, and that's, I think that's what everybody's looking at. Is Diana Rossini going to tell her story at some point in time?
Does she have to?
Not to me, she doesn't.
On the one hand, these are their personal lives.
Yes.
There's nothing illegal that they're doing.
Yes.
On the other hand, if she ever wants to protect her integrity as a reporter and try to work again in that field, she has to explain exactly what was going on, right?
I would think so.
Would think so.
But again, I would think her role was very specific. It was a niche role. She was a football insider who leveraged great access to break stories.
Mm-hmm.
These set of facts, new facts, makes it very hard for her to be either trusted or to be hired in that role again. She would have to do something different, adjacent to football, or adjacent to being a football insider. You know what I mean?
Like a podcaster.
Like a podcaster. But I think some time away probably is what's needed for both of them.
Yeah,
because like you said, because TMZ at first didn't want any part of the story. now they're all over it because the New York Post had all that stuff. And
yeah.
They're like, what? No. Come on.
Right.
Click.
Right. Exactly.
And look, I use the term ickier. It's getting ickier. I'm not happy talking about this, but it's not going to go away either. And where we are on the football calendar, too, lends itself to this being the focus. Most people aren't going to care about, how the offensive line's shaping up in the month of May for the New England Patriots. They're going to just hyper-focus on this.
Yeah, it's true. It's very, very true.
Coming up next, the first year of the Dylan Brooks experience, overwhelmingly positive in Phoenix, but league-wide, is he considered overrated? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Would I like Jacoby Brissett there as a mentor to Carson Beck? Yeah, I would. In a perfect world, I would. As far as us making the playoffs, as far as a leverage play,
you have to have leverage, okay? But there's no other starting spots. So we're going to give you an opportunity to start. Do you want to start, or do you want to be on another team and be a backup and hope?
It's like he's playing poker with his cards face up, and he's just like, I'm all in. And everybody's like, we can see you have 2 4s. He's like, I'm all in. It's like the leverage is gone.
Drunk guy in a all in. All right,
see these 4s?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When summertime hits in Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, it means that heat is pouring into your home, overwhelming your air conditioning, costing you a ton of money. This is why I highly suggest you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows. They built them specifically for the Arizona heat. They feature triple low E protection that reflects 98% of the harmful UV rays. They're monsoon-ready seals protect them from heavy winds, and they've got a great warranty that features accidental glass breakage. So if a golf ball, a rock, anything ever breaks a window, they come out, they replace that window, no questions asked. They also build them specifically for the dimensions of your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the valley. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, they'll guarantee them for life. And their installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. I had them replace all of my windows. Super happy with the finished product. The installation process, the cleanup process was immaculate. Highly recommend them. And during their May window upgrade event, you're going to get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Remember, the month of May, the greatest time to replace your windows before that intense heat descends on the valley. 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da!
Huh? If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Make this Memorial memorable with Bunker to Bunker's 15th Annual Memorial Weekend Golf Tournament, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses on Saturday, May 23rd at the Wigwam Golf Club and Resort. Open to the public, the 2-person scramble benefits the Tunnel to Towers Foundation and is loaded with a big raffle, competitions, breakfast, and a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $142. Make it the perfect Memorial Weekend. Stay and play vacation with our hotel specials. For details and registration, go to bunkergolf.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Diamondbacks able to solve Paul's schemes, or did they take a loss to the Pirates? We're reacting to D-backs Pirates at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings taking you up until 10 o'clock. Dan Bickley, Vince Murata, Jared Carlin, Sammy Sabolka with you, and then it's Wolf and Luke. Wolf back from his trip to jousting. Yesterday, we touched on this a little bit, but we didn't get a chance to elaborate. The annual player survey came out from the Athletic/New York Times, where they asked questions about things in the league, things, deep stuff like the integrity of the game was a big topic this year. But they also asked the questions that they ask every year, and that is overrated player, underrated player. That's where we touched on. And it was interesting to see underrated player. There was a Phoenix Sun that got some notoriety. Now it's 2% of the vote, 2% of 151 votes. So we're not talking about a ton of votes. But Colin Gillespie did get mentioned. I was shocked to see because there's probably, I didn't count them up, there's probably 100 names of people that were mentioned, either voted for or anonymous others receiving votes. I was shocked that Jordan Goodwin didn't get mentioned.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Because I do believe he is vastly underrated and was a real boon for the Phoenix Suns this year. On the overrated side, most overrated player, Alperen Şengün, only 81 votes cast, so that indicates the players don't want to talk ill of their fellow players with that fewer number of votes cast. But he got 12.3% of the vote.
Which is really odd to me. That doesn't match the production of the player at all. So you wonder what that is all about. In fact, there's a lot of players on the overrated list that you would wonder about, such as Rudy Gobert. Is he really overrated? He was fantastic defending Nikola Jokic. Karl Anthony Towns, is he Paulo Banchero's overrated? To me, the danger of this survey, to me, the overrated phrase, the word overrated, I think becomes a convenient placeholder for guys that other players don't like. So if you don't like a dude in the NBA, you're voting him overrated.
Yeah, that's where I exactly went when you see Şengün's name on the top of the list.
Yep.
I don't think, again, and I cast my opinions on players based on what I see with my own two eyes. When he plays against the Phoenix Suns, I'm usually pretty impressed with the player, Alperen Şengün. Do I think he's a bit of a goofball? Yeah. Does he flop? Absolutely. Would I guess that he is not well liked among other players? Yes, I would guess that.
Yes.
I don't think a lot of people like Rudy Gobert. I don't think a lot of people like Trae Young, Karl Anthony Towns, or John Morant.
Or Luka Doncic, or Tyrese Halliburton.
Yes.
Dillon Brooks made the list of most overrated players.
2.5% of the vote.
Which is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
But is he universally liked? No.
No.
He's rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
Gamble made an interesting point yesterday. He said that when he pulled this story up for the first time, he started scrolling the overrated list looking for Devin Booker's name.
Yes.
The difference is Devin Booker's nobody doesn't like Devin Booker in the NBA. Maybe a couple guys, but
I think if you asked outside of the guys in your locker room who's the NBA player that you respect the most, Devin Booker would be near the top of the list.
And it's because there's no drama with him. Nope. And he's got a very cool persona, right? That's what people always say about Devin Booker. And he's the coolest dude. So, and what he did at the Olympics, being selfless at the Olympics. So there's a lot of things about Devin Booker that while fans fiercely debate whether Devin Booker is underrated or overrated, this is not even a question to the players in the game because they look at him in a positive way. So this overrated, underrated thing, this really, unfortunately, to me, becomes an agenda for players to kind of shoot arrows at the dudes they don't like. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Because how could you call Dylan Brooks overrated?
I guess it depends on when the question was asked. I think if you asked everybody universally at the end of the year, it would be impossible to say that.
Yeah.
The effect that he had on this franchise, not to mention the uptick in his own statistical output this year.
Yes.
He had a career year scoring-wise, too. It would be hard to say that. But the Booker point is fascinating. And I think a lot of that overrated, underrated stuff does go to, all right, who do I think is cool?
Exactly.
Around the league.
Yeah. Who do I like? Who's a solid guy? Who do I like?
Yeah.
And so Devin Booker's never going to show up on that list, even though that whole overrated thing is, like I said, fiercely debated among fans.
Yes. Which current coach, aside from your own, do you find the most impressive? Joe Mazzulla, leading vote getter, 17.8% of the vote. A lot of different guys got votes. Top 5, Mazzulla, Mark Daigneault, J.B. Bickerstaff, Eric Spoelstra, Jordan Ott.
Wow.
So 4 guys ahead of Jordan Ott. 3 of them have won championships in this
That
league.
is fantastic for J.O., as they call him.
Well, that's some people call him.
Well, I know. Listen, I was really at that Matt Ishbia press conference. It was so funny how many times he said the words J.O. and B.G., but then had to say Devin Booker.
Devin Booker. We love Devin Booker. Devin Booker's our guy.
Devin Booker.
I got confused for a while. I was like, J.O. and B.G., what do Josh Okogie and Brittany Griner have to do with any of this? And I was like, oh, wait.
That's funny.
Look, Ricky Henderson likes to steal bases. Ricky Henderson's the greatest of all time. Remember how he used to talk himself in the third person?
Yes.
That's what reminded me when he just kept saying Devin Booker, Devin Booker. But yeah, Matt, it's amazing that he could develop that reputation, Jordan Ott, after 1 year on a team that, while a surprise, was still like, the 7th seed. It wasn't like they won the championship.
Yeah, no, you're right. But, word travels, and Jordan Ott's coached a lot of players around the league as an assistant.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think he's built up good relationships with a lot of those guys.
Yeah.
On the flip side of that, which current coach, aside from your own, do you find the least impressive? 22% of the vote to Brian Keefe. It's easy to pick on the head coach of the Washington Wizards.
Wow.
Doc Rivers was second on that list.
That's funny.
At 14%.
Players were also asked if
Jordan Ott did get a vote in that category.
Oh, really?
Too. Yeah.
Players were also asked if you're a commissioner for a day, what would you change in the NBA? 3 things landed at 10.5%, which is a fair amount of votes. No back-to-backs, fewer games, and rules changes in favor of the defense.
Would you look at that? What do you know?
What do you know?
I'd be on board with the no more back-to-back games.
I'd be like, okay, fewer games, fewer zeros in your paycheck then?
Right.
Also in favor of that there, players?
Right.
No, you're not.
No. That number would change very quickly.
Okay, fine.
Okay, fine.
Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Thursday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and you get the hookup on new or pre-owned BMWs at Chapman BMW. You just got to ask for my guy Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Super cool dude. He has hooked up a ton of our listeners already. You can be next, but you also now can get the hookup on service and parts no matter where you purchased your BMW. It's the brand new BMW Value Service Program where Chapman BMW is unveiling huge price reductions on 12 essential services ranging from oil changes to brake pads, from spark plugs to filter replacements. And you don't have to take my word for it. All you've got to do is go to ChapmanBMW.com, and if you put in your VIN number, you're going to see exactly how much money you will be saving by having your car serviced to Chapman BMW. They also make it simple to take advantage of these discounts. They'll come to you, they'll pick up your car, they'll drop off a loaner, and then they'll fix your car, they'll wash your car, they'll bring it right back to you when it's done. That's the kind of service you get from Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground-level, easy-access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal. And it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks had no answer for Paul Skeens last night. He went 8 innings, struck out 7, only gave up 2 hits, and shut out the Diamondbacks. Mike Soroka did his best on the other side, 6 1/3, only gave up 1 run, but the 1 run was not enough, and the Pirates took Game 2 of the series 1-0. The series finale is this afternoon, another good pitching matchup. Zach Gallen will go for the Snakes. Mitch Keller for the Pirates' first pitch will be at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU's new head basketball coach, Randy Bennett, says he's feeling great and ready for the challenge of the Big 12. For more on that story, head on over to arizonasports.com today. And the Knicks took a 2-0 series lead over the Joel Embiidless Sixers last night, and the Spurs evened things up in a big way against the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food. Wake up at Rito's Mexican Food, Mesa Riverview. Loaded bacon, sausage, and chorizo burritos, stacked red and green chili killies, breakfast done right. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is the 9 o'clock hour. That means it is time for some social studies. You can find us on social media. We are on X at Bickley_Murata. We are on Instagram and Facebook at Bickley and Murata. And you can tune in and watch us every single morning on YouTube at Arizona Sports there. So, first question here. Again, it's still possible, maybe the chances are a lot slighter of Aaron Rodgers coming to Arizona, given what we've talked about and heard this morning. But if that were to be the case, what would be the biggest positive of the team signing Rodgers? What would be the biggest negative if it were to happen?
Yeah, I guess the biggest positive is you would have a football team that was suddenly relevant to everybody, and you kind of feel like, wow, we're not out here by ourselves anymore. There'd be a lot of attention. There'd be a lot of artificial excitement to it. The down part is, it said in the last line of my blast, Aaron Rodgers is most insufferable when he's on a bad team. That's when he points the fingers. That's when he's really, truly a hump.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals we don't think, are going to be very good. So
yeah, I think all of those things tie together. The biggest positive would be, I would not elevate, in my opinion, the Cardinals to be a playoff caliber team. So what would be the biggest positive? More eyeballs, yes. But more eyeballs looking at exactly what's wrong with the Arizona Cardinals, which is also the worst part of his presence as well.
Yep, and Chris Lewis put it exactly like that. Biggest positive, people paying attention to the Cardinals. Biggest negative, people paying attention to the Cardinals. Yeah. Doug said the biggest positive is the experience factor he might bring, and still one of the best throwers of the football. There you go, Bick. Biggest negative is, I think the Black Eyed Peas made a song about what he really is. And Paul said, positive, cheap, maybe low risk, and some tickets and butts in seats. Negative is the arrested development of Carson Beck, which I think we all can agree, hope to see this year. All right, the next question. We talked about the NCAA and the NCAA tournament expanding, the playoff going to expand. So what is the biggest example of, quote, greed in sports right now?
Oh, wow.
Loaded question.
Very loaded question.
I think we are at the beginning of a very impactful, negatively scenario when it comes to streaming and what it does to a generation of fans who are sick and tired of trying to find games. It's really bad. You had joked that the NBA playoff games on streaming might have led a lot of people to I'm just going to watch this hockey game that's on for free right in front of me. NHL ratings, their last ratings book, they were through the roof. And I don't know if there's a correlation or not. And I get that this is where the world is going. I understand that. I'm not trying to be that kind of boomer, but I'm just saying there's real consequences for this.
I agree with you. And to that point, you ever seen the movie The Cable Guy?
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of The Cable Guy...
It's the second reference to The Cable Guy today.
What was the first one?
The Medieval
Redneck
Times.
going down. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
At the end of it, there's this plot line that's kind of developed, that's kind of not developed throughout the movie about this big murder trial. It's basically the Menendez brothers, and they made a whole series about it. Well, the
Ben
verdict,
Stiller plays the twins.
Yeah, he plays the twins, and the verdict is coming down, and they have all these shots of the world watching. And it's right at the very climactic moment of the Jim Carrey plot line wrapping up, where he falls onto the satellite dish at the cable facility, and everybody's TV goes out. And there's one particular shot, and it's actually Kyle Gass from Tenacious D, who's like banging on the TV, and he's waiting for the verdict, and then he looks over to his coffee table, and there's a book on it. And he picks it up, and he starts thumbing through the book, and he's like, and there's like a comfort because he's got something else. That's kind of like the example of basketball's not on. What am I going to do? I'm going to flip through the chat. Oh, what's this? Hockey.
Oh, hockey. Oh, this is pretty good.
These guys are playing hard.
Yeah. I've never really watched this before.
Just go to a sports bar.
Yep.
On a night where they're streaming playoff games at a sports bar, and just monitor what's on TV. Now, granted, you might just be at a sports bar where they don't know anything or what's on TV, but if they have a clue, you're probably still not going to find basketball on it.
Yep, a lot of people chiming in on how to view games, the viewing experience. Andy Bryant says, raising ticket prices when you're making billions on television deals. James Barner said, right now I'd have to go with the Live Golf Tour. It was absolutely a money grab by some, and the PGA golfers that went, those money grabbers, and now they're all trying to slink back. Ross said, Art Modell moving the Browns to make more money, or Spanos moving the Chargers from San Diego for the same reason. And then Tim, I'd counter Tim's. He said $12 for a beer, more like $22 for a beer. Tim,
yeah, $12 is on the cheap side now.
$12. If you can get a $12 beer at any game, it's a steal. Okay, our last question before.
But I will just say this in conclusion. Everybody involved in sports that's a decision maker knows how obsessed with sports this country is.
Yep.
And as long as that's the case, guess what? They're gonna capitalize on it.
And
Just
there's
supply and demand.
And on the streaming thing, there's 1 million streaming services now. Each one is fighting for eyeballs.
Yeah.
Fighting for subscriptions.
Yeah.
So this is their way of trying to survive by getting all these different live sporting events.
I was flipping through some of the answers. Did you read Ray's response to that question? Which just in parentheses.
Ray, tell us the
gestures wildly at everything. That's the answer.
That is the answer.
Ray is right on it.
It is.
That is the answer.
All right, our last question before we get to a controversial Mock My World result.
Uh-oh.
Yes. So, Vinny, we were talking about cereal, and you had it last night, and you mentioned your favorite being Cinnamon Toast Crunch. So what was your favorite cereal as a kid? Why, and do you still eat it?
I had a different one as a kid. It was Lucky Charms as a kid.
Oh, interesting.
I will probably once every 5 years get lured to buy a box of Lucky Charms. Hasn't happened in a while.
Wow. I used to be addicted to Honey Bunches of O's or whatever that stuff.
Honey Bunch of Oats, yeah.
Yeah.
Jarrett?
I liked all those ones too. I mentioned this before. In college, I used to eat Life cereal or Rice Krispies with heavy cream.
Yeah, you told us that. That is so disgusting.
See, I
By
love
choice?
So indulgent. Yeah.
Oh, God.
heavy
I
cream.
grasped my heart.
The Cocoa Puffs.
Okay.
Cocoa Pebbles. I thought I was going to be, when I was a kid even, I thought, oh, they made a cereal called Cookie Crisp. Sign me up. Nope. They had, do you remember Waffle-Os?
I do.
I remember. How could you go wrong? They made waffles into a cereal.
I used to like corn pops.
I almost threw up. I remember my mom bought that one.
You want to talk about the destructive forces of greed? Cereal has always been one of my primary examples. They create a cereal that is fire, and everybody loves it, and then they go through the process of how do we make this cheaper?
Yep.
How do we maximize profits by ruining something good just to make it cheaper to make? And then they ruin it.
Yep.
Cheaper to make, but more expensive to buy.
Yeah. And then they end up ruining it.
That's exactly it. A lot of similar responses. Cinnamon Toast Crunch. A lot of Golden Grams, which was interesting. And
I did love Golden Grams as a kid, too.
And Frosted Flakes, which takes the cake for me growing up. Frosted Flakes and Rice Krispie. All right, so Mock My World update. Yesterday we did the biggest what-if athletes' careers that were cut short by some form of injury, law, or anything like that. So on Instagram, Bick leads the way, 33%. I'm second, 31%. Vinny, 28%. Jarrett, 8%. On X, or Twitter, Vinny leads the way, 35.6%. I'm 33.1%. Bick, 23.1%. And Jarrett, 8%. So I don't know how we want to do this.
I actually did the math.
I did too.
Instead of paying attention to the show. I figured out how many votes each person got. So
that's kind of progress, actually, if you look at it.
The way I have it, because there were more votes on Twitter, even with the things, it worked out that Vince won.
Oh, well, there's still 2 hours left.
There's still 2 hours left. Vote on Instagram, vote on Twitter, but all three, everyone is very close except for me. I only have a combined 16 votes combined on Twitter and Instagram.
And if you're listening,
out of over 200.
If you're listening, Vince's team of Bo Jackson, Mike Trout, Steve Prefontaine, and Larry Bird. Team Jarrett, Bill Walton, Sandy Koufax, Yao Ming, Don Mattingly. Bick's team of Brandon Webb, RG3, Gale Sayers, and Amari Stoudemire. And my team of Derek Rose, Grant Hill, Tiger Woods, and Michael Vick. So head to those platforms and vote.
Yeah, it's weird. 16 picks, and there was no parameters on it, and only one person cut short by death. Which I thought we were just in a nice mood yesterday.
Maybe. And a lot of people, I mean, as they always do, chimed in, let us know who we missed, as always.
Oh, yeah.
So thanks, guys. We're at Bickley_Murata. If you want to go vote on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and you can tune in on YouTube at Arizona Sports.
All right, thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, Giannis's future. Is it in Milwaukee? Is it somewhere else? Will it be wrapped up soon? That and more NBA talk next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. ASU coach Randy Bennett told Burns and Gambo he's feeling great and ready for the Big 12 Challenge. Can Ketel Marte get luckier, and can the D-backs find their old offensive form? And the Diamondbacks got Paul schemed last night. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it sounds like now is a great time to buy.
That's right, Dave. The Memorial Day Save-a-thon event is on at Liberty GMC, and the 2026 GMC train is a great place to start. Right now, you can lease a brand new 2026 train for just $279 a month or take up to $6,000 off. And if you need more space, the 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases starting as low as $699 a month.
Start your deal today at Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
This is the way. It's Star Wars Night at Chase Field on Saturday, May 9th, featuring the Gabby Moreno Mandalorian Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbacks.com.
It's Gambo. We'll react to how the D-backs series against the Pirates fared for Arizona and then look ahead to their series against the Mets. The Burns and Gambo Show 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I just think before the draft is a natural time, right? Because you're going to, if Giannis does play somewhere else, we ought to get a lot of assets, and that's John's job to do it. If he's here, then you build the team differently. So. And I think that's also necessary. I just want to stress, though, that our relationship with him, despite what is reported by certain ESPN writers, is very positive.
Is this a decision that keeps you up at night?
It's a big one. It's a big one, and you got to get it right. And John knows it, and Wes knows it. And we didn't hold back with Taylor. We just said, listen, he may or may not be with us, so don't come because of that, because you want to be straight up with people.
Jimmy Haslam, if you heard that voice without context,
yeah,
and you had to guess what he did for a living, would you ever guess he's the owner of the Milwaukee Bucks?
No.
And the Cleveland Browns?
No.
You'd say like NASCAR owner, right?
Something like that.
Owner of the Cowboys, perhaps.
Owner of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
There's a little Jimmy twang in there, although it's not as pronounced as what Jerry puts out there.
And the reporter didn't laugh at him when everything he said.
That's hilarious, Jerry. That's Jimmy Haslam saying they'd like the Giannis decision to be made by the draft, which is coming up in late June. So less than 2 months away.
I thought the last part was interesting, too, where he told the new coach, like, don't come here if you're only coming here to coach Giannis because he might not be here.
Yeah. And look, the Bucks can offer Giannis a contract extension, but not until October.
Yeah.
4 years, $275 million. That's obviously way after the draft.
Right.
I don't think there's no way the Bucks want to go down that road to risk it, have him not sign that extension, and he becomes a free agent next year and walks for nothing.
Right.
He becomes less attractive with every year tacked on to his career, basically. So there's a decision that he has to make too. But I wonder what we brought this up earlier. Sammy brought it up in the reboot about a Devin Booker Giannis trade.
Yeah.
Would that interest Milwaukee? You would think, and the word assets came up in that soundbite from Jimmy Haslam. When he talks about assets, I think he's talking about draft picks. That's the easiest way to rebuild a team. On ESPN.com and on their airwaves, Brian Windhorst is wondering, hey, Jaylen Brown for Giannis as the centerpieces of a trade between the Bucks and the Celtics. Does that make sense? I mean, Jaylen Brown and Devin Booker, I think, are in the same echelon as players. Maybe you'd give the edge to Brown because he does have a Finals MVP.
Yeah, I would definitely give the edge to Jaylen Brown personally.
But in terms of what would be most attractive to build around for the Bucks, if they're willing to do that, then maybe the Booker thing would happen. But Giannis is not winning a championship without somebody around him.
No,
now. That's why Boston makes more sense.
Yeah, listen, and I think Boston, a lot of people have reported that they're the kind of stealth suitor. I think that was Mark Stein's exact term that he used. It's going to be really interesting because there's some weird stuff going on in Boston. Jaylen Brown, not only, look, Joe Mazzulla did a great year, but people have been killing what he did or didn't do in that series loss in the playoffs against the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't play some
76ers.
of the, I'm sorry, 76ers.
Yeah.
He didn't play guys he had played all year long. There were people.
The starting lineup in Game 7 made no sense.
It was bizarre. There were people speculating that he was kind of trying out stuff to use when they got past the first round, which they never did.
Yeah. That
right?
starting lineup, by the way, had never played a minute together.
That's wild.
All season long, and he put them out there to start a Game 7 of a playoff series.
And yet Jaylen Brown also afterwards called this past year the best year he's ever had as a pro. And people are like, what? You won a championship recently. What was so great about this year?
Let me go full Windhorse.
Yeah.
Why would he say that?
Well, because Jason Tatum wasn't around.
Because he was the dude.
Because he was the guy.
And he elevated himself to MVP caliber status.
That's it.
And now has that shine on him.
Yeah. Exactly. And so as a result, people are wondering, okay, if they do go and trade for Giannis, are they going to try to do that big three with Tatum, Brown, and Giannis? Or is Jaylen Brown setting off signals that he'd rather not? I don't know.
They couldn't get Giannis without giving up Brown.
No, I don't think so.
No,
I don't know what their draft
that's my
pick
point.
stash
This is my point.
Yeah.
My point is that Jaylen Brown is giving off very strong signals that he wants to be the guy by himself someplace else.
Yeah. Could Milwaukee be that place?
Jaylen Brown and a lot of draft capital, that's something that would make sense if you're the Bucks.
Now, in the Rush Hour reboot, I believe Sammy proposed a Suns trade where the Suns give up Amir Coffey and C.J. Huntley for it. Was that what it was?
Yes, he did.
I've since adjusted the trade of it being Jalen Green, Grayson Allen, Kaman Malwatch, Rasheer Fleming, and the 2030 first for Giannis.
Say those names again.
Jalen Green.
There's your money. That gives you the money and a young player.
Mil. Grayson Allen, Kaman Malwatch, Rasheer Fleming, and the 2030 Suns first-round pick. They own that pick for Giannis.
From a Suns standpoint, you'd say absolutely 100% every time.
You keep Dylan Brooks and you get Giannis with Booker?
Yeah.
That's not enough.
But from Milwaukee's
of course
standpoint,
it's not enough. There's got to be significant draft capital attached, as Vinny said.
Mikal Bridges got traded for
five
Desmond Bane
draft
got
picks.
four first-round picks.
Right. So
Luka Doncic got one.
Well, that was a mistake. But that's
Nico Harrison's no longer in the
that
league.
was considered the worst trade in NBA history, in sports history, maybe. You do wonder, though, if that many draft pick thing is gonna not happen anymore after that sort of run, starting with Rudy Gobert going into Desmond Bane, like you said.
Well, it's also, I mean,
it's funny how teams could not value, give up tons of draft picks for stars, and then in the same breath tank for better lottery odds.
Well, look at the recent examples, and we just brought up a couple of them, and you could throw the Kevin Durant example in there. Teams that have given up a ton of first-round draft picks for the big-name player, when has it really worked out? It hasn't worked out. It didn't work out for the Suns and the Durant. Orlando, that was a ludicrous amount of draft picks to give up for Desmond Bane.
Gobert has been good. Better. That's working more than people thought it would in Minnesota.
You could argue.
But I also don't put him in the same...
what was that? 4 first-round picks, right?
Yeah. The Knicks giving up all those draft picks for Mikal Bridges. I love Mikal Bridges.
That was insane. That was silly.
But they could go to the finals.
Look at what the Clippers did to get Kawhi and Paul George.
Yeah, that's the worst
that's
ever.
The worst one.
Those are the worst ones ever.
That's the worst ever because it not only destroyed their team, but it built the Thunder.
That trade is the number one reason why the Thunder might be a 4-5 title dynasty.
It's also why people look at the Thunder front office as the model.
Yeah.
Because Paul George was their superstar.
Mm-hmm.
And rather than, they gave up to him at the peak of his powers to get assets that they then built into a championship team.
How pissed are people going to be on Sunday when the Thunder land in the top 4?
No.
Or do you think the Maple Leafs will get the first pick? That's right. You want free Sonic and some D-back swag? Text SMASHER to 620-620 to win a $25 Sonic gift card and an autographed Diamondbacks baseball. Plus, one lucky winner takes home a $500 Sonic gift card. Coming up next, haven't played in a while, but we're bringing it back. The Generation Gap returns. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Your home would already be paid off if you had reached out to Life Changer Loan the first time you heard these ads. Instead, you pretend to love your low rate, even though you have 25 years left of mortgage payments. Stop the insanity. Take the time to learn about a Life Changer Loan and why we have all 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. This is not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours. Because a friend wants your ring to be nothing short of perfect. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded one new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondback Bats went silent into the Wednesday night. Just 2 hits and 0 runs off Paul Skeens as he dominated for the Pirates in their 1-0 win. Mike Soroka was great as well, but the Snakes couldn't get him any help. The rubber match is today at 12:40 with Zach Gallen on the mound, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Brunson and the Knicks went up 2-0 last night in their 108-102 win over the Sixers without Joel Embiid, and the Knicks will head to Philly feeling pretty good. The Spurs responded in a massive way, a 133-95 win to even the series as it heads to Minnesota, and both the Lakers and the Cavs will look to even their series tonight in Game 2, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is: are you concerned about Randy Bennett's health?
About Randy Bennett's health.
Yes.
I feel better now.
Okay.
Yeah, after hearing his demeanor and his a little bit of his story on Burns and Gambo, and he's having his introductory press conference today. I feel better.
Okay.
But look, it's always a concern.
You can only trust what he says, though.
You can only trust what he says.
We don't have his medical records. Right?
Generally speaking, one of the knocks on that hire was, wow, he's in his 60s. And it's a very, very demanding job. Marginally. I know that's not one of the choices, but
fair.
Marginally.
And the response is very close. 52% say yes, 42% say no. So
what happened to the other 6%?
52? 48.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
That adds up.
That does add up.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage of the brand new
beautiful
and beautified ArizonaSports.com.
Age versus youth in a Goodwill exhibition match.
It's awful being a kid. No one listens to you.
It's rotten being old. No one listens to you.
Okay, we are back with the quiz sensation that is sweeping the nation. The battle of the generations, the generation gap. The older generation, represented by Dan Bickley and Vince Morata, will be taking on the younger generation, represented by Sammy Sabolka and Wolf and Luke, associate producer Jamal Gumo, who is joining us as his generation want to do. A true Zoomer joining us by Zoom on video, if you're watching on YouTube right now, as I hope you.
That's neato. How did you do that,
Yes.
Jamal?
Didn't have to have his son or
Magic
grandson
spell.
come set it up for him.
Isn't that amazing,
Yeah.
Dan? They have the video calls now.
Wow.
I will be asking trivia questions in the categories of sports, music, pop culture / history, and slang / fads. I will be asking opposing generational questions to each team, and you could steal if you don't get it.
Come on.
They're ready for it. You're ready for it. So, young team, I will let you choose the category first.
Yeah, let's go with let's start music.
You'll start with music. Okay, Jamal, you there?
I am here.
Okay.
Come on.
Not that it's gonna matter, but here we go.
You know, I'm coming for redemption. I got to
Okay.
spin the block.
All right. And we trust that you will not do any cheating since you're not in the room with us, Jamal.
No.
Okay.
No, never.
He can't cheat.
That's true. All right, Sammy and Jamal.
Yep, here we go.
Name any lead singer of the band Van Halen.
It's not a good start.
Have you heard of the band Van Halen?
Like twice maybe before in my life.
Oh, that's.
I know this is wrong.
Now, they've had 3 main lead singers in their lifetime
they
as a band for about the last 40 years or so.
My man Sammy's not showing up on the camera.
It's the.
What's going on?
It's.
I don't know how to
Jamal
work it with
being on video. It's being tough. Jamal, I got no idea. The only name that comes to mind, and it's gonna make me look like a fool. I'm gonna guess Jimi Hendrix.
Wow.
That's the guess. I don't know. It's
Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix. Okay, that is incorrect.
Which is sad because one of the singer. What?
Wait a minute. What was your guess, Jamal?
Kurt Cobain.
Wait, does each one get a guess?
No, I just wanted them both to be embarrassed.
Let them go for the next half hour.
I thought I got it right for a second.
No, you're not even close. All right.
One of the guys is named Sammy.
That's true.
So we got Sammy Hagar, we got David Lee Roth, and the one most people don't remember is Gary Cherone.
That is correct.
Yes.
Well done.
See, now that I hear Sammy Hagar, I know who that is.
Yes, David Lee Roth, perhaps the most famous one during a lot of their hits.
Jamal,
All right.
in a slump.
Okay. Dan and Vince.
Yes.
Name any member of the hip-hop group Migos.
Yeah, we're good.
This is.
They are
I feel
talking
like
to each other right now.
I feel
Sammy, I think you should.
All right, we got a guess.
Okay.
Quavo.
Quavo is correct.
Yeah! Good job, Vinny.
Well done.
I had no clue. Good job, Vinny.
Not the one I thought you guys were going to
What would you have said?
I thought you guys were going to get Offset.
Offset is also correct, and Takeoff is the other one.
didn't even know.
Wow.
Strong start by the Oldsters. All right. What would you like?
Oldsters?
The mature group. Would you like sports, pop culture, history,
culture.
or pop culture / history? Okay. Annabelle and the Nun are both spin-offs of what very successful horror movie franchise?
Ooh. Annabelle and the Nun.
Annabelle and the Nun. That's not one thing. That's 2 separate things. Annabelle and then the Nun are 2 separate spin-off movies of what successful horror movie franchise from this century? They are
I think I might know this.
discussing
Jamal,
right
you
now.
might know this. All right, good. I have no idea. I'm not a horror movie guy, so Jamal, this is where I need you.
I'm with you. I'm not a horror movie guy either. But
We got a wild guess.
Okay, go. Saw is incorrect. All right, young people.
Jamal, if I had to, the only one I know
they're just discussing now.
the only one I know is The Conjuring.
Okay, I was gonna say Chucky, just because it's another doll. I think because Annabelle's a doll, isn't it?
Oh.
Feels
all right.
dollish.
What are you going with?
Jamal, you make the decision.
I'm gonna say Chucky.
The answer is The Conjuring.
No way.
Absolutely.
Sammy, I'm so sorry.
No,
dude.
that's all right. It's all
The
good.
movies aren't even called Chucky. They're called Child's Play. And that's from the 80s. And okay.
All right, we need this one now.
You do need this
Oh
one.
my God.
All right, this is very easy. Don't embarrass yourself, guys. Finish
They
this.
already have.
It's been
Finish.
fun. Let's pour it on,
too late.
fellas.
Finish this famous FDR quote. The only thing we have to fear is.
It's got to be fear itself, right?
Fear itself.
That is correct.
Yeah,
well
very
done.
good.
Okay.
Well
good
done.
job. All right. What category would you guys like now?
Let's get back in this with some sports.
Sports.
Okay, here we go.
The Suns have had 4 Sixth Man of the Year winners. Can you name 2 of them?
Yeah, Jamal, I'm going to talk this out with you. I believe it's Dan Marley and Rajah Bell. Those are 2 that come to my mind. What do you think?
Oh God, I might be way off.
Or
I was thinking Leandro
Barbosa?
Barbosa.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Which of my 2 do you think are not Sixth Men of the Year?
Oh man, that are not. I would.
Was Rajah
I
Bell
would
a
lean
Sixth
more
Man
towards
of the Year?
Rajah Bell.
Okay. We're gonna lock in Dan Marley and Leandro Barbosa.
Leandro Barbosa is correct.
Dang it.
You're incorrect on the other one. For the steal, there are 3 other names. Give me one of them.
We're gonna go with Rodney Rodgers.
That is correct. Rodney Rodgers. The other 2, anyone?
Danny Manning.
Danny Manning, correct. And friend of the show.
Eddie?
Rhett Reese?
Oh, Eddie Johnson.
Eddie.
Eddie. Get Eddie.
How do we miss
Johnson,
EJ?
yes. Eddie
Oh, we're
Johnson.
going to hear about that.
All right.
Man.
All right, old.
Jamal, dang it, man.
All right, oldies.
Struggle bus.
Okay, the Celtics.
2 lines of yours that have killed me today.
All right,
Golly gee, I'm hot today.
That's a peach, hon.
The Celtics have 2 of the last 4 sixth men of the year. Can you name them?
Oh, I got these.
Yeah, I know one.
Yeah.
You can talk on the air. I mean, they talk on the air. Okay.
Jamal, I think I got this if they can't get it.
Okay, because I got one. I cannot think of the other one.
Gonna need an answer, guys, please.
Peyton Pritchard.
Correct.
And why can I not figure this out? Derek White.
That is incorrect.
We're going to
For
steal
the steal?
with Malcolm Brogdon.
Malcolm Brogdon is correct.
Oh.
Okay,
Hey,
they're
we
still
got
alive.
We got a sweep here to tie
Got a
this,
sweep.
Jamal.
All right.
Okay.
Old people.
Yeah.
Slang/fads. What does it mean to slime out someone? What does it mean to slime someone or to slime out
I think it
someone
has something
in
to do with
current
Orange
slang?
Ruffy.
Yes. I know a lot of slime talk
Let me
on the show
text
today.
Cole really quick.
Slime out?
Jamal, I think we got this.
Okay, because the slime
not
I'm
your-
thinking about is
not your
definitely not
turn.
radio appropriate.
Is it?
Oh.
No, it's not ours.
Yeah.
No, this is yours. They're just saying they can steal it if you.
Well, they're talking during our time.
Well,
Right.
I'm
We
ready for it.
reclaim our time.
What kind of show are you running here, Carlin?
Yeah, come on, Carlin.
I need an answer, please.
That being said, I got no damn idea.
Well, let's venture a guess here. Slime out would mean I don't know.
Okay.
I
All right. What's your guess,
Jamal,
young people?
My logic is like my slime means like he's my boy, so like slime out, like I'm gonna bro out. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm with it. And yeah, the one I was thinking, I'll tell you guys off the air. But
Oh my.
Yeah, so we're gonna like bro out, like he's my slime, like he's my bro.
That is incorrect from the way I'm using it.
Okay.
It means to kill or betray someone.
Oh.
You got
that's what I was
slime
gonna.
out.
That's what I was gonna say, but I didn't think it was radio appropriate.
Modern slang.
That's what I was
for-
gonna say.
Modern slang
That's
for
what I promise.
manipulating, betraying, or
Yep.
using someone for personal
Slime
gain.
out? Interesting.
That's what I was gonna. I was gonna say kill, but I didn't know if it was radio appropriate. So I did. I was like, you know what?
Of course it is. You're not unless you're admitting to something on the air that you've done.
Yeah, no, definitely have nothing to
All
admit
right,
to.
just for fun then, young people. The 1980s, this 1980s Nickelodeon sketch comedy show is credited with introducing the channel's famous green slime.
Oh, what show?
Yes, it was a sketch comedy show involving children in the early 1980s.
Involving children? Ah, man, I got.
Where the green slime that is now not synonymous with Nickelodeon was introduced.
Like, you may not be able to tell me. Is it animated?
No, it's not animated.
then
it's a sketch
It was
comedy
like
show.
it was a game show.
No, it was not a game show, and it was not
No?
animated. It was a sketch show, as
Okay,
I've said
see, I've
3
got a-
times.
Go ahead.
All right, they don't know. They don't. Do a quick guess.
See, I have a problem with this. I believe that you can't do that on television.
correct.
But I think it originated on Double Dare, which was a game show.
No, this predated Double Dare.
Did it?
Yes.
Wow. I had no
That's the show I
idea.
was thinking of. I just couldn't
But
think of
you
the
still got it anyway. Congratulations, old
Jamal,
guys.
you and I did nothing for our respective teams.
name. Yeah.
You did the David Lee Roth one.
Oh yeah,
That's
that
true.
was
Yeah, you
it.
knew that
Yeah,
one.
okay.
Yeah.
Well done,
I
everybody.
wasn't going to step on your Van
Vinny
Halen territory.
carried. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
I would love to see Jimi Hendrix and Kurt Cobain sing some Van Halen songs. Why not?
Thanks to
All
AI,
right,
we
thank
can
you,
make
everybody.
that happen before the song of the day.
Thank you, fellas.
That is the generation gap. Final thoughts on this Thursday next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Why Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured Burger of the Week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle. G-U-E-T-T-L. Will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for like so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Weekly and Murata. Song of the day.
Listen to that riff by Eddie.
Yeah, this is one of the great Jimi Hendrix. By the way, that lyric right there must be some kind of way out of here, said the Joker to the thief. The speculation that Hendrix wrote that as the 2 people opposite Christ in the crucifixion. The 2 other people who were being crucified at the same time. Isn't that some trivia for you?
Ooh.
It's a great song.
It is phenomenal.
And for the record, Sammy and Jamal, if you're listening somewhere, Kurt Cobain was the lead singer of Nirvana.
Yes. And
Jimi Hendrix was the Jimi Hendrix Experience, was the name of his band. They were both on the decade sandwiching Van Halen, actually.
But mostly people just refer to Jimmy as Jimmy.
Yeah.
They don't mention the experience frame. It's like
That's right.
Prince and the Revolution.
That's right. That's a great
or
point.
the new
That's a
power
great
generation.
point.
They just mentioned the lead guy. Jimi Hendrix, All Along the Watchtower, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Marotta going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, I have to fess up and tell you guys a story.
Yeah.
For years, I've joked on this show, God, I need a hobby, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have one that's developed. I'm not proud of it. It's fighting with AI.
Really?
Yeah.
Like how?
My biggest pet peeve, maybe going now, and this is saying something, it is social media related. If you think Twitter is a cesspool, Twitter has some redeeming qualities. Facebook is, what it's become is sloppy, lazy, AI-generated posts, and I don't even know what the goal of them is. So my hobby is becoming commenting on these stories that these people believe hook, line, and sinker. It doesn't matter what it says. I'll just say, this is BS. It never happened.
Right.
Yesterday, I got really annoyed. There was a story. It had a graphic in loving memory, and it's a young blonde woman wearing a Devin Booker jersey and standing at midcourt of Footprint Center, it says on the picture, "Forever in our hearts, a life lived well, rest in peace." Apparently a made-up story about a 27-year-old woman who worked for years and years for the Suns, even though she's only 27, passed away, left behind a kid. The comments are, oh, rest in peace. Our condolences, which I guess is a nice sentiment, but there's just no looking into anything. There was never even a name attached to this. So I screenshotted this, and I ran it through an AI image, and I said, is this real? And it says, oh, the central photo of the young woman at Footprint Center, Phoenix Suns Arena, wearing a Suns #1 jersey appears to be a real photograph. The lighting, proportions, skin, texture, background, details, scoreboard, crowd, arena signage all look consistent with an authentic photo. So it goes on and on about how this is real. So I responded, wow, really? Looks super fake to me. The arena hasn't been called Footprint Center in years. That arena doesn't have a scoreboard resembling that one in that position. There's a full crowd in the seats, but no working personnel, ball boys, photographers, players, coaches, anywhere on the court. The credential she's wearing around her neck has no identification other than a logo.
Oh, my goodness.
The response I get from AI, you're absolutely right. I appreciate the correction. Those are sharp observations that I should have caught.
No.
Let me reassess. And then it ends with, good catch. I was too generous. Went on for paragraphs. Good catch. I was too generous in my initial read.
So this is like the third time he's actually picked fights with AI. It's funny.
It was one thing when you're fighting with these random just people on social media. Now you're fighting with computers. It's good. It's funny. Isn't it funny how
we have to fight back.
That's
we do
true,
have
it's
to
fair.
fight back.
That is.
And
It's
you
funny
are
how
the
they respond
champion
to you,
we
though.
need, Vinny.
I have nothing else to do.
And
I got nowhere else to go.
For the record, also, All Along the Watchtower is a Bob Dylan song, and those lyrics were written by Bob Dylan, not Jimmy.
Okay,
there
well
you go.
but okay, that's what it applies to. I'm sorry then.
Yeah. But
I had read a thing about the lyrics, so you're
the
absolutely right
point
about
on the
that.
origin of the
Yeah,
lyrics
right.
is still valid.
Right.
I couldn't believe it irks me so much. Because there was one that circulated a couple months ago. The Phoenix Suns gorilla passed away. And everybody was like, oh
yeah.
my goodness. And that actually got traction. To the point where one of my friends texted me and sent me the link. Did you know this guy? Yeah, I saw him at the arena last night at the game. He's a great guy.
And it's becoming worse and worse.
Not only is he a great guy, that dude is one unbelievable athlete. That dude walked on his hands doing a handstand all the way down the concourse, and when he got down, he started breakdancing. I'm like, How do you have the energy to do both?
He's such a good athlete. He carried me in a pickleball matchup against two other mascots that couldn't see out of their costumes.
Much love to the girl. That dude is an athlete.
Yes.
Or as Charles Barkley would say, an athlete.
He's a tremendous athlete.
But AI can manipulate information, manipulates pictures. Now they can manipulate video, so it's very convincing.
I've
scary.
dabbled in it a little bit for legitimate reasons, and I find inconsistencies. My son, who's 20 years old and is wise beyond his years, I shared this with him last night, and he says, all the people that are believing this crap were taught their whole lives, don't believe everything you read.
Wow.
When did we forget this?
Well,
it's a great point.
That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Derek Hall for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out. We're back tomorrow morning. Wolf and Luke are up next.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona.
Oh my goodness! It's an outrageous snag by Thomas.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management and Matt. Most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks had no answer for Paul Skeens last night. He went 8 innings, struck out 7, only gave up 2 hits and shut the Diamondbacks out. Mike Soroka did his best on the other side. 6 1/3, only gave up 1 run, but the 1 run was enough, and the Pirates took Game 2 of the series 1-0. The finale this afternoon, another good pitching matchup. Zach Gallen will go for the Snakes. Mitch Keller for the Pirates. First pitch will be at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU's new head basketball coach, Randy Bennett, says he's feeling great and ready for the challenge of the Big 12. For more on that story, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. And the Knicks took a 2-0 series lead over the Joel Embiid-less 76ers last night, and the Spurs evened things up in a big way against the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up, Luke? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Look at me on the YouTube right now. What up, YouTube?
Look at you on
Just
the YouTube.
The camera. I was all filling the entire camera. It was kind of cool, was it not? What's going on? How we doing, Sammy? The ball! All right, there we go. Command and control. We're broadcasting, Rick. You ready to broadcast? I know that I am. I know you are as well, Luke. What is on your mind right now, brother? What are you thinking about?
Well, I think, I'm still laughing at the fact that Jamal was trying to find bacon-scented cologne yesterday.
Okay.
And he did on some very shady website right by the end of the show, which maybe that's why he's not here today. I don't know.
Stop it. There's not such a thing, right? There really is not such a thing.
Maple bacon cologne, but it was on this website that sounded like an absolute scam. Like, oh yeah, send us your money. We'll give you, sure, we'll send you something.
Okay, Jamal or nothing.
Well, and then I haven't seen Jamal since. That was at the end of the show yesterday, and he's not back there today. So who knows?
Jamal, shoot something over the bow right now. Let us know
if you're out there, Jamal. Make sure, just kind of we just check in. We're worried. All right, we're not worried. We know where Jamal is. Josh Weinfuss is going to join us here in about a half hour to talk Cardinals. Got a short show today, Wolf. I don't know if anybody told you this, because the Diamondbacks are playing the Pirates this early afternoon with a chance to win this series. Can't sweep the series because of Paul Skeens. We'll get to that in a second. But let's start with the Cardinals, because I think, finally, we can put the story that the whole time I thought was a joke to rest. It sounds like Aaron Rodgers is just going back to the Steelers.
Yeah, he, once again, did it make sense that Aaron Rodgers might actually have a conversation with the Arizona Cardinals, yeah, I understand that. Honestly, with the coaching situation being what it is right now, and Nathaniel Hackett, of course, and the relationship that he's got with Aaron Rodgers and Mike LaFleur, I understand that. There would be some type of conversation. And can I also say this, Basin Orleans, right now? Monty Ossenfort would not be doing his job. As a general manager, you have to poke and prod and nose around in every little thing that you possibly can. And if that meant talking with Nathaniel Hackett, having a conversation with Mike LaFleur about it, whatever it may have entailed, you wouldn't be doing your job if you didn't at least talk about it.
Well, there's a couple things on this. There was it's the PBKC Picks podcast yesterday. Pat Rooney Jr., the cousin of Steelers owner Art Rooney II, did say on there, quote, the Cardinals did ask about Aaron there. Yes, they did, unquote. So I take that for what it's worth. I mean, that is pieces of a sentence from a podcast that I'm reading.
Okay.
But apparently, if you believe that, the Cardinals did ask about Aaron Rodgers, which probably goes more towards what you were just saying, the due diligence. Not,
of course.
Cardinals did not build their offseason around getting Aaron Rodgers. They obviously have signed a quarterback and drafted another one. It does, to a certain extent, make sense to at least check in and see what's going on there. But then there's this from the fan in Pittsburgh from earlier today.
Breaking news exclusive to the Fan Morning Show. This is not a drill. This is real.
Oh, boy.
Aaron Rodgers expected to be in town tonight with the expectation of him signing this weekend. This is a big one.
Mm-hmm.
This is the real thing, folks.
Yep.
Not speculation. This is what we have been told and sticking to it.
Hey,
they sound pretty fired up.
They are fired up about that, Luke. Man, I don't know, man. Wow. Hey, just Pittsburgh is such a, are you kidding me? You don't want to be a Steeler? What are you talking about? You don't want to be a Steeler. You had to take this entire time to figure out if you wanted to be a Steeler. You were going to sign here. Really? After last season? You know, there's such a provincial town base that are in Pittsburgh. To me, it's very, very weird that this is even happening to the degree in which it is.
Am I off on this? Like, if he had signed with the Cardinals, I would have just been like, okay, this is a story. I don't think I would have had any legitimate excitement. I'm surprised they have excitement over Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh.
Their other option is Mason Rudolph, so
they get Drew
Howard,
too.
And the guy from Ohio State last year, Will Howard.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, yesterday, the rumors were definitely out there. The rumors were out there. You know, is there any advantage to keeping the door open on Aaron Rodgers until you have to shut it from the Arizona Cardinals' perspective? Is there any advantage to keeping that door open, Luke?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with keeping the door open. I'm just surprised because we had what was the Sanderson Ford poll question yesterday, Rick? Wasn't it like 51% to 49%? It was, do you want Aaron Rodgers on the Cardinals?
Yes, and it was 52 to 48 when we voted on it at noon.
Yeah, so
around noon.
48% of fans. Yeah, but 48% of fans here wanted Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my goodness!
I don't.
Whoa!
He is. I will reiterate. I view him as one of the probably. I'd have to make the list, I guess, but I certainly view him on the short list of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
No doubt.
When he was in his prime. But he's not going to do anything. I don't think he's going to do anything for Pittsburgh either.
Oh, my goodness.
He's not bad, but he's not Aaron Rodgers anymore. And that's fine. He's been in the league 20 years.
I know. No, I'm with you on that one. That is shocking to me. That really is.
I thought it was going to be like 97 to 3.
Yeah, I think if I were Monty Ossenfort, once again, this is all part of the game, right? This is the game that you must play when you compete at the highest level we can generate. I think the Cardinals may have wanted Jacoby Brissett to believe they were interested. Why wouldn't you do that once again?
Yeah.
To poke and prod. Hey, Aaron, why wouldn't you want to ask one question? Would you be interested at all in doing it? We may not be interested, but we do want to know if you would be interested. Honestly, you want that quarterback room, the one thing going into 2026 for the Arizona Cardinals. I want that quarterback room, if I'm Mike LaFleur, to be as competitive as it possibly can when we go into training.
Yeah, but you can't bring Aaron Rodgers in and not start him. So then there's a whole year of Carson Beck just sitting, basically.
But I also think, once again, that was just another shot over the Jacoby Brissett bow of you're going to put us through this. You're going to hold out. And we have options that are out there. So I think they would have liked to have extended that longer than what we're seeing right now. And here comes Aaron Rodgers.
Now you got to resolve the Jacoby thing pretty quick now. Yeah. I don't know. I was surprised how many I'm assuming. I mean, some of those people that vote aren't Cardinals fans. I get that, but I'm surprised how many people. Because you know what it would have felt like, Wolf, is we don't see this so much now, but there was a stretch, it felt like, in Valley Sports where, man, we get this great player. Like, this guy's a Hall of Famer. He's coming here to retire. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like I'll collect a paycheck for one more year. I mean, the list of all-timer athletes that aren't like, they're not Phoenix Suns, they're not Arizona Cardinals, they're not Arizona Diamondbacks, even Coyotes. Like, they're not, they didn't play the bulk of their career there, but they came here and played like 8 games at the end of their career. That's kind of what this would have felt like. Not that I'm saying Aaron Rodgers can't still play, but just more like what do they always say? You know you did something right if you can choose when it's your time to go out.
Yeah.
You must have done a lot right if you can spend 5 years getting teams to beg you to come back for one more year when you are, I don't know, 50% of what you used to be.
Yeah. There was no begging when I retired, guys. There was no begging.
Yeah,
but for the record,
you got to choose when you went out though on your own terms.
Right.
That's rare.
There was no begging.
Well, typically, I mean, you basically would have to be Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady.
Ron, would you come here and bust up one more wedge, please? Could you just do it?
Yeah, there's still time. Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to Chase Field. The next drawing is for D-backs Twins on June 19th. Text seats to 620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers. Not if you're going to run like that down the field. Anybody watching on YouTube.
Like a madman, YouTube. What up?
Slow motion madman. All right, when we come back, Diamondbacks shut out last night. So are the concerns back for their lineup, or is this just the result you get when you face Paul Skeens? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Thank you to all wedge busters out there.
Thank you, wedge busters.
I'm coming to London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Here's how you can win.
Cheerio.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, installation is all done by their in-house team. They never hire subcontractors, Basinonians. It's all in-house with All Pro Shade Concepts. These installers are shade experts, of course. They've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit. They're really good at what they do. And then, you know what? You can open up that patio with a touch of a button. It's super cool. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial-strength Basinonians. And when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades, man. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. Go to allproshadeconcepts.com. That's allproshade.com.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Now the script's about to kick off. This party looks whack. Let's take it back to straight hip-hop and start it from scratch.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. ASU coach Randy Bennett told Burns and Gambo he's feeling great and ready for the Big 12 challenge. Can Ketel Marte get luckier, and can the D-backs find their old offensive form? And the Diamondbacks got Paul schemed last night. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Yeah, D-backs got schemed. There's really no way around it. A 1-0 loss to the Pittsburgh Pirates. And there were so many questions about the offense going into the series opener against the Pirates, and then they erupted for 9 runs. And Erod was great on the mound, and Soroka was great on the mound for the D-backs last night. But it's just as far as the offensive side of things, Wolf, they really they kind of ran into I believe the best pitcher in baseball. You can debate it. There's really only like 2 or 3 other names you could throw out there with Skeens. So, yeah, with all due respect to Tarek Skubal.
Yeah. Paul Skeens is good. Ron Wolfley reporting. Oh, my goodness. That was.
Source
to see him come out, too, and sit down the first 14 hitters that he faced.
That felt kind of unnecessary.
In order, of course.
Calm down, Paul.
Of course, that would be sitting down the first 14 hitters, of course, in order going forward. I just like being redundant on that. He sat down the first 14 hitters. That was something right out of Lord of the Rings for the most part.
He didn't.
He looked, especially, this is a guy who's 6'6", 260 pounds. Can you imagine him out on the mound? Now, Randy Johnson, he was a big unit, no doubt about it, but Randy didn't have a lot of butt, if you know what I'm saying, Randy? You know that, too. Of course he does.
I like big
I'm just
butts,
saying,
and I cannot lie.
you got Paul Skeens out there. He's 6'6", 260. He's got a little butt. He's out there, man. He's got some mass. And just watching him, he had it going last night. There's no doubt about that. And you just looked at it and thought he was a Balrog. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here.
Well, that snaps the Diamondbacks' winning streak at 1 game, but they still have a chance to win this series here tonight, or today, I guess, really, because it's a 12:40 first pitch. But I found it sort of, I don't know, maybe ironic's not the word, so we don't have to hear Alanis, but something. It's where you faced Tarek Skubal earlier in the year.
No, it's not, Alanis. It's not at all. It's not. No, it's not. No, it isn't. No, it isn't like rain. Knock it off. Okay, cut it off.
This is my fault.
What's
another word for that? I'm gonna have to look that up during the break. There's got to be another one. It's a circular confluence of events that they would face Tarek Skubal and win 1-0 on a first inning home run, and then face Paul Skeens and lose 1-0 on a first inning home run. Like that is the extreme version of what you would expect when you're facing those pitchers. Oh, you're going to beat one of them? Well, you must have won 1-0. Oh, you're going to lose one. You're probably going to lose 1-0.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what has happened.
Yeah, he should have gone 9. They should have. I thought they were going to leave him in there, let him get a complete game. I honestly thought that was going to be the case.
But didn't you have hope when they pulled him? Like, oh, okay.
I did, because that
anybody but Skeens.
Gregory Soto guy's a former Oriole, and he was not good in Baltimore. I was very excited when they put him in.
Either way, he's not Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
Can I just say right now, too, based on Michael Soroka. Soroka had the sinker-slurve combo going last night. And not only that, I would say that this was my favorite start by Soroka. Watching him, this is one of the best starts.
The one where he had the immaculate inning?
I thought this is one. Yeah, that's right.
Immaculate
I forgot about the immaculate. Yeah. This, to me, though, still was one of my favorite starts by Michael Soroka. He knew he had to be lights out coming into the dugout, right? He knew that.
Yeah,
he had to be lights out.
I'm only going to give up 4 tonight, guys, so you'll be fine against Skeens, right, to get 5?
And what happened, Basin Onions, when he knew he had to be near perfect, he gave up a bomb in the first inning, okay? How do you think he felt at that point in time? How do you think I've got to be perfect. Here we go. And, man, from that, he battled. He did. He picked himself up. He refused to lay down, and he gave his team a chance to beat the best pitcher in baseball. He did. He gave his team a chance to do that. Man, for me, Michael Soroka, we are the Wu Fang clan. We stand at the ready, bro.
I just like seeing him bounce back, too, because he's been really good this year, except he had that one terrible outing.
The last outing.
Yeah, and he bounced back. The other part of this, and we'll get more into this in a couple minutes for sure, but you know, there was the story coming into the series that Torrey sat his starting pitchers down and was like, hey, like, this isn't working, what you're doing. Like, we have specific points of emphasis that we're preaching, and you guys have gotten away from that. And there was all these different stats that you could use to point out how bad the D-backs starting rotation had been, however you wanted to look at it. But since then, in the last 2 starts, Erod and now Michael Soroka have combined for 13 1/3 innings, and they've given up 1 total run. So I know it doesn't result in a win last night, but that is a positive to take from that game that's real. That's not a like, oh, I think this will make this person feel better about this. Like, no, that's starting pitching has given up 1 run in the last 2 games, and the Diamondbacks sorely, sorely needed that. Here's Torrey after the game, though, talking about the main problem last night.
Oh boy, Paul Skeens showed why he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. You know, he went out there and executed a game plan. He wasn't just relying on his fastball. He was mixing pitches. It looked like the changeup was in play in any count, and we just got beat. We got beat by a really good pitcher. So. You gotta flush it, come out tomorrow. It's going to be a quick turnaround and find a way to win a series. You know, we aim to win every series that we play, and we're in a position to do that. We made a little noise a couple of times, but Paul got really stubborn and did his job and kept us in neutral all day long. And you gotta say it's part of the game.
Yep. Sure is part of the game, and watching Paul Skeens go about his business, there's no doubt about it. The appreciation. I love his demeanor as well when he's on the hill. He's not out there, smiling and.
I don't think I've ever seen Paul Skeens smile.
I know, seriously. I don't think I've ever seen him smile either. I love his demeanor. I thought it was interesting. Gurriel fouled the ball off his toe in the 5th inning and then dribbled the ball to the third base side. Dribbled the ball, and I mean it was a dribbler, and that was the first base hit. That was it right there off of Skeens. And then Nolan Arenado came up the next hitter and lined the ball just roped it. You were like, okay, the seal is busted. Isn't that right? But listen, it's the mystique is gone. He's not a Balrog. He's a man. He's not an actual monster. He's a man.
For about 30 seconds.
Yes. And then all of a sudden he got back
and then
at
it was
it.
Paul Skeens again. Yeah. Here's, since you brought up Nolan Arenado, here he is after the game.
Today was just one of those tough days. We battled, but, when he's on like that, it's just really hard. We have a great offense, so for him to do that to us, I think it just shows you that it was just his day,
At the risk of asking an obvious question, what makes him so tough?
Just all the pitches he throws, they're all elite, and it feels like his fastball was really lively today. But the changeup was really good. Everything. The slider was sweeping a lot. He throws everything, and they're all elite pitches, and he had it today, Tip your cap.
There's a few, you don't want to make this list too long, otherwise it loses its value, but there's a few extreme circumstances in baseball, right? Where it's just kind of like, not that you can just lose all these games, but you look at it and you're like, okay, that's not normal. Not hey,
right.
We're playing a good team. Like, we're playing something unnatural. and I would argue in the first 30...
It's a Balrog.
Yeah, that's not natural. In the first 35 games this season, the Diamondbacks have had 5 of those games because you've faced Skeens, you've faced Scooble, and you faced the Dodgers 3 times. And the Dodgers with their all-star lineup, even though they're not really winning much lately, the Dodgers, but they still have an all-star lineup. And then, Scooble and Skeens are, again, if you're going to debate which one's better, it's those two. You're just, you come out on one side or the other. But when Skeens is pitching like that, they did about the best you can do without winning. Of you just better make sure the Pirates don't score, try to put together an inning where you can get one off him, or wait for Pittsburgh to pull him and try to get to the reliever.
Yeah, can I just finish this beautiful part of the program as well in regard to appreciating the game of baseball for what it is, because we know how rando things happen all the time. And watching Lourdes Gurriel Jr. actually foul that ball off on his toe first in the 5th inning.
Yeah.
And then dribbling one down the third baseline to the right of the mound. As you're looking at home plate, of course, where he had to beat that throw.
That's baseball.
That's baseball. That is just, you got to be kidding.
Now that your toe hurts, sprint down this line. So the Diamondbacks have a chance to win the series today.
That's so rando.
In the 11 series they've played so far this season, they're 5-4-2, but that includes 0-3-1 in their last 4. They haven't won a series since the middle of April, so this would be, and it's going to be tough. We'll get more into the actual matchup, Zach Gallen against Mitch Keller, but Keller's been pretty good for the Pirates, certainly so far this
would be
season.
Big.
All right, when we come back, was there ever any chance Aaron Rodgers was actually considering the Cardinals or vice versa? We're going to talk to ESPN Cardinals reporter Josh Weinfuss. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com, Basinonians. Oh, man, maybe you're ready. You're ready for the all-on-4. I have had the all-on-4, and I can tell you right now it is a game changer. Book your new patient consultation in 3D CT scan or get a second opinion before you make that big decision. Ask about treatment options, of course, and financing that is out there. Patients, hey, listen, they're often shocked by what's possible for them at Aria Dental Implant Center. And my good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants, man, 20,000. And with all-on-4 full-mouth implants, experience is everything. Here's what you do, Basinonians. You go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Scorpions don't hate you. They ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were not able to overcome Paul Skeens and the Pittsburgh Pirates last night, falling 1-0 at Chase Field. They will once again go for the series win this afternoon with first pitch at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen will get the start for the D-backs. And for how new Arizona State men's basketball coach Randy Bennett is feeling following a medical issue, head on over to arizonasports.com. And that is what is trending now.
NFL schedule comes out next week, it sounds like. First game isn't for, 4 months, Wolf? A little under 4 months, but it's just constant Cardinals news lately, it seems like. So what happens when you have the third pick in the draft and you take a quarterback and you're linked to a Hall of Fame quarterback and you have another quarterback that might not play for you? So we're going to talk to ESPN Arizona Cardinals reporter Josh Weinfuss. Hopefully Josh can make sense of some of this for us. Josh, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
Hey, man. Everything's going great. How are you guys?
It's doing good, Josh. Appreciate your time, buddy.
Absolutely. Anytime, guys.
Well, Josh, let's start with the quarterback stuff. And, it sounds like Aaron Rodgers is just going to re-sign with the Steelers anyway. Would that have ever made any sense for the Cardinals? Was there ever, in your view, anything actually to that, or was that just the NFL rumor mill that never really shuts down?
I think it was the NFL rumor mill that never shuts down. I checked on it the other day, and I was told there was nothing behind all that noise about Rodgers coming to Arizona. And then obviously today comes out that he's most likely going to end up back in Pittsburgh. It wouldn't have made sense, right? Like, this team is not built for the playoffs right now. So if he wants to go out on a high note, this wasn't the place to do it. Now, there are a lot of connections. Obviously, Mike LaFleur is in Green Bay. He worked with Daniel Hackett, who's the Cardinals OC. He worked with him in Green Bay and in New York with the Jets. So there were some breadcrumbs, but they didn't lead anywhere, right? They were just crumbs on the floor. So it wouldn't have made sense. Obviously, I don't think it looks like it's not going to happen. So it's just kind of one of those things that, like, somehow just came up on the interwebs, and it just grew into this fable, and that's where it's going to stay.
You know, I think a lot of it too, Josh. I think a lot of it just stems from the fact that people are going to talk. You know, rumors are definitely going to be out there. And if I'm a general manager and I hear Aaron Rodgers may be interested, I don't know, with my current quarterback situation, maybe I just want to go ahead and create a little bit of doubt with some people, and maybe I start to poke and prod. There's nothing wrong with following a story and seeing if there's anything true to that. Having said that, all I can think of is Jacoby Brissett at this point in time. How bad has this gotten so far in regard to him not actually attending practice?
Bad? I don't know if it's bad. He, from what I understand, what I've been told, he's just simply looking for more guaranteed money, right? Like that's the core of this. He wants to be paid like a starter. Now, when I say that, people are like, oh, they instantly think about like the high end of starter salaries, and it's not that. Like, from what I have been told, is that he doesn't want that type of money. He just wants to be compensated fairly for being a starting quarterback. Because I think his contract right now calls for like $1.5 million guaranteed. Gardner Minshew, I think, is at $5.5 million guaranteed. We just saw the kicker for the Cowboys get guaranteed like $6 million. So Jacoby just wants to be paid what he feels like a starter should be paid, and that's not even a high-end starter. That's a low-end starter. So that's kind of the crux of this, from what I understand. Will it get worked out anytime soon? I don't know. It's been dragged for a while, apparently. So I do think he will at some point this offseason, but I don't know if he's going to be on the field. Like, I don't know if it's going to last till training camp. It could last till training camp. I think the ball's in the Cardinals' court, right? Like, they are the ones that need to come to the table with an offer to say, hey, like, this is what we're willing to pay you. And then I think it could once that happens, I think it could go fast. It's just a matter of when that's going to happen, or if it's going to happen.
We're talking to Josh Weinfuss. Josh, with all that going on, and a rookie quarterback and a new quarterback in Gardner Minshew and a new head coach, I mean, I would think if Jacoby's going to be the starter, I don't want him walking in the second week of training camp and trying to pick everything up with Mike LaFleur. How wide open do you think this quarterback competition will be in August?
I mean, it all comes down to what Jacoby does, right? Like you said, if he waits till week 2 of training camp, probably pretty wide open. If he's there on the first day working, whether it's a hold in or he's back in full, like I don't think it's a competition. I think from what I understand and what I've been told by sources, that he has been told he's the starter this year, or he's the starter as of now. Obviously, that could change at any point depending on how the other guys play, but it's his team as of right now, and it's all voluntary, right? So like people are making a big deal out of all these workouts that he's missing. They're all voluntary. He doesn't have to be there. Obviously, could it help? Sure. Like, it could help him. It could help the team. Could help, LaFleur, like all these things. But he doesn't have to be here. So he's not breaking any rules right now. But I don't think it's an open competition until we get to training camp. And if he's not on the field that first day or week or whatever it is, then I think the Cardinals have to start looking at it as, okay, we need to figure out who's going to be our starter if Jacoby isn't going to be ready for the season.
So going into training camp, I'm very, very interested in this, Josh. Carson Beck, going into training camp, is he going to have a bona fide shot to go out and compete for the starting job?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, is it going to be an open competition necessarily? If he outplays Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, is Mike LaFleur going to sit there and say, you know what, you still need to stay on the bench? Probably not. So it's really up to him whether he sees the field or not. I don't expect him to see the field in the first part of the season unless he totally goes into camp and just blows everyone away, which is possible, right? He's mature, he's older, he's had experience. Like, he's played in NFL-style systems. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Is it likely? No. Is it possible? Yes. Now, could we see him week 6 or 7, 5, 1, and 6? Maybe, but that might be Gardner Minshew's time. Like, could we see Carson back after Thanksgiving if the season has gone down the toilet? Possibly, probably, right? Like, I think when Michael Flores says he wants to sit him and not rest him, let him watch, let him learn, unless he's better than the other guys, I truly believe it. I think that there's a lot to be said about these young guys learning from vets and not having to play right away, not having that pressure. And obviously he's a third-round pick. There's not that internal pressure from up top to play him right away. So I think that it could be good for both sides. It could be good for Beck. I mean, regardless of what people think about Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, they have played and been around a lot of football in the NFL. So Carson Beck can learn a ton from them, right? And then that could just help him get better. And I think what the Cardinals have learned as an organization, obviously, Monty wasn't here when Kyler Murray was drafted, but I think guys can really young Wolf, from watching veterans, from being around veterans, from seeing how they operate, how they study, how they work, everything that goes player, they could really learn a lot from that. And I think that's the situation now.
Josh, with the drafting of Jeremiah Love, but also, reworking James Conner's contract and bringing in Tyler Algier, and Trey Benson is still here, there's a lot of excitement. I'm excited about the addition of Jeremiah Love, but how do you see that running back room shaking out at the start of the season?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think Love's going to, he has to be your RB1, right? Like, you're not going to draft a guy that high and pay him that much money and just bench him. Like, it's different with quarterbacks and running backs. I think he's going to be your starter. Honestly, like, right now, I don't know. Like, if he's completely healthy, I don't see James Conner giving up a huge chunk of his. Like, I think he knows what he can do. He's had 2 1,000-yard seasons in the last 3 years. Like, he knows that he's what it takes to be a top-end running back in the NFL. Now, I think if you can, there's going to be some sort of recipe that can put all these 4 guys in a pot and come up with a great meal, right? And I think that leaves, Love is your number 1 guy. Then I could see Conner, depending on how he's doing going into training camp, as your number 2, Algier in 3, and I think at this point, just based on everything else, Trey Benson is your 4th. And but I think they're all going to have their roles, right? Like, I don't know if they're going to use Love in certain situations. They might use Conner. They might use Algier. One thing I'm very curious about with Jeremiah Love, how they utilize him as a receiver. Everyone I've talked to around him has said he is such a better receiver than people realize.
Yeah.
That he has great hands, like he has great instincts as a receiver in running routes and everything. So I think we could see him maybe we see him split out wide and James Conner or Algier in the backfield. Like, there's a lot of possibilities.
I got to ask this last question, Josh, quickly here. James Conner.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he could be ready by week 1?
I don't. I mean, he suffered the injury. It was an ankle injury, right? I think it was an ankle, if I'm not mistaken, back in week 3. Yeah. That's a long time, right? That's almost 11 months. And by the time training camp starts, you could see him being ready. Like, we don't have any firm updates yet, but it's a long time to heal. And knowing what we know about him, like, he's a tough kid. So I can see it happening.
Josh, we appreciate this, man.
Josh.
Thank you so much for the time.
Thanks for having me.
All right. That's Josh Weinfuss, ESPN Arizona Cardinals reporter, joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. You want to win free Sonic and some D-back swag? Text SMASHER to 620-620 to win a $25 Sonic gift card and an autographed Diamondbacks baseball. Plus, one lucky winner is going to take home a $500 Sonic gift card. All right, when we come back, speaking of the D-backs, Torey Lovello spoke to his starters a few days ago and seems like it's working. Is that why we've seen the change in performance from D-backs pitching? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard, and I'm telling you about Orchard because they can make the home buying process much easier for you right now. Here's how. If you find your dream house, Orchard will give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home right away. Do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around for other people. You don't have to do a bunch of extra showings or any of that. It's your dream house. The last thing you want to do is risk losing it while you spend all your time and focus trying to get everything with the place you're leaving lined up perfectly. Now, after you buy the new place, then the Orchard experts will take it from there. They'll handle repairs on your old home. They'll make price-boosting upgrades. And then when they're done with all that, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. And they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers, the kind of buyers you want to be in business with, really. You did the hard part. You found your new home. That's a big deal. So let Orchard make the rest easier for you so you can move in right away without any frustrations. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. Goettl will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Man, if you've got some back issues, some neck issues, you know you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. I can tell you I suffered a lot of damage, of course, over the years that I played professional football, and I can tell you that Dr. Chris at DISC, he has helped me in the past. That's why I love recommending them to you. DISC treats all patients, from professional athletes, weekend sports enthusiasts, to those just trying to get their life back. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures. That's what they're known for worldwide, and it's one of the reasons why people from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. Get back to living, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the D-backs series against the Pirates fared for Arizona and then look ahead to their series against the Mets. The Burns and Gambo Show 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, well, we were talking about this earlier in the week. Diamondbacks were the worst in baseball with just 5 quality starts at that point in the season. John Lund, when he was in here yesterday, had the stat that the Diamondbacks, what was it, their ERA in the first inning this season is 7.94.
Going into yesterday.
That was going into yesterday.
And they gave up another run.
Yeah, and they did technically, I mean, it feels weird to say. They only gave up 1 run last night, but they did give 1 up in the first inning, so that number actually went up even a little bit. Torey Lovello said this on Tuesday about challenging his pitchers.
I talked to these starting pitchers and challenged them to go out there and do exactly what he did, and I think they all want to put it in my face a little bit. So check. He did it. Next up, we'll see what happens tomorrow. When you make deals and you follow through on it, I like that a lot. And that's what our staff's able to do. I mean, they're a veteran staff. They've had a couple rough turns, and they've acknowledged that. And they're putting their foot in the ground, and they're showing up, and they did it today. And I like that. I like when guys back up what they say they can do, and Erod definitely did that today. That should not be the story. This story should be about Erod and how he executed. I know you guys can't wait to get in there, and the first question you guys are going to ask is, what did your dopey manager tell you in that meeting? So I know it, but I want Erod, this is your day, bro. You did a great job.
It is part of the story, though. It's not the story necessarily of that game. To me, it's a story of this season. Because what if they turn things around? What if it's not a players only meeting? But what if Torrey had to talk to those guys and just kind of reset things? Because in the 2 games now, since we've heard that happens, they've given up 1 total run.
Man, where do I begin on this one, Mason? I got to tell you, I love this. This is coaching. This is what a coach does, and you hear me say it all the time. A coach has got to tell his players the truth. And that's exactly what I'm sure Torey Lovello did, telling his rotation the truth. You're not good enough. You're not doing it right. And I'm sure he used a lot of different words that I would never use, Masononians, and Torey rarely uses. But I can tell you right now, Torey is looked at as kind of a father figure from time to time inside that clubhouse. And Torey is like a dad, I think, to some of these guys. And this happens, Masononians. It does. Your coach, your head coach, your manager, your position coach, it happened with me personally. Hank Kuhlman, my dad passed away when I was 18 years old. Leukemia got him when he was 46. And Hank Kuhlman, when I came into the National Football League, year 2, he was my running back coach. And I can tell you right now, it changed everything in my career. And he, to this day, I talked to him before we actually went on the air, as a matter of fact, is one of these guys who is my surrogate father. That's how I feel about him. He's 88 years old right now. Torrey, I think, is like this with a lot of guys. And sometimes, what did your dad used to do, Masononians? Did he sometimes emote? Did he gesticulate? Did he start yelling and elevating his voice? Yes. Something tells me this is what Torrey was doing. He was challenging his guys, and you heard him reference it right there. Maybe they took offense to it. Maybe they didn't like it. Maybe they wanted to shove it in my face. Yeah.
I think he's fine with that,
Maybe
obviously.
they did. And sometimes that's what you wanted to do with your dad when he corrected you as well. I just think this is what coaching is. You have to make a demand of your players, no matter what sport you're playing. You have to make a demand and then watch who actually does. Doesn't mean you're always going to be successful. Doesn't mean that's going to be the case. But you're going to work harder and be more intent and more intentional on doing it right.
Yeah, well, it's not something you can do every week. You know, it's you got to be careful when you deliver that message. But we are coming up on the quarter mark of the season. And this team's identity was supposed to be winning with pitching and defense and starting pitching. How many times have we heard somebody around the team or players after the game talk about the emphasis that was put on, hey, make sure don't be scared up there. Don't be, for lack of a better term, you don't need to be nibbling, trying to make the perfect pitch. Like, go after some of these guys. Be aggressive. Don't be walking guys and putting them on base that way. Like, let's get some pitches in the strike zone. And they started the season off pretty good in that sense, but then really had trailed off in previous weeks. Soroka goes out there and pitches well last night. And, to me, part of the story for Soroka is he bounced back in a big way after a bad outing against Milwaukee. Because
that's part of the story, too.
Yeah, because if you look at the Milwaukee game is really the only game Soroka's been bad this year. He gave up 4 runs in 5 2/3 against Philadelphia, but he still won that game. He still struck out 10 in that game. You could make a case, been the Diamondbacks' most consistent starter this year. You can make a case. It's either him or Erod or Gallen. It's one of those 3 for sure. And that Phillies game and the game last night are another example of why.
Erod's last outing to me was just awesome.
Was great, yeah. They're an example of why wins and losses for pitchers are so messed up. He goes out, he gives up 4 and 5 2/3 against the Phillies, gets the win. Last night he gives 6 1/3 and only gives up 1 run and takes the loss. But either way, that's a sidebar. Yeah, Erod has been, when he's been on, he's maybe been their best. But he and Soroka and Gallen really have only each had like one, maybe 1.5 rough outings. They've largely been good in the other ones. But everybody had been trending in the wrong direction before that conversation with Torrey.
Yeah, you know what else, too, Base Marines? I just got to throw this in here. Bill Belichick is a known commodity to so many people that are out there. And yet it's so amazing. It reminded me, because this is what a head coach does. This is what he does. He's going to go ahead. I'm bringing the starters into my office, and I'm going to let them know what's what. This is what Torrey did for the most part. Now, I'm sure he called them out on the table. It's why he said, they may want to shove it in my face. Whatever. Okay, good. That's what he's saying.
Days off.
Okay, that's
No days off.
yes, yeah.
No
Yes.
days off.
Yes, I just want to say Bill Belichick would not do any of that. Bill Belichick, you already knew. You either did your job or, man, you're out the door. Torrey is so friendly and so cordial to his players. He is like a father figure to him, and he accepts it. And I love that he does that. I love that he does. Bill Belichick didn't care at all. I lovingly, and I loved playing for him, I lovingly referred to him as a sociopath, okay? Because he didn't try to get into your business and how are you feeling? You just knew. You were either going to do your job or you're gone. And he didn't have to yell at you, scream at you, threaten you at all, and never tried to do it. Now, that's a completely different coaching style, and I don't like it, frankly, to tell you the truth. Now, I thrived under it because, for me...
It would have been weird if Belichick tried to be something
exactly,
he wasn't. Yeah.
Right.
Which is why it was so weird that he was taking a college coaching job, because at least in the pros, you can kind of be like, hey, you're getting paid. I know you're getting paid in college now too, but you're a pro. You figure it out. Like, I'm gonna go over here and coach, and if you can't get motivated to play in this game, you'll just be gone. You would think that mentality maybe doesn't work as well with 18 and 19-year-olds.
Yes, and not only that too. I just want to say this: baseball is so different. This is what I love about it. The road is real, and suddenly you got on the road for a 10-day road trip. You're out there for a long time, and you're all living together day after day after day. You play 162 games. It's the reason why you've got to have a relationship with your guys. And that's where I think Torrey is really good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the same. It's the same as with Belichick, with Torrey. Like, if Torrey suddenly, starting tomorrow was like aloof and didn't talk to his players, and it wouldn't work. It's disingenuous.
Yes.
But I also think because these guys like Torrey and respect him as much as they do, as long as he picks the right spots, and it seems like he did here, when he gets in their face about something, it lands a lot more than just a coach that yells at you all the time.
I think it is so critical in the game of baseball that the skipper has communication with his players on a daily basis.
We come back. Hour number 2 of the show. We'll start with some football. And if the Cardinals, maybe this isn't even possible, maybe it is. If the Cardinals were to surprise people in 2026, what would that even look like? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information, man. Moving Team 6, they have a brand new Mesa facility that is now open right now. They are proudly serving the East Valley. That's right, Basinonians. They got a secure climate-controlled storage facility in Phoenix and now actually out in Mesa right now to better serve you. That's right. They are a full-service moving solution for you, brothers. Local and long-distance moves, not a problem. Check those boxes. Residential and commercial moves, got that box checked too. Professional packing services, Man, secure, climate-controlled storage facilities, as I said. And I love the fact that they'll walk in, look at your closet and go, we got this. We'll pack it all up. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, it's May, Tam Sir Climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota, let's go places.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV. But if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were not able to overcome Paul Skeens and the Pittsburgh Pirates last night, falling 1-0 at Chase Field. They will once again go for the series win this afternoon with first pitch at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen will get the start for the D-backs. And for how new Arizona State men's basketball coach Randy Bennett is feeling following a medical issue, head on over to arizonasports.com. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How does Carson Beck view his opportunity with the Arizona Cardinals? We will hear what the rookie quarterback had to say on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6, on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. This Thursday morning, it's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, before we get into Cardinals, did you see Josh Doan first goal of the game last night and an assist?
Goodness.
Josh Doan.
You gotta be kidding me. Of my Buffalo Sabres.
Josh Doan, who might be leading the Buffalo Sabres to Stanley Cup.
Oh, you know what? If they win the Stanley Cup, Arizonians, we of the Wu Fang Clan, we're going home. If you know what I mean.
Going for one of the parades?
Just to
there
be
will be
there
multiple
in town.
parades. Yes.
Wolf going to a parade, going to a crowded place like that—that's a first. That's a shocker.
How crazy this would be.
Growing up, I can tell you right now, when I was a kid, my first love was hockey, the street hockey that we played out on 45 Hudson Road, Basinonians. It was huge.
In 3-degree weather out there.
The Buffalo Sabres were with the French connection. Are you kidding me? They were huge. René Robert, Gilbert Perrault, Rick Martin. It was incredible growing up, and they were good when I was growing up. So, yeah, there's no doubt about it. I love it. The memories are awesome, and the fact that they beat Le Bleu Blanc Rouge, that, of course, being the Habitants.
You know it's a big deal when Wolf starts speaking other languages. But look, the Buffalo Sabres part of it, just because we all know how Bills fans are, and they're all Sabres fans too. Sabres hadn't been in the playoffs for 15 years. It is a big hockey town. That alone would make it a cool story. But the fact that Josh Doan is kind of leading the way for the Sabres.
Yeah, the Sabres had 16 shots on goal and scored on 4 of them.
That's all it takes.
I think Arizona fans in general should adopt the Buffalo Sabres as
their
their team.
I like that.
You've got Josh Doan there. You've got Tage Thompson there.
Yep.
They're a fun market to root for. It's funny that because it's such a polar opposite place of Arizona, but yeah, I think that's the team that hockey fans should adopt until the Coyotes are back.
I love that, man.
I feel like you could almost have a viewing party here for the Sabres. Yeah, it's kind of what it feels like just because of Doan. I mean, he started the year in Utah, and they didn't even realize what they had on their hands. And yeah, okay. It worked out for Buffalo. All right, let's get to the Cardinals, Wolf. And I was looking at NFL Power Rankings on ESPN just to kind of get an idea. Okay, where did they have the Cardinals to start things off? And they have them not last in the NFL, but they do have them last in the NFC. I think they had them ahead of the Jets, the Browns, and the Dolphins.
Okay.
Which is fair. I mean, this is, they finished last year with 3 wins, and they changed coaches, and nobody even knows who their quarterback is right now.
Yes.
But it did get me to thinking of, like, what would it look like this year if they did surprise people? Like, if they snuck up on people? Not necessarily like a win total, but just kind of, what would that look like? Would that look like Jacoby Brissett is the starter all year and he's putting up numbers and it's leading to some actual wins? Would it mean Carson Beck, it looks like he was the quarterback that should have gone at least second in the draft and he's playing? Would it mean Jeremiah Love just plays out of his mind? Would it mean the defense looks a lot better just because it's healthy? Like there's different ways. Because in football, more so than any other sport, there's going to be a couple teams, or at least one team, towards the bottom of all these predictions this year. I'm not saying it's going to be the Cardinals because of the division they're in, too. But there's going to be a team that everybody thinks is going to be bad that's going to end up being really good.
Okay, so it's really interesting. It's a great topic of conversation right now. I think the Arizona Cardinals could surprise. A surprise season would be 6 or 7 wins. I think that would be why did I have to pick that? I should have said 7 and 8 based on 6, 7.
I
know. Why did I say
on doing this till the end of time that I've stopped saying the numbers 6 or 7?
I'm just again. Why did I say 6 or 7? But at the same time, the shock and awe of it all would be if they won 6 or 7 games with Carson Beck as their quarterback. That would change everything.
That would be the surprise.
Surprise! That would be it. Not if Jacoby Brissett went out there and started and they won 6 or 7 games. I could see that happening. I don't think they're that much of a surprise at that point. Oh, they played better than what most people thought they would, but I don't know if that would be a surprise. Carson Beck going out and doing that, and the Cardinals win 6 or 7 games, that would be a surprise.
Yeah, look, that's a good point. That's a good distinction to draw because the Cardinals 2 years ago ended up winning 8 games, and there's a decent chance that Mike LaFleur, I mean, you hired him because you think he's a good coach. There's a decent chance just having him in here is going to make them better.
Well, and if everyone doesn't get hurt as well.
Especially on the defense. That's where I look. It's like you invested a lot in the defense last year, and everybody's like, just like, oh, the defense is terrible. It might be, but I'd like to see the starters and not the fourth stringers before I make that call definitively. And the other part,
nice.
The other part is they're going to have a fourth place schedule. Now, we know the teams. We don't know the schedule yet. We'll find that out next week, like the actual order and the bye week and all that stuff. Their fourth place schedule, don't expect it to be like the one the Patriots had last year, where the Patriots, I think, played the Jets 14 times and then like a couple colleges. I mean, the Patriots had the easiest schedule in the history of football last year. Historically, they did. The Cardinals,
Luke is embellishing, and he's doing that on purpose, my young Krause.
I think
14 times they played
that
the
part
Jets.
I may have embellished. But the part where they statistically had the easiest schedule in NFL history, that there are metrics that say that. The Cardinals play a lot of tough teams just by the division that they're in and the division that their division plays. Like but still, it's a fourth place schedule. You've got a new coach. You're 2 years removed from 8 wins. I think your offense can be more dynamic with Jeremiah Love. Again, this is not me. Oh, the Cardinals are going to make the playoffs, but it's not crazy to think that they would win 6 or 7 games. Sorry, that's the range. And I'm not sure that would be a good thing because that basically takes you out of the sweepstakes to get a really good quarterback at the top of the draft next year.
For me, it's really not what they do. It's how they do it that I think will be a surprise. If you tell me that they're out there winning 6 or 7 games again with Jacoby Brissett as their quarterback, I think, okay, most people would be surprised thinking, well, they won 6 games with Jacoby Brissett, and they won 3 games the year before that. Maybe that's a surprise. That wouldn't be a surprise to me to only win 3 more games than what they did. But if you tell me Carson Beck is out there playing, and this is one of the most interesting, fascinating things. I cannot wait for preseason this year. I keep talking about it.
It's not something I think I've ever heard you say.
Exactly. I cannot wait for preseason because base and earnings, this is just me. And right now, Mike LaFleur may be listening. Hey, Coach, how you doing? I love you, respect you. Great. You got a great family. Yet at the same time, if you tell me that Carson Beck goes out there and looks capable in preseason, I think he's going to be the week 1 starter.
See, this is where this all gets sort of crazy because 6 wins
and I'm
last year.
all on board for that.
I know
Luke.
you are. I am too, honestly. Like, we know what Minshew and Brissett are, and neither one of them is your answer long term. So let's see what Carson Beck is. 6 wins last year. That was Cincinnati. That was the 10th pick in the draft before they traded to the Giants.
Okay.
So it's different each year. I get that. But let's say the Cardinals won 6 games with Jacoby Brissett, and you're picking 10th. I mean, you should still be able to get a good quarterback in next year's draft at 10, at least the way it's projecting right now. But if you won 6 with Carson Beck, then you're in a lot more like, okay, this rookie came in and we won 6 games. Do we need to take a quarterback with the 10th pick in the draft?
Once again, so much of that answer would be predicated on how did he play in those 6 wins? How? Did he go out and he was one of the reasons why we actually won 6 games? Or, he put us in a tough spot and somehow our defense bailed us out, or our special teams?
Exactly, because if you end up picking top 3 next year, you're taking a quarterback.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's almost no scenario where if you're picking top 3 next year and you're like, nah, we don't need one. We think Beck might be the guy. Because there's no way to know he is the guy if you're picking top 3. Either he didn't play or he didn't win. So if you're picking top 3, I'm going to say right now the Cardinals better be taking a quarterback.
Yes.
But once you get past that, it gets a little more, there's a lot more nuance to it.
And I want to see that, man. I want to see that. Give the kid a shot.
How long till preseason? Like three months. We're almost there. 90 days, 90-ish days.
Here we go.
Give mom the gift of D-backs baseball all season long. D-backs TV is 50% off for Mother's Day. Just $44.99 for the rest of the season. Head to D-backs TV now. Offer ends May 10th. That's just a couple days away. When we come back, Diamondbacks had a specific approach against Paul Skeens last night. We'll get you his reaction to it, not just how he reacted on the field, but how he reacted afterwards. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. We of the Woo Fan Clan, we like to walk around the compound and say, I am Santan Ford. Just shout it out somewhere. You know what? We love Santan Ford. We are big fans of Tim Hovick, of course, and Santan Ford. We're in the market right now, Basinonians. That's right. Over the next month or so, we're really going to start looking for that Ford F-150. That's right. That's my favorite, man. We're going to buy a Ford, and we're going to buy it at Santan Ford. I'm hoping to get the 150. You know what? Maybe you want more. Well, more of what? How about more affordability, more APR, more lease plans, more value, and more fun, and more selection? If you want all of that, you need to head on over to Tim Hovick's Santan Ford Basinonians. That's right. He's located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll recap how the D-backs did in their series finale against the Buccos, and we'll get you ready for a visit from the Mets. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we'll start this segment with a disclaimer, Wolf. Paul Skeens doesn't often get hit very hard no matter what approach you take. The only time I've really seen it work was when we were doing the show during opening day, and the Mets had the approach of hit the ball to O'Neal Cruz. That seemed to be the best approach to beat Paul Skeens, because that's really where he gave up all his runs so far this season was opening day. But the Diamondbacks did have an approach. This is what Torey Lovello said after the game yesterday.
There's no approach issue there at all for you?
Not really, because I know what the plan was. So that's where he beat us. So I know what our plan was today. We followed the plan, and then we got a little mixed up. Some guys were trying to dig in and get into deep count. So the plan was to get going early, not let them get into some secondary stuff.
All right, well, here's Paul Skeens after the game. I believe our own Kellen Olson asked him this question too, but Kellen asked Paul Skeens what he thought of the D-backs approach.
It means I can go deep in games. If they're going to, it's when you can get outs early in counts, that makes it easier to pitch, and that's when you get the 7-8 inning outings. It's the same thing as Braxton a few days ago. So they were taking their shots, and not too many of them landed. But that's an approach.
What are your thoughts on
an approach? Well, first, before we go down that path, let me just play the beginning again, okay? Because this is the hardest anybody's ever heard Paul Skeens laugh, okay? He was hysterical how hard he was laughing.
It means I can go deep in games.
Yeah, that's the hardest anybody's ever heard Paul Skeens laugh.
You got me. That was good. That was good, Luke. Good use of sound.
It's true.
So what's your point?
Look, it's not like there's this approach that beats Paul Skeens, and nobody's tried it yet.
Thank you.
But it was interesting to hear his response, though, at the end, where he's like, it's an approach. I mean, logically, if you're attacking Paul Skeens early, you're going to get yourself into the position that they got into last night, where he could have gone 9 innings.
Yes.
So the idea of, if probably the Geraldo Perdomo approach to a lot of pitchers of make him throw me pitches and let's work the count and let's get this guy out of here, that to me would be the more traditional way, probably the more logical way to approach him. But the Diamondbacks weren't just doing that because they were like, hey, let's spin a wheel and see what happens.
Right.
They had a reason they were trying to attack. I'm not so sure they'll do it if they see him again this year.
This is what happens in coaching. It is. You try one tactic. If it doesn't work, you try a different tactic. You try something different. What is the definition of insanity? Is trying to do the same thing over and over and over. When it's not working. I think I butchered that, by the way. You might want to put that in.
Definition of insanity. I think that's actually right.
I think I butchered it.
Doing the same thing and expecting different results. That's the part.
There it is.
You can do the same thing over and over. That's just a routine. It's if you're expecting different results.
This is what coaching is. Okay, that didn't work. Now we're going to try this. Okay, that didn't work. Now we're going to try this. We're going to have some type of plan. And you want to have some type of plan collectively, especially when you go against something that is a dominant force. You're going to try to poke and prod. You're going to try to figure out where you can maybe make a little bit of damage and do a little damage. But this is not really a surprise to me. Did it work? No, it didn't work.
Paul Skeens has a 2.36 ERA this year. It's the worst of his career by far. One of the best in baseball. It's the worst of his career. His career ERA is 2.01. Like, by the end of the season, go ahead and look how many starting pitchers in baseball have an ERA in the 2s.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay? Now, you might say, well, that's okay, but you're asking over 30 starts for – okay, well, this is over his entire career, and it's not in the 2s. It's almost in the 1s. It probably will be in the 1s after his next start. Wolf, his career whip is 0.92. Like, his career numbers, 2.01 ERA, 0.92 whip.
Unbelievable.
It's hard for me to fault somebody for trying to find a different approach against him or to take a different approach and try and get different results because the previous results everybody's piling up aren't working with Paul Skeens. But again, like I said, I don't know if the Diamondbacks would do it the same way next time because it played right into what he wanted last night.
Yeah, it did. Again, it's going to be a situation, I'm sure Joe Mather the Diamondbacks hitting coach. Okay, hey guys, how do you feel about this? I'm sure he's asking a lot from the players as well, how they feel their approach should be. I just don't know if there's any answers out there. And when you're poking and prodding, you're just looking for any type of damage you can possibly do. I mean, this is what they do with quarterbacks in the NFL, Basinonians. Defensive coordinators, they will come with different types of pressure packages to see if any of them give a quarterback a more difficult way to go. They'll do whatever they can and bring 0 coverage all the way down to bringing 5, and maybe you're doing it in different ways in which you're bringing 5. Maybe you're bringing 4 to a side. That really gets a quarterback's attention. You're poking and prodding on a quarterback in the protection schemes of an opposing team, just figuring out what they struggle with. So, I mean, this is what coaching is. This is what competition is. There is not one way to do it. Everyone's going to have a different approach.
I'm looking ahead to see if they'll face Skeens again this year, and it's tough to project this out because the Diamondbacks don't play the Pirates again, and it's the only time they will play them again. They don't play them again until July 27th, 28th, and 29th. So that's games 10, 11, and 12 out of the All-Star break for the Pirates. So if Skeens didn't start the All-Star game, I think they would almost certainly face him. But he's probably going to start the All-Star game if he's healthy, right? So there's a pretty good chance he'll pitch. So then it just depends if the Pirates, how quickly out of the gate they have him starting their first game back. But that's when the Diamondbacks face them again, 27th, 28th, and 29th. So there's a chance they would see Skeens again, certainly in that range. But, look, last night, it's no matter what they did, it would be easy to sit here today and say, okay, well, that just didn't work. They got to change it.
Yeah,
most teams are changing what they do after they face Paul Skeens.
Yeah, so, again, next time, okay, what's going to happen? Paul Skeens, listen, don't attack. Don't try to jump him early on. Work the count. And then strike out a lot because you're working the count. And, Paul Skeens is pretty good at striking most people out. Now, it wasn't like it was dominant last night, but he's really, really good. Then it got sideways at the end. Actually struck out 3 in his last innings. Having said that, man, once again, you're going to take different approaches. And I got no problem with a coach, Joe Mather, with Torey Lovello, whatever, saying, let's take a different approach, do it collectively, and see what kind of results we get.
Here's one more from Torey talking about at-bat quality versus Skeens.
It's hard to define a simple approach off of him. He's very dynamic. I think he reads swings. He's very smart, and he's going to throw pitches based on what he's seeing. And he made some good adjustments. You prepare for the velocity, but you don't see it. You don't see it every pitch. Typically somebody throws 98 miles an hour, you're going to see it a lot. But he pitched, and that's what kept us in neutral. So I throw the approach out the window. It's tough. It's very tough to hit against somebody that felt it the way he did today. And Michael did a great job. I wish we scored 4 runs. We'd be talking all about how good Michael Soroka did today. He threw the heck out of the baseball.
Still have a chance to win the series today.
So I'm going to say, if I'm Joe Mather, I'm going to say, hey, guys, you know what? Just go out there and, do whatever you want to do next time, okay? You just do what you want to do. You want to work it, work it. You want to attack them early on. You just do what you want to do.
You say it in that voice, too?
Yeah.
It's good. That'll command more respect. When we come back, let's talk some basketball. What's the Phoenix Suns' plan to avoid having so many injuries next season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London.
London? Yes, London.
With round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Here's how you can win.
Cheerio.
Beginning Monday, the 11th of May, watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports Studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the place you want to be right now with everything going on. Basketball playoffs, hockey playoffs, baseball every day. You can keep up with all of it if you just get to Twin Peaks. Wall-to-wall TVs, massive screens, perfect sight lines, so you'll be sure to catch every single memorable moment right as it happens. And there's been a lot. Just look at the last month of sports, and things are going to get pretty wild this summer, too, with some pretty big soccer matches going on as well. Twin Peaks really is the ultimate man cave sports lodge. It's where you want to be for all this stuff. And then while you're there, you can enjoy their outstanding food selection because they've got an entire menu made for MVPs. Burgers stacked high and cooked to order, smoked in-house wings and brisket, signature drinks as well, and maybe most importantly, nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. You can experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, or whenever. Twin Peaks has you covered with the great atmosphere they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations now. Twin Peaks, where every seat is the best seat in the house.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
When there are supply constraints on commodities, prices surge. You saw it with fuel prices, with the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And you know what else is a limited commodity? Gold. They mine it out of the ground, and when it's gone, it's gone. Governments can't just print more of it. That's why everyone from central banks to savvy savers are diversified with gold. If you've been thinking about it for years, but have still never moved some of your savings into physical gold, Birch Gold Group is who I trust to help you. Stan Bongino, and now through May 29th, Birch Gold is giving first-time gold buyers a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. For details and a free information kit on diversifying into gold, text Dan to the number 989898. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Text Dan to the number 989898 to see if you qualify for a first-time gold buyer rebate of up to $10,000. Again, text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates apply.
To hydrate or caffeinate? Why not both? New Sonic Refreshers blend real fruit with a splash of energizing green tea. Try it sparkling or still in 3 mouthwatering flavors: berry citrus, mango peach, or strawberry passion fruit. You've earned it. Seriously. Carried all your groceries in one trip? Turned your clothing pile back into a treadmill? Parallel parked on the first try? Sip to that. All new Sonic Refreshers. Live free, eat Sonic. You wanna live free?
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what's happening this month at Liberty GMC?
What's up, Dave? The Memorial Day Save-a-thon is here, and with big savings across our lineup. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month, or a 2026 Canyon for $379 a month. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XLs are arriving daily with lease options starting as low as $699 a month. If you've been waiting for the right time, this is it.
Stop by Liberty GMC or make your best deal online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were not able to overcome Paul Skeens and the Pittsburgh Pirates last night, falling 1-0 at Chase Field. They will once again go for the series win this afternoon with first pitch at 12:40, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen will get the start for the D-backs. And for how new Arizona State men's basketball coach Randy Bennett is feeling following a medical issue, head on over to arizonasports.com. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Did the Diamondbacks win a series against the lowly Pirates? We'll discuss our baseball team and have lots of fun. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, let's get into some basketball.
Yeah.
Before I start playing some of this Brian Gregory audio that we haven't gotten to play yet.
Okay.
Did you see the men's and women's selection committee agreeing to expand the NCAA tournament to 76 teams? Let's just let everybody in.
Yeah.
Let's just have 140 teams get in.
Why?
Money?
You know, maybe money.
It's definitely just money.
I'm sorry.
It's not a good decision.
Okay, well, once again, why? It was perfect, right? Right the way that it was, just the way that it was.
Well, it was actually perfect when it was 64 teams.
Was perfect, yes.
68, I mean, I know it's led to some ASU tournament berths, but 68 is dumb. My idea that nobody likes is...
What way to sell it. Okay.
Yeah, my idea that nobody likes is to get rid of all of the secondary tournaments, just have a 96-team tournament, and that's it.
Well, that's where they're going eventually.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
they're
going to keep the NIT and keep the, WBIT and all these other secondary tournaments, and that's where it's really everyone's going to make the postseason, and that's what I don't like. I just want just one tournament, and we can celebrate that.
Well, I kind of did like the play-in. I did. That was okay with.
Well, now there's 12 play-in games.
Right. It's just. Man,
my problem is more the reasoning. When you hear some of the biggest names in college basketball, like John Calipari and some of these other guys, not just Calipari, but a lot of big names saying no, we don't need to. Mark Few, no, this is we're getting greedy here, basically, and they just do it anyway. I don't know if a person runs the NCAA anymore, or if it's just like a tiny little monster that's just like I can make $18 more. Let's do this because
it's AI.
Well, because college football is going to be...
We're talking about practice, man.
I wish it was Allen Iverson running it. College football is going to do this too. They're going to have 24 teams. And I say this knowing full well 76 teams gives ASU a better chance to make the tournament. I did not go to a school that makes the tournament every year as it is. I still hate it. Because of the reasoning. It's just, let's get an extra $5 out of this. It'll be worth it. Especially in football, where for the longest time they're like, no, we can't have more than 2 teams because then it'll how would we ever make money? And now they're like, wait a minute, this does make money. Everybody except us was right. So now we're just going to have 36 teams make it. And anyway, we're derailed here. Let's get back to let's go pro basketball here.
Okay, cool.
Well, NBA, I guess they're both pro now. But here's Matt Ishbia last week. He was asked if the Suns have anything they can do to try to limit injuries.
Without question, do we try to figure out things to get better? I think we've got one of the best medical teams and health and wellness teams in the NBA, strength conditioning. You get things happen, right? Jalen Green played 82 games 2 years before, and then missed 50 games this year. And so sometimes unlucky things happen. You're going to have injuries every year. People are going to miss games. Players are going to miss games, starters, non-starters. And so you're always going to have some of it. Are we going to hopefully lead the league in it next year? I'm hoping not. And that's kind of what I think. And so do we try to figure out all the things, medical, strength and condition? How do we make sure we have less of that? Of course. And we're going to continue to do that. But some things are unlucky.
Yeah, you know what? Some things are unlucky. I really do wonder about the 52 games. I do wonder about that. Jalen Green missing 52 games. And how Matt Ishbia handled that. Because that had to be a situation based, and I'm just saying right now, it was a hamstring. It was a hamstring. And did you try to get him back too early? Yeah, I'm sure they had some.
It seems like.
I am promising you right now, Basin. It's not that it matters, but I'll guarantee you there were some elevated voices on that subject. Jalen Green and his hamstring, and how a guy that had a hammy missed 52 games. And I know you could say, well, they brought him back and he tweaked it again, and I get that. The question would be, obviously, at that point in time, did you bring him back too early?
Yeah.
Were you trying to bring him back too early?
And, honestly...
Did you misdiagnose the original hammy?
You have to ask that question. I mean, if you're trying to figure out the best way for the Suns to get better is probably internal improvement, but it's also guys staying healthy. Now, it's the NBA. Guys miss games, but guys don't miss 50 games that have never really missed games before. That for the previous 2 seasons with a different team hadn't missed any. Yeah, so it's you have to at least ask the question. It doesn't mean that they rushed him back, but you have to ask the question because that was November 8th. When he re-aggravated it. Okay, so he comes back, plays the Clippers. Remember that first game, November 6th. Had a great game, and then ended up going out there, and it was November 8th, Saturday, November 8th. I remember doing the college football show over at Channel 15. We were watching it on all these TVs, and you could see instantly, like, oh, he's not just like kind of hurt. He's going to miss time. Well, Wolf, November 8th was 10 games into the season. You know what I mean? Like they didn't need to have him back then. Now, if all the medical tests cleared him and he was 100% good to go, then you just move on. But you still have to ask the question. Like you said, I'm sure they had that conversation at some point.
They had that conversation. I will guarantee you at some point in time, those voices got elevated in regard to Jalen Green missing 52 games because of a hamstring and a strained hamstring and a pulled hamstring. And I would imagine, I would imagine that coaches and general managers would get upset when you've got a guy who might miss 10 games because of a hamstring.
That's what he was
a bad hamstring.
Due to miss.
10 games. And then all of a sudden, no, he missed 52.
I remember when he came back, we were all just kind of like, man, okay, it's been a long time here. He had missed 8 games. I mean, he had missed all preseason and everything too, so time-wise, it had been a while, and he'd obviously never played for the Suns, so we were all like, okay, we were eager to see what it looks like, and I'm sure they were too. But if he had not re-injured it, he would have missed 8 games or maybe. I
said it all year. I've never seen a guy miss so many games because of a hamstring.
So, I mean, you can look at that 2 ways, right? Are you worried about it now happening again next year? Or was that a freak thing that you're just like, okay, that's not going to happen?
No, that's got my attention.
Yeah. All right. The warm weather is here. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids around water. To learn about the 5 layers of protection, text SWIM to 620-620. All right. When we come back, D-backs Pirates early start today from Chase Field. D-backs with a chance to win a series for the first time in coming up on a month. So this is kind of a big one. We'll get you all prepared for that with everything lining up in D-backs on deck next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Even though you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who appreciates Jacoby Brissett more than me. To me, I don't see the point. You've got Gardner Minshew. He's perfectly fine. You roll him out, and then you give the job to Carson Beck. And if he can't do it, you give the job back to Gardner Minshew, or you don't give it to him. But at least there's a plan. You're going in pursuit of that guy. Because once again, nothing trumps the idea that you need to get yourself a franchise quarterback.
And you'll find out whether you have one or whether you need one.
That's it.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
To hydrate or caffeinate? Why not both? New Sonic Refreshers blend real fruit with a splash of energizing green tea. Try it sparkling or still in 3 mouthwatering flavors: berry citrus, mango peach, or strawberry passion fruit. You've earned it. Seriously. Carried all your groceries in one trip? Turned your clothing pile back into a treadmill? Parallel parked on the first try? Sip to that. All new Sonic Refreshers. Live free, eat Sonic.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Baseball fans know a rally is one of the game's greatest moments. But in real life, some comebacks take more than determination. After a brain injury, the road back can feel like the longest inning. That's where Barrow Neurological Institute
jeweler at Chain Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, never with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
This should be a good one from Chase Field this afternoon if you're heading over there right now. D-backs, Pirates. D-backs with a chance to win, I would say, a pretty important series because the Pirates are a team that is ahead of you right now in the standings. I know it's early, but also that's a team I think you're going to be competing with for a, like, maybe I should phrase it this way. I think you need to finish ahead of the Pirates to make the playoffs. How's that?
Okay. There you go.
And I think it's going to be close all year, and you want any potential tiebreaker you could possibly get. D-backs right now 17-18. The Pirates are 20-17. And again, first pitch 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
And not only that, too, Luke, coming into this Pirates series, once again, 3-9 in their last 12. 3-9 in their last 12. How good would this feel for the Arizona Diamondbacks to go out and win a series against a good team to get back on track? I think it would have a noticeable difference. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, because I don't know about you, but I feel a little bit better after these first two games. But they're still 4-10 in their last 14.
Yeah.
They did lose last night. As much as you can write it off and say, well, yeah, they're facing Paul Skeens. They almost won. Okay, but they did lose. They hadn't played a whole lot of home games in their previous 23. I think it was 6 of their previous 23 before this series. So you want to defend the home field, too. Let's get to the pitching matchup. It's brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com. It's a good pitching matchup. Zach Gallen on the mound for the D-backs against Mitch Keller of the Pirates. Mitch Keller, 3-1 with a 2.85 ERA on the season. So he's not Paul Skeens, but he's got pretty good numbers this year.
Yeah, Mitch Keller, too. 30 years old, looks like he's 12. Just, it's really unbelievable.
So that'll throw you off when you get in the batter's box. Hey,
Just
why
how
is there a
weird is
12-year-old
that?
pitching?
You know, you've got guys that have been legendary for being ominous on the mound. Paul Skeens is one of these guys. I mean, Randy Johnson. And then you got Mitch Keller out there. He looks like he's 12.
Well, Mitch Keller, the earned runs per game this season, 0-2-0, 5 against the Nationals, 2-3-1. He's not giving up a whole lot of runs, and he's going pretty deep in games. In what is that? 7 starts right there. He's gone 6 innings or deeper in 5 of them. So
yes.
probably, at least on paper, going to look at another lower scoring game here, and that means you need a strong performance from Zach Gallen.
I was just going to say that, Luke. I'm right there with you on this, man. Zach Gallen needs to take the ball and go out and look like Zach Gallen and give his team an opportunity to win a game. That's my expectation. I think it's Zach's expectation, I'm sure. Yet at the same time, he's got to start stacking some solid outings here.
The injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Starting pitcher Corbin Burns, obviously working his way back from the Tommy John, through his 9th bullpen on May 5th. A.J. Puck working his way back from the left elbow surgery through his 8th bullpen on May 5th. And our own Gambo said he expects Puck, first baseman Pavin Smith, and outfielder Jordan Lawler all back in early June potentially. So Lawler and Pavin Smith, I almost have them separate because they are guys that suffered injuries this year. Pavin really early, Lawler pretty early too. But A.J. Puck, now you're starting to get into the range, and I know early June's still 4 weeks away, but now you're starting to get into those pitchers that have been out for almost a year, right? Where how nice would it be to have A.J. Puck back in this bullpen, even though the bullpen hasn't been the issue for the Diamondbacks. Yeah. It'd be nice to have A.J. Puck in there.
Man, that really would. I cannot wait for that, to see that. The Amish paradise once again. A.J. Puck taking the ball and coming from the left-handed side of the hill and throwing some straight gas. How cool would that be to see that once again? I don't know. I'm jacked up about it. That's right. Just here we go. I haven't even seen a picture of AJ as of late. Does he still have the Amish beard?
I would assume
I think it's a little bit shorter, but he still has a beard.
Okay,
I feel like we saw him. I saw an interview with him like a week ago. I don't know if it was pre-recorded from a few weeks ago. You know what I mean? But he still had the beard.
Yes.
How much would that throw everybody off if he came out just totally clean shaven? Like, hey guys, I'm back.
Yes. Can I talk to you, AJ? Because you don't look like you. Can I talk to you?
Can you put that beard back on that you had when you just didn't give up runs ever?
You know what? You know how cool it would be too. I mean, just the Amish paradise thing, everything with AJ Puck for the most part. Wouldn't it be cool if underneath his jersey he wore suspenders? You know how cool that would be.
No, it'd be cooler if he wore them over the jersey. That'd be even cooler.
Of course, they wouldn't let him do that. But what about underneath, man? He wore suspenders. How cool would that be?
The only problem with all this is he's not Amish. Otherwise, I think he'd be pushing for it.
Hey, you know what? Go with it, AJ. Hey, go with it and run.
Whatever gets you to pitch the way you were pitching before you got hurt here. Yes, they need that back. Whatever it takes. Let's get to the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah, I'm going to go with production at the top of the order, Wolf. We saw that 2 games ago. We saw Ketel Marte hit well, and his numbers for the year still aren't great. But I'm looking at the lineup today, and there's no Nolan Arenado in the lineup, and he's been one of their better hitters over the last, all season, really. So you're going to need production from the top of the order against Mitch Keller the way he has pitched this year, whether he's 30 or 12. He's been pitching really well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Are they going to try to attack Mitch Keller? I don't know. That's going to be something that I'm sure they're talking about right
Paul
now.
Paul Skeens laughing wildly from the Pirates dugout.
Right. So, what is going to be the approach? I think everybody is going to be watching that. Curiously enough, everyone's going to be watching that. Yet at the same time, I would say there's a big difference between Paul Skeens and Mitch Keller. No offense to Mitch. He's got a 2.85 ERA, by the way.
Yeah, he's got one of the better ERAs in baseball, but he is, in fact, not Paul Skeens.
Correct.
Let's take a look at the MLB standings. They're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. The Dodgers are in first, but they have looked very un-Dodger-like lately, I would say. Like, Shohei suddenly is a great pitcher, and he's always been a great pitcher, and can't hit. The Dodgers are 23-14, though, anyway. The Padres are 22-14, half game back. D-backs 17-18. Then you got the Giants and Rockies both at the bottom of the division at 14-23.
What would you like to see today? What are you looking for specifically?
A win.
A win.
A series win against the
general.
team in there. Well, look, and the reason why I say that, let me just add this to the standings, okay? You got the Padres leading the wild card. The Cardinals are second. But then you got the Brewers, Pirates, and Reds all tied for that third wild card spot, and the Diamondbacks 2 games back.
Yes.
I'd like to see the offense get going.
Yeah.
I put a little bit of stock in what we've seen from Soroka and Erod these last 2 starts. I mean, obviously would like to see Zach Gallen continue that, but the offense really got going in that first game, and the conversation going into that game was like, man, where are they gonna find reinforcements if the offense doesn't wake up? And everybody woke up, but it was just for one game.
Yeah.
So it's easy to look and say, okay, well, yeah, they faced Paul Skeens last night. That's great. But if they start stacking games where they're not scoring again, you got a real problem with your lineup.
For me specifically, I'll answer my own question based on
since nobody asked you back.
Right, exactly. Corbin Carroll. Oh, Corbin, I love you, man. The Predator. We know what you're capable of doing. And this team is at its best when Corbin Carroll is the tip of the spear. In the last 10 games, based on he's hitting 169 and has been struggling mightily, of course, in the last 10 games. Last night, it was a 1-0 game, but didn't you have a little bit of hope when the Predator came up there with a guy on that, here comes one of those triples. I'm just saying, bang it into the corner.
It wasn't even hope. I thought he was going to come through with
I just kind of felt that way. And, again, he hit the ball hard, yet it was for an out. I'm just looking at the Predator and hoping for a little bit more.
Quickly, the lineup, Perdomo, Marte, Carroll, Del Castillo, Vargas, Fernandez, Barossa, McCann, and Thomas. That's the 1 through 9. All right, that's it for us here today. Thanks to Rick behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got D-backs, Pirates coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
You've been listening to D-backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Choosing the right financial advisor might be one of the smartest financial moves you're ever going to make. The fiduciary team at Trajan Wealth, they help craft a reliable income plan so you can stay focused on what matters the most. Visit Trajan Wealth today. That's right, TrajanWealth.com, ladies and gentlemen. At Trajan Wealth, it all starts with respect and understanding. Their fiduciary advisors take time to listen, teach, and create a plan that truly reflects your values and goals. Visit TrajanWealth.com. Once again, that's TrajanWealth.com. Pick up the phone as well. You can call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be